right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call the February State Board meeting to order. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Ms. Marama, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Escarcega.
Here.
Member Esser.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Shorter.
Here. Thank you. There's a weird noise in the background. Hopefully it'll die. Is there a motion, please, to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda as published.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Shuffle. Do any of you have any questions or comments about the agenda? Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarcega.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda. I know there are some changes folks would like to make, but could I first please have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve items 4.01 through 4.14 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second. I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So let me go down the line for discussion because I understand there's some items about which some of you have questions. My question is, where did my pen go? Board Member McClellan.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 4.14.
And would you like to bring that up as a separate topic, or do you have some questions about it right now that we can address?
Probably a separate topic, if that would be all right.
Right, thank you. Board Member Esser? Do you have any changes?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for not doing this in advance, but I don't want these as a separate item. I'd just like to have a quick discussion in executive session on personnel and remove items 4.06 and 4.08 for the moment.
Thank you. Board Member Shuffle?
No, I don't have any items to pull. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
No, I don't have any. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, and Board Member Escarcega?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 4.01 off. And I have questions, but maybe I think it's better if we just have a little bit more time for discussion and do it later.
Okay. My understanding, Mr. Durham, is that the item that you have questions about are for exec session. I just want to give staff some heads up opportunity.
That is correct.
Any of the other items that you want in exec session, or are they items where we'll need some help from staff? Board Member McClellan or Board Member Escarcega?
Madam Chair, thank you. My question for staff will involve the interaction between the school transformation grant and the private contractor on one of the suggested line items for the proposed grants. I don't necessarily have issues with the proposed allocation of grants. I simply have a question as it relates to the administration of the grant and our oversight of that process as it relates to the private contract.
Okay, so it's a staff question.
Yes, thank you.
And Board Member Escarcega, is yours also a staff question?
I think I've asked the questions of staff. They may be needing to do some clarification, and it involved Julie Tolson, obviously, and the federal programs folks, and the Bill from Charters, oversees charter schools. All three of them got information to me, so I'm going to try to relay it, and if I make a mistake, they may want to correct me.
Okay, so that's also a staff item. I'm just trying to give folks a heads up as to where we will be. So the following items have been removed from the consent agenda: 4.14 by Board Member McClellan, 4.06, 4.08 by Board Member Durham, and 4.01 by Board Member Escarzaga. So now I need a motion, sort of a replacement motion to approve the agenda as amended by the removal of those items.
So moved.
Thank you. Have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussions now? Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham,
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga,
Yes.
Lesser,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. So I have a quick item. We have new board members joining us, and I've spent some time looking at the, I would call maybe additional duties that we have as board members. I have spoken with each of you, hopefully giving you opportunities to participate in areas of interest, but I'd like to sort of officially note the liaisons or the committees to which we are liaisons for the coming 2 years. For Gifted Education State Advisory Committee, Carla Esser. Special Education Advisory Committee, Deb Scheffel. The Governor's Education Leader, well, never mind, that's Angelica for the ELC. Research Review Panel for PII Research Request Committee, that is Board Member Rankin and Board Member Escarzaga. The State Advisory Council for Parent Involvement in Education is Lisa Escarzaga. Path Forward for Teacher Preparation and Licensure in Early Literacy, Board Member Esser. NASB Government Affairs, Lisa Escarzaga. NASB Public Education Positions, Joyce Rankin. And NASB Nominations Committee, Board Member McClellan. So I want to thank you all. I hope that's okay. Please reach out to Angela or to me if you have questions as to when there are the next meetings, with whom to connect on those committees, and any other questions that you might have. And so I appreciate all the work and all of you representing the board and taking on this additional responsibility. You probably didn't know that when you ran, but thank you so much. The next item on the report is from our Director of Board Relations. Ms. Maramba, what do you have for us this morning?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Just a reminder to our public that everything can be found on Board Docs, and that link is on our public notice as well as our website. Just a couple friendly reminders of some upcoming events. We still are planning to hold our legislative update meeting on February 26th at noon, so please make sure that's on your calendars. CASB is holding their 3-part Winters legislative webinar series starting on February 22nd. The other events will be on March 1st and 8th, all from 11:30 to 1. CASE's Winter Leadership Conference is March 9th through the 11th. NASB is having a virtual legislative conference, and that's March 22nd to the 23rd. And we are still waiting on information on the Governor's State of the State address. And so once we get that, we'll give that to you. And that concludes my report today.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. Any questions, colleagues, about any of that? So I will point out that it's very possible that when CASB has their meeting, they may ask us to be available as a board. For those of you who've been on the board for a long time, we used to do a session which gave school board members an opportunity basically to ask us questions. We haven't done that in the last few years, but I think they are just in the planning stages, and I have been notified and asked if we would be willing to make ourselves available. And of course I volunteered everybody. No, I didn't volunteer everybody. I said we would certainly try to work something out. I think it is good to give school board members opportunities to ask questions that they have of the work that we do. So please just kind of pencil that on those 3 times on your calendars in case we're asked either to do some kind of a panel or anything else like that. Next item, please, the report from the commissioner. Are you ready, Commissioner?
Yes, good morning, board members. Nice to see you. Yes, I've got a couple things for today. Just want to update you that we have been working on a really regular basis with the governor's office and the operations teams for the vaccine distribution. The governor did move teachers up on the list, teachers and school personnel up on the list about time is getting condensed, but it may have been a week or a week and a half ago. And so we have been working with our districts, with CDPHE, with the governor's office to make sure that our districts have a plan for how they start the process of vaccinating all student-facing personnel and all school personnel. So we were happy about that because we think that vaccinations are, you know, one of the key linchpins to getting students back in person on a regular, consistent basis. We do recognize, you know, I think we have to manage expectations that even though they became eligible on February 8th, which was 2 days ago, it's going to take some time to get them all done. So it's not like all of a sudden on February 8th, all school personnel were vaccinated. They sort of became eligible at that time. And now we've been working with the various operations teams to make sure vaccines are delivered equitably across the state, so that not only the big districts, you know, kind of, you know, because the vaccines are coming in paced allocations. So we have to make sure those paced allocations are going out across the state too, so that our rural districts get access to them as well. So we've been working on that front. Just to, you know, there has still been some bumps for sure. I think everybody wants a more steady, higher supply of vaccines. But, you know, we are making progress on that. And so that's been a good thing. I have been giving you guys updates every month on kind of where we are on in-person learning across our state. And so we do have some updates. Just want to, you know, thank my team for combing websites and calling districts and updating that. You know, so just know that this might not be 100% accurate right at this moment, but this was as of kind of the beginning of February. We have seen a great increase in the number of in-person options. We have, let's see, we have 154 districts that are offering a complete in-person learning option for elementary schools, and an additional 11 offering a hybrid. So that gets us pretty close to all districts offering some sort of an in-person option. For comparison, we had 128 districts offering that in early January. So we have seen an increase of more districts moving towards in-person learning over this last month. We have 121 districts offering an in-person option for middle and high school, and an additional 38 offering a hybrid option for those students. So for comparison, we had about 104 districts offering an in-person option in middle and high school in January. So we are seeing trends move in the right direction of getting back to in-person. And we will continue to track that. We do hope that as those vaccines start to get in arms of teachers, that will go up even further. So very hopeful about that information. We did have our SMART Act hearing. So that is with the House, the Joint House and Senate Education Committee in late January. And that went well. I think there were good questions and sort of genuine concerns from our legislators about how COVID has been impacting our students, our teachers, our districts. And so, you know, we walked through We walked through our strategic plan, but mostly kind of our COVID response this time, because that was really what they were interested in. They were also just really appreciative of the work that CDE was doing just to get relief dollars out the door, and think about ways to support students to get back on track. We have continued to just do our stakeholder engagement and probably increasing our stakeholder engagement throughout this whole COVID response. So I had a meeting with my Superintendent's Advisory Council last month, with my Rural Superintendent's Council last month, just to get there, continue to keep the dialogue open on what challenges they're having. Sometimes those are really just problem-solving meetings, like, just yesterday it was like, well, we contacted our local public health and they said we weren't eligible for vaccines. And so that enables me to make some calls and, kind of get unblock some of those just issues. So a lot of our COVID response has been, one-on-one problem solving to try to unblock barriers for our districts and schools. We continue to meet with all of the big organizations on a regular basis and advocacy group meetings, as well as daily connections with our governor's office and the COVID response team. So our emergency management operations, we still are on those calls every morning. That has increased again with the vaccines, because that response is really going up now again. We continue, as you guys always know, but it has been more, I would say even more so under the COVID situation. Our budget process goes back and forth much more frequently now than maybe it did in past years before COVID. Before COVID, you'd kind of have some predictable moments where we submit a budget, and then some predictable moments when they get back to us. The last two, budget cycles have not been as predictable, because there's lots of back and forth discussions about, the new economic forecasts, the new federal relief dollars, like how all of these things interplay with the state budget. So we have much more frequent conversations with our Joint Budget Committee staff, with our Office of State Budgeting and Planning staff at the governor's office. And so, as I've mentioned to you, we have to be a little bit nimble, and we get questions and it's like, we need a 24-hour turnaround. So I just wanted to let you know there may be some opportunity to adjust our last budget request. Remember, we presented a whole bunch of cuts. There may be some opportunity to not cut quite as much. And so we are in those discussions right now, trying to understand sort of where we have some flexibility. But I just want you to know that we continue to use the criteria that we established with you to help make those, give that feedback to the budget committees. So first priority is grant programs with direct student impact, and programs, sort of grant programs and programs with direct student impact, and especially those that impact our at-risk student population. So those are that's kind of our North Star of things we would want to restore if we had the opportunity. And then we do have some priorities with operations within CDE in order to support schools and districts, with staffing and grant programs and that sort of thing. So we continue to use the same criteria we've outlined with you as we go in that back and forth process. But we, as always, are happy to take any feedback on that. Just wanted to let you know it's a ongoing thing these days. Lastly, I think we all know, I think we're going to hear a lot at the public comment today. State testing is a big issue right now. A lot of questions, a lot of concerns, a lot of wanting to know the answer on that. And I will just say, for the record, we're all still waiting on a couple things to, to make some of those decisions. Number one, the U.S. Department of Education, our state testing program is still state and federal law. The U.S. Department of Education, needs to have a confirmed Secretary of Education. We are expecting the Secretary of Education to possibly get confirmed. I believe I heard possibly Thursday. You all may know differently. That was a couple days ago that I heard that. But we do need to hear some information from the federal government about what those options look like and how they're going to proceed. Then, of course, we have our state legislature who comes into play next week. And so those are two variables that, we're still working on. And so I'm really kind of saying this for the public, that we can't give definitive answers right now. However, we are telling all of our districts that you need to be planning to move forward with the state testing. You can't just flip a switch and all of a sudden have it go. So in absence of any of those concrete decisions and knowing that it is state and federal law, we need to have all of our districts prepare to be able to give the state assessment this year. Our teams are doing a lot of one-on-one troubleshooting, a lot of connecting with districts and district assessment coordinators to troubleshoot all the different various challenges there are. And so we continue to do that to try to prepare and be ready to go as those decisions are made. And then just the last two things, I haven't done this for a while, so just take a moment of personal privilege to thank the CDE staff. We are a year into this pandemic. I actually remember last February, it was kind of like Dana Smith and I were the two people that were dealing with this. We were hearing these buzzes about COVID, and I think I actually remember sitting at the board bench with Mr. Durham, and we were kind of talking about this thing that was coming and, what it might have impact. And then, it's been a year. And it's been a pretty exhausting year, and I will say it's incredibly exhausting for our districts and our teachers and our staff as well. But my staff, your staff, have stepped up to the challenge. They are working overtime all the time. They have gotten hundreds of millions of dollars out the door with applications, grant programs, budget processes, guidance, Q&A, being on almost every single stakeholder call or superintendent call that they are asked. And sometimes, we get a call from, an office saying, we need to turn around a broadband grant in 2 days. And they do. And so I just want to say that, they're tired. We're all tired. They're exhausted. It's a good thing we don't have those commutes anymore because we've sucked up that drive time for more work. So I just want to give a huge shout out to all CDE staff that are doing so much during this time. And again, extend that thanks to our district and our teachers and our superintendents and all of our administrative staff. And then lastly, I'm just going to end on a good note. We hosted our kind of reboot of the Education Leadership Council. That is a governor's appointed council that I co-chair with Senator Rankin. We had put it on pause throughout COVID due to all of the other priorities. But we talked a lot about it as the co-chairs and with the governor, and we said, we really think that actually it's probably more important now to get something that is forward-facing, something that is positive, something that is what can we learn from what's going on right now? How can we accelerate innovations? How can we accelerate partnerships? how can we keep an eye toward the future while we're in this COVID situation? And so we had our first reboot meeting, and I think that went well, and we learned a lot. What we're trying to do is learn a lot about the innovations that are happening right now so that we can look at the public policies to say, are there any public policies that need to be changed or adjusted, you know, to clear the way for more of those innovations, you know. For example, things like hybrid learning that we're doing right now. You know, what could that look like in the future? There may be some things that we want to keep online so that we can prioritize certain things for in-person learning. So there may be some things that this has pushed us out of our comfort zone and maybe pushed us on some sacred cows, you know, that we can think through over time. So it was kind of nice to have that meeting where it was a little forward thinking, and we'll continue to meet over time. But I appreciate my co-chair in that, Senator Rankin, is very positive and focused on the vision and really making something good happen out of the COVID situation. So with that, Madam Chair, that's my board update for today. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go down the line and see if you all have some questions. Board Member McClellan, do you have questions for the Commissioner?
No, but I thank her for her report, her detailed report, and for the work that she's doing and for our staff as well.
Thank you. Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Antis, the only question I have is, you named how many districts were in person, how many had hybrid. So is it clear that all the rest of the districts are 100% virtual?
I never want to say clear because things change like on a day-to-day basis. Like we'll say that they're putting a in-person learning, you know, and if we didn't catch it on the first round, it might be another week. So, but yes, there are still a few that are remote. And thank you for bringing that up, Board Member Esser. I do want to note that many districts, as we call them, are reporting large percentages of students and families that are opting to remain remote, even if there's an in-person option. So that tends to be in our more urban metro area corridor that may still have high COVID rates. And so there is still some of that going on.
So, and if I may, just one more comment. I also would like to thank CDE staff. They have been amazing at all the questions I've had being new to the board. They've always made themselves available, been very clear and very helpful. So my thanks as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You. Board Member Scheffel?
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you too for the report. I had just one question. Because, you know, I'm sure many of us do get these calls from parents like, what's going on? How can I get more, you know, in-person education for my child or tutoring or whatever? So how does this get out to the public besides these meetings? Is there a way to, you know, publicize this so that people are kind of getting the sense that we're moving the ball and that, you know, in-person options are available in X% of districts or something like that? Yeah. Just to try to, you know, impact the messaging to the public. And I didn't know if, I mean, I'm sure you do certain releases or something, but I just don't think a lot of people might be listening to our meeting to get that sense. So I don't know how it gets out.
Thank you, Board Member Scheffel. We are posting this spreadsheet as we kind of update it and send it out. So that's one thing, but you are right that we don't do an active push out of this because, to be honest, we don't see ourselves as the holder of the most accurate information on this. Like we're collecting everything we can from websites and a phone call here and there. But like a week later, that data may be out of date. So we do encourage folks to go to their local districts. You know, and almost all the districts are posting information on their website. about the options. And so, that's where we're pulling a lot of it from as well.
Okay, good. That's a good point. We just direct them back to the district for the most.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. We don't always want to pass the buck, but unfortunately on this one, they are the ones that have the most detailed information.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. That's great.
Board Member Rankin?
Just to expand a little bit on Board Member Shuffle's comments, it is difficult for the commissioner being centrally located to make a statement on what you have in your district and what I have in my district, and then what Board Member Skarsika has in her district. I guess I should have said districts with us, because I think I have 56. I mean, I can't keep up with all of them, but directing them back to their school that's the essence of local control. I think that's the best we can do, and that's pretty much what I've been doing, and that also changes quickly too. So thank you for your report, Commissioner. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Skarsika?
Thank you. I think to kind of follow up right along with that, the idea of, I think we're pretty close to 100% of Denver public schools, right? And I know Englewood and Sheridan offering some type of in-person. 40% of Denver public school students, though, chose to remain remote for the full year. So I think that's kind of an interesting, I don't know. Anyway, this is kind of a side to your point. It's really complex. I did have a question, though, a real quick, maybe you can make a clarification. So I saw something posted that said that the department, or maybe maybe it's Denver Public Schools, but as far as testing goes, the requirement was only going to be for schools that were in person. And I'm pretty sure, I know that didn't come from the department. I mean, I don't know where that carve out would have come from, and maybe this is a great opportunity for people to understand. Just to be clear, this is everybody. We're not picking and choosing. And to your point, going forward right now, we have no choice. You have to plan that kind of piece. But that was just an odd thing I saw, and I thought I could maybe help nip that in the bud. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Escarzaga. I mean, I will say this year it's challenging. So we do have some testing already underway, access testing. So what we're saying right now is, again, testing, access testing, and other testing, all the CMS testing is for everyone. However, just as always, like if folks are remote, you need to tell your parents, you need to ask your parents, where, if they would like to bring their student in for testing. There's, we're going to have to figure out the logistics of all that, the sort of, whether it's a do the best you can, because parents do have the right to make a decision about that. And so we want to honor those parental decisions, but we also want to make sure that everyone is given the option to test, because again, students do get a student level report, and parents do get that parent, report. So it's about notification, it's about options, but I don't see a world, unless you guys tell me differently, where we're going to force, parents to come in to test if they are, have made a choice about remote. But they need to be offered that option.
Right.
They need to be made aware of the different processes and protocols that are in place. We're working with safety processes and protocols with districts as well. So I think there will be some challenges this year, for sure, and there won't be sort of the more uniform perfection, but progress, not perfection. And so we're preparing our districts to do that. We're saying that you need to be notifying your families and having them make a conscious choice.
Okay, so thank you. And again, I reiterate everything everybody said about the staff. I've made quite a few contacts this last 2 weeks, and I feel almost guilty for every one of them. But I try to make them quick, try to make them kind, and let them go. So they are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Durham, Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Katie, I do appreciate, and I know it's been a long year, but I hate to say it, but I think as Winston Churchill put it near the end of the Blitz, this is not the beginning of the end, but it is the end of the beginning. So maybe a few more months and we might be at least past the worst of this. So get back to it. So try and hang in there.
Thank you, Board Member Durham.
I have a couple of questions, Commissioner. My understanding is that we continue to have furloughs, and I'm a little perplexed if we are in a position of having a little bit more funding. I mean, I think that what I understand from you is that despite the fact that we have furloughs, our staff is doing the whole job they would do whether there was a furlough or not. And so we're just kind of trying to kill them, it seems, because transportation time doesn't make up for that much. Is there any option for us to provide, to not be doing the furloughs and instead have those days available for staff to get all our work done?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the furlough thing, and this is the challenge of the budget cycle, right? That was 2 budget cycles ago. And so those decisions were sort of made and determined and booked into the system and booked into the state coffers and the budgetary realm. So we really can't change the furloughs that we are underway taking now. We will be taking some furloughs next week, as I mentioned. And, you know, there's a tiered approach to furloughs. So we can't change that now, but, you know, as the budget things change moving forward, maybe we're hopeful that we don't have to take any more, you know, as the budget becomes clearer. I will say that, you know, there's really different ups and downs on budget, you know, projections. So, you know, they are suggesting that we're going to have to prepare for, you know, even though we might not have to take as many cuts this year, we may have to prepare for more cuts next year. So it's this weird juxtaposition where, like, now we're going back to the JVC and the and OSPB saying, well, we might not have to take all those ones that we suggested. Furloughs are already in the past. But next year we may have to be looking at different cuts. So it's this weird roller coaster. But I will say to that point, we are seeing some challenging staffing issues because we didn't fill a lot of positions that as they became open, we never filled them. And now, you know, we're seeing the exhaustion from that. So that is one of the tiered priorities, that operations to support and to make sure that we can implement these programs is a priority.
Thank you. So I want to be clear, generally speaking, I want the district to go out to, I want the money to go out to districts and kids, right? So that is my #1 priority. However, I am keenly aware of how important our services are to districts. And so if we can't keep our staffing strong and healthy, that's just as bad. It's just a different way that we're cheating our kids. So to the extent that we can be looking ahead to make sure that our people, and I also extend my thanks to everyone. One more thought that I had, I'm also interested in the discussion that we've had about what schools are open and how many kids are in person and all that. And yet it seems as though, from what I look at in my local paper, there's more information for my two districts where I live about which schools have COVID rather than which ones have kids in class. And I'm wondering if that's because the health department provides detailed information that's easily available to the press. And so I'm wondering, have we thought about having some sort of a dashboard type thing that we can provide for districts so they just have to fill it in on a weekly basis or something, so that the information is more readily available to the public. I'm not suggesting that CDE be the provider thereof. I totally agree that this is a district information issues, but I wonder if our districts need a little bit of help by having some kind of a pro forma or something so they can keep updating that, and then it's easy for folks to know about it. Because it surprises me that I know which school has an outbreak versus which school has kids in it based on my local paper. Have you guys discussed that?
You know, we have talked about it a little bit. First of all, CDPHE does work directly with districts on outbreak data. So districts do have sort of a form that they fill out, and sometimes it goes from districts to their local public health, and then CDPHE takes it from the local public health. That's the majority. So you're right. And then the governor has a press conference at least twice a week where they report that data. So the press is on those for sure. So they definitely hone in on where the outbreaks are, and then report that. You know, the in-person learning, you know, we have, that has been a service we've been trying to provide to districts so they don't have to have another data collection from us, which is why we've been trying to do the staff work ourselves to do that and call them and check in with them. Like we don't have an easy to do kind of dashboard that sucks all that information up, and so we have been doing it a little more manually. If Mr. Durham is right and this goes on and on and on, you know, we're really hoping that once the vaccines start getting into arms, you know, maybe we're a few more months of doing this and then we don't need to create a whole new infrastructure. But your point is well taken. I mean, but we haven't gone in that direction as of yet.
Yeah, so I'm not suggesting that the department take responsibility for this. I'm just suggesting that there be something easily accessible on the district sites by the press so that parents looking in the newspaper that are keeping their munchkins home can actually see that their local school does have full-time, I mean, getting the information out there, not about infections, but about in-person learning available, I think would have a positive effect in the community. Look how many kids are at your school down the street. Isn't it time for your kidlet to go back to school because it's fine and it's not an infected? I mean, I think my sense is that the news is on the negative as opposed to, in terms of kids, as opposed to on the positive. And I am not suggesting that CDE do that, but if we could provide guidance and a format or something so that the information can go out to the press. I'm more concerned about what's being publicly discussed at the grocery store when you run into somebody. And the only way people find that out is their local paper. So if there's somebody that's got a great idea.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Commissioner. It's a great report. Next item is an update from our legislative liaison, Ms. Mello. What do you have for us today?
Well, I can either speak for 2 seconds or 200 hours. I'll try to find the middle ground there.
Try to guess which the answer is.
It is, you know, we continue to be in strange times at the Colorado General Assembly. As you all know, the legislature did started officially meeting on January 13th. They swore in new members. They did a handful of bills, mostly related to extending deadlines for COVID-related relief. Not entirely, but mostly that's what they did in those first 3 days. And then they stopped meeting. And they are scheduled to go back on Tuesday, February 16th. That is little less than a week away, but it is our understanding that that is what's going to happen. One of the things, I think one of the reasons and rationale behind the way they've structured this is that legislators became eligible for the vaccine kind of in that early in January, that decision was made. And so having this kind of time off or in between period of time gave the legislators who wanted to get the vaccine the opportunity to do so, and then maximize their opportunity or their ability to participate in the process once they came back. I will say Colorado is an outlier in this regard. Most other states have gone into session and proceeded as normal. So the fact that we have had this delay is unusual across the states, and just an interesting point to note. I don't know that there's much to think or say or read into that, but I thought it was interesting that other states were like, no, we're good. We're going to keep going. We will have the session will continue to be a hybrid model. You guys were talking a little bit about hybrid school schedules. I think you have a similar dynamic going on at the state legislature where legislators have the opportunity, if they would like to participate remotely. That is true for both committee hearings and floor work. They are encouraging members of the public and the lobby to not come to the building. How realistic that will be, I think, remains to be seen, right? A lot of that depends on how they choose to run their calendar and, the way that they run it. And part of why we're in the building all day, every day, typically, is because things change really quickly. And that's the only way for us to be able to stay on top of it, for our clients, because that matters, right? So if things don't change so quickly, it might be more feasible for us to be more remote, but I think there's just an enormous amount of uncertainty in terms of what it's going to look like from the perspective of, the lobby and really more importantly, public participation and the ability of people who want to testify in bills to do that. They will make that available remotely. How well that works, it's worked really well in some instances. It's not worked well in others. So we shall see how that all plays out. Because we're in a public health emergency, the Supreme Court has basically given them guidance that they do not have to meet those 120 days consecutively, which is why they took this, or why the 5 weeks we just experienced was permissible. It also means that they don't have to come back on February 16th and just keep meeting until the 120 days are run out. I guess it's 117 at this point. But they're saying they want to, which is great news for, I think, all of us. It would be really nice to have them come back and power through and treat it a little bit like a normal session in terms of the concentrated amount of time. They were telling us at first that they were going to try to finish by the end of May. The latest I've seen is June 14th. I think I said on this call last month that I personally was not making any travel plans till July. So looks like I was right about that. And hopefully I don't have to be any more right about that. Let's hope if it's not going to be end of May, let's hope for mid-June. So we'll start next Tuesday. Monday is the holiday. The State of the State will be on Wednesday, the 17th, which is, really dramatically later than we've ever seen it, right? The governor always gives his speech like that first week of session. So it's definitely an unusual time. We are expecting about 300 bills to be introduced on, I think, what feels like the first day of session, even though it's not technically the first day of session. I will work my way through those as quickly as I possibly can to populate the bill chart that we maintain for you all. You will get that link early on. That is a live link. You can use that throughout the session. If you want to, you can always ask me, of course, but if for some reason I can't pick up the phone right that minute, you just need to know if a bill has been scheduled for committee hearing or what its status is. That is a tool that you have access to 24/7 and updates mostly in real time. There can be an hour or two delay. It's not always perfect, but it's pretty accurate. So I will start to populate that. I'm asking all of my clients for a little patience because 300 bills in one day is kind of a lot. It's like not just kind of a lot, it's a lot. And so it may be a little bit slower to get that initial chart up and going and populated. So I'll just thank you in advance for your patience and assume that you'll give it to me. So they will be starting committees next week as well. The main plan, as I understand it, is to run through the supplemental bills. So every year, the Joint Budget Committee does supplemental bills or mid-year adjustments is another way to think about that. Those are, prepped, done, ready to go. And I think that'll be a big focus of their work in that very first week. But committees will start meeting, and there may be other bills up as well. We did get a list yesterday. They called it a pre-released list. It was like bills that sponsors gave permission for them to share publicly. I didn't share it with you all because there's like 20 bills on it, which I think is kind of laughable considering the quantity we're expecting. And none of them are all that relevant to the department. At least I don't think. I need to go back and look at that. But, I think some of those could very well show up in committee the first week. It's just with such a small subset of what we're going to be looking at. I didn't want that to become a distraction. So that's kind of what we're expecting in the first week. And then I think, we're off to the races, and hopefully it's as normal as we can be in these times. Although I did this morning as I was getting dressed think I'm going to miss wearing slipper socks all day long. Because to be honest with you, I'm wearing slipper socks right now. But I don't think I can do that when I go to the Capitol. So anyways, we are looking at a ton of pieces of legislation. I told you last time that I kind of see this as the tale of two legislatures, right? Where there's all this really big, substantive, major education policy conversations and legislation going on. And at the same time, we have a very large number of more narrow, more focused pieces of legislation, that also require some sort of engagement or interaction or review from the staff. So just to give you, I'm trying to make my PowerPoint big enough for me to read here. In terms of the big stuff, and we've talked about a lot of this, right? So I don't think I have anything new to tell you guys in terms of big stuff. We will be looking at legislation around pausing testing, looking at legislation around pausing accountability. I think that we will see one, maybe two bills around the educator effectiveness system and some pretty substantive reforms to that system. We talked last week about at our meeting last Friday about the making standardized testing an optional admissions criteria for higher ed. That's, certainly still very much on the radar. We will see legislation to delay the timeline for teachers to take the READ-ACT training. That is coming. We know that for sure. And so that's what I would characterize as kind of some of the really big stuff. Let me add one to that, which is a proposal coming from Representative Shannon Byrd to do an audit of the accountability system. I think that'll be another one that's a fairly substantive and significant conversation. And then there's things like in the more narrow category, and I want to be really clear, I don't use narrow as a synonym for unimportant. That's not what I'm trying to say, but there's a very different set of work and tasks and decisions for us all to make around things that are like really big systems and things that are smaller and more narrow. So that's why I make that distinction. So we're going to see legislation around high school transitions, around alternative principal licensure, some mental health, train the trainer type legislation, more interest in media literacy, interest in civics education, suicide prevention, some additional desire to look at diversity in our educator workforce. I just have to switch to the other side of my chart here to remember all this. Putting FAFSA completion as part of the financial literacy standards. We will probably see legislation that will ask that schools have somebody trained in epilepsy and seizure care, essentially what to do if a student has an epileptic seizure. Military choice lottery, there's been a lot of interest in how the way that Colorado runs or school districts run its admission systems can be a little difficult for military families who don't show up sometimes until a month or two before school starts. So trying to figure out how to accommodate some of their needs in a way that still, works for all the other kids has been an ongoing conversation. So those are just some highlights. There's definitely going to be stuff I don't know about, that I didn't talk about here. There will be things that don't even come to the forefront until April. That's just normal. That's how it is. Just as a reminder of our process, we kind of do an initial look at the bills, the legislative contacts as designated by the chair. We do a first pass with them. Then they make recommendations. We bring those to the full board. So nothing in terms of, we don't ever take any decisions to support, oppose any of that without full board conversation. Those are not decisions made at a smaller level. That is a full board conversation. We do have a meeting scheduled for February 26th. That's our next opportunity to really talk about legislation, and I would definitely count on that meeting happening. I know some of you, sometimes we cancel those, but that one is not going to get canceled. We will have things to talk about. I can't tell you exactly what they are yet because I don't know exactly what bills will be introduced, but I am very confident that we will want to be having a discussion with you all about some specific pieces of legislation at that point. The last thing I would just note is the department's been really busy on fiscal notes. So we get bills come across to the department for fiscal notes. The legal standard that we are asked to follow on that is, does this create additional work? And if so, what are the resources needed to accomplish that additional work? I'm really proud of the work that your department does, and as it relates to fiscal notes, they work incredibly hard and have a huge amount of integrity about it. We don't play games with fiscal notes. We don't make them big when we don't like bills and make them small when we do like bills. That is just not something that we do. We really play it straight. And, sometimes we have to have conversations about do we understand this bill correctly, or we don't really understand what this bill is asking for. So it's a little hard to figure out what it would take to implement it. So there is, there can be conversation about them, but it's always, okay, let's just play it straight. We got to say what we think this will be. In this climate, nobody wants a fiscal note on their bill. So that's not super popular. That doesn't make us like the most popular kids at the Capitol when we've put a fiscal note on a bill. We do try to work with legislators ahead of time, give them suggestions about how they might format their bill so that it would not generate a fiscal note. We really try to, and we try to give people a heads up and not surprise them about fiscal notes. But it's an area of inherent tension, I would argue, kind of between an executive branch agency like yourself and the legislature. So we straddle that tension every year, and you've got a great team that works really hard to do it well. And that is my presentation.
Thank you. Let me go down the line for questions or comments. Board Member Durham.
No questions. Thank you.
Board Member Scott.
We'll wait for you to get off mute.
I got it. It's the whole setup. I got this whole thing going, but here you got to find the mouse. It's that simple. I think the only question I had, I did hear, and maybe you can, and speak to it. There's a voucher bill potentially that's going to be introduced. That kind of sounded like an important one to me.
Yes, I do expect a bill that is being framed as student equity and education dollars. I think, different people see that that's a very controversial topic, as you know. Some would call, and I'm just trying to not take a side in that one. So that's one way of framing it. Other people would call it vouchers. Yes, that is coming.
All right. Yeah, I've heard it called neo vouchers or something. I'm sorry for just throwing that out, but
no, it's okay.
what they refer to it as. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Board Member Rankin.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Jennifer. It's a good report.
You, Board Member Scheffel.
Madam Chair, she had to step away for a minute.
Thank you. Okay. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions right now, Jennifer. Thank you.
Board Member McClellan.
No questions, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jennifer, for your excellent report and for your patience answering all of my questions as we prepare. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mello. We will see you on February 26th.
Absolutely. And you'll probably hear from me before then. So don't worry about that. We'll have lots to talk about for the next few weeks. Have a great day and a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues and members of the public, we want to take time to recognize and read any written public comment that we've received this month prior to 5 p.m. yesterday. As we're still in a remote platform, we encourage members of the public to submit written comments to the board office. These have been distributed to us, and we have read them. I've read them. They'll be posted on board docs. And at this time, I'm going to ask our several people to help us read the comments that have come into the board office. Each letter has an opportunity of 3 minutes. I will tell you folks that we got 22 letters, and in 30 minutes, that really only allows for 10. So please plan that at the end of the day, that we will continue and go through the rest of the letters. Ms. Maramba, are you ready to start with one of our colleagues and read them, please?
I am, yes. Okay. So the first one is from the Westminster Education Association. They say, Madam President, members of the Colorado Board of Education, thank you for your opportunity to have this read into the public record. My name is Frances Groff Gonzalez, and I'm a high school business teacher and president of the Westminster Education Association, WEA, the exclusive bargaining unit for the Westminster Public Schools Educators, Instructional, and ESP. Having read the consensus recommendations from the COVID-19 policy implications stakeholder group, I'm pleased that the group recommends suspending the science and social studies state testing this year, but this does not go far enough. Students, teachers, and all staff members of our school have undergone tremendous disruption to the learning environment, as well as incalculable stress during the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, WEA supports the resolution signed by the Westminster Public Schools Board of Education and Superintendent on January 12, 2021, requesting the State Board of Education to suspend testing for the 2020-2021 school year. This spring is not the time to do any standardized testing, including CMAS, Access, PSAT, and SAT, as it will result in a loss of instructional time at a critical moment in students' education. The mental health of students and staff is extremely tenuous due to the pandemic. State testing would exacerbate this and cause additional stress to the students and teachers alike. I think of my daughter, a third grade middle school teacher who is teaching both in person and remote. The amount of time she spends planning for both platforms is overwhelming. She works tirelessly to access her students' work and support them in learning the content and showing proficiency through our competency-based system. Even more importantly, the well-being of her students is paramount as she connects with them to make sure they are okay. She has shared that many of her students are being hard on themselves and need reassurance that they are learning and they will be successful. I know she is representative of all teachers across the profession. And of course, I represent my members who work tirelessly conducting instruction both in person and online simultaneously, doing what's best for students every day while risking exposure to the deadly virus. Asking them to stop instruction to conduct a test that will only provide information that we know already, that the deadly pandemic has negatively impacted education, is pointless. Further proctoring state testing effectively this year will be impossible, while enforcing the safety protocols and social distancing necessary for the safety of students and staff and costly. The millions of dollars spent on standardized testing could and should be redirected to provide support for instructional and social emotional resources for students and staff. For these reasons and many more, I implore the State Board of Education to suspend all statewide testing for the 2020-2021 school year and or apply for the appropriate federal waivers. Thank you for your time. And then I'll be alternating with our Deputy Commissioner, Alyssa Pearson. So she's going to go next.
Thank you. This letter is from Jen Walmer, the State Director for Education Reform Now, Colorado. Madam Chair and members of the State Board of Education, Education Reform Now respectfully submits this letter on the necessity of administering statewide summative assessments this spring. I encourage you to read the letter from ERN and nearly 20 national civil rights, social justice, disability rights, and education advocates to Dr. Miguel Cardona, United States Secretary of Education nominee, staunchly calling for assessments to be given to ensure the civil rights of our students are upheld by states. The letter highlights the importance of student data. We recognize that state assessments are only one measure of student learning, and assessments alone will not address systemic discrimination and inequity in our education system. But right now, when students who have historically been underserved are bearing the brunt of the impact from the pandemic, waiving assessments will only make it harder to identify and address one of the most inequitable school years in history. The data from summative assessments will shine a light on deep inequities and allow us to pave a way forward. There have been numerous national reports that show learning loss is dramatically different from state to state, district to district, and school to school. The Center for Research on Education Outcomes, CREDO, out of Stanford University report argues the need for rigorous student-level learning assessments has never been higher. The measures of average loss and the range around it immediately call into question the existing practice of letting communities plot their own path forward. The communities whose schools have the largest estimated loss of learning are far less likely to have the means and capacity to create and implement recovery plans on their own. Insistence on local autonomy in this case will not yield equitable responses. We agree. We deeply acknowledge the systemic inequities in Colorado that make this reality true. Without data, how will we know where to target resources to students that have been most dramatically affected? A recent poll conducted by Keating Research shows broad bipartisan support for continuing statewide assessments this spring. Administering end-of-year assessments without accountability is supported by 62% of Colorado residents, including 66% of parents of K-12 students. Support increases to 70% when the poll includes tying scarce state resources to students who have been most dramatically affected. What is very compelling is that support among communities of color is even higher, with 79% of Latino and 72% of Black respondents in support. It is becoming incredibly clear that state leadership is imperative right now, as educators have had very little and often contradictory support on how to move forward. We must remember that it is currently federal and state law. We must not falter under the pressure of adult political debates and instead communicate clear and helpful guidance to districts and educators on how best to assess students to ensure they receive the education they deserve. Angela, it's back to you. That was the end.
Okay. So this is public comment number 3. Nothing about 2020-2021 school year has been typical for anyone involved in education, particularly the students. Experiencing this every day as a teacher makes me question why we would continue to hold students to a typical testing standard this year. The number of negative experiences K-12 students have endured throughout this past year should make it incredibly obvious to us all that students' social and emotional health should far outweigh the data measures collected by standardized testing. Students have experienced homelessness, hunger, death, depression, anxiety, and more. Additionally, remote learning touched upon a wealth of equity issues that severely impacted students' ability to access high-quality instruction. How can we honestly say that testing this year will be equitable for all students when the quality of learning this year cannot begin to be compared to the level of instruction and support I can provide my students when I am not battling factors that are outside of any of our control? During the school year that doesn't involve a pandemic, third grade students are experiencing standardized testing for the first time in their academic career. They often display a wide variety of emotions, but what I see most is fear. It is extremely difficult to find the right words to calm the mind of a third grader while pushing them to take a test seriously and try their best. Knowing all that my students have gone through this year, I will find it incredibly challenging to find the right words to comfort and encourage them, knowing that this isn't what's best for them. The data collected from this year's testing cannot possibly be considered reliable, valid, or equitable. There are other data measures that could easily be collected from school sites or districts that would be able to provide the state with valid data and from normed and trusted monitoring devices that are currently used. Students have suffered enough since this pandemic started. Let's truly show them that we, as educators and a state, put students first and pause all state testing for this school year. Respectfully, Michaela Gistendanner, third grade teacher at Billy Martinez Elementary.
This next letter is from Trish Ramsey and Deborah Figueroa. They're the Adams 14 CTA presidents. Dear members of the board and Commissioner Anthus, our names are Trish Ramsey and Deborah Figueroa. We are the co-presidents of the SD 14 CTA. We have been educators for over 2 decades, working in Adams 14 for 27 years and 19 years, respectively. As educators choosing to work in Title I schools and serving both the family and the school community, we are personally aware of both the successes and struggles our students face. We want to share our thoughts on the school performance framework and our district being in priority improvement or turnaround for the last decade. First, the educators in Adams 14 are highly skilled and competent professionals who understand the value of assessments and data to inform instruction. They also understand the importance of family engagement and that a strong school-family partnership is critically important for academic success. Furthermore, these same educators participate consistently with a variety of trainings and professional development sessions that the district and the state provide. They are informed and pay more attention to CDE than most other educators around our state. As dedicated educators, we have followed the recommendations that the CDE and the state board have given the district, and even when educators question the recommendations, we always implemented them with fidelity. The district has hired multiple consultants and lawyers. We have paid an external manager millions of dollars, and after 3 different superintendents and 8 different members serving on the local board, we are still not out of turnaround. In fact, as you look at the data over the last 10 years, we are about where we started. It has been over 10 years, and according to the school performance frameworks, and even the feedback in the most recent CDE progress monitoring report, Adams 14 is making slow progress, but no significant improvement has been achieved or maintained. Changes have been made to the teaching staff, the certified staff, several building administrators, and yet no significant improvement has been achieved or maintained. We are concerned that the needs at the district leadership level is where the focus needs to be. It is obvious to everyone that there isn't a magic bullet or silver bullet to fix what the school performance framework indicates as areas of weakness. In truth, it is obvious to us. There is nothing wrong with our district. Do our students score as high as other students on the CMAS test? No, but our students are also predicted to score in the lowest 30% of most norm reference tests. Our students have tremendous strengths that cannot be assessed on a state test of any kind, and our community values the education we provide to students, and they don't judge student success based on test scores. There are many adults who are educated in Adams 14 who will attest that doing well in the state test was not a top priority. For many families, a child learning what the teacher actually taught in class and improving their overall student skills are a much better measure of how their child is doing at school. In conclusion, we want to say that the school performance framework and the state assessments do not truly show how and what the students in Adams 14 have learned. In Adams 14, we have listened to our local Board of Education. Would you like me to finish, Madam Chair? Okay. The State Board of Education, the Colorado Department of Education, and an external manager, and yet we are not seeing any of the improvements that have been mandated and promised. The overall district leadership is clearly the place where change needs to occur. Perhaps it is time to let educators, the true experts, and parents have more input into what makes a good school so that the change we seek can finally be realized.
This is public comment number 5 from Jennifer Holliday. She says, members of the State Board of Education, I am among the tens of thousands of families in Colorado with school-age children who want standardized tests administered to their children this spring. Why? I want to know how much the experiment of remote learning, although a necessity during COVID, has impacted my child's academic progress. Our daughter only gets one shot at her current grade level, and I have no idea what she's gained or lost in terms of her learning trajectory since last March. Teachers surely are doing their best, and my daughter's experience with online school has been very uneven. I suspect my family is not alone in this. Administering tests will require flexibility, longer testing windows, condensing the bank of questions students answer, figuring out online administration where possible. It is a lift for schools, districts, and the state, and the test certainly should not be used for high-stakes accountability. Families, teachers, and schools, however, do need standard information to co-create individualized plans to ensure students recover from any learning loss during the pandemic, so they can be truly prepared for college, career, and the life of their dreams. Every child deserves nothing less than the public schools that are supposed to serve them. Respectfully, Jennifer Holliday, Denver, Colorado.
This letter is from Julie White. To the Colorado State Board of Education. I am a teacher with Englewood Public Schools and have been teaching in Colorado for over 10 years. This year, I am an e-learning teacher working with grades 7 through 9 on language arts. Asking our e-learning students to take a CMAS test this spring would be detrimental in so many ways. 1, these students and families have opted for learning at home this year for many reasons, namely staying safe in a pandemic. We have been told that if state testing happens this spring, our e-learners will be required to go to a building and test in person in our district. This is not feasible with the social distancing requirements and space and staff that would be required to manage these tests. I have nearly 200 students on my caseload alone. The classrooms at our middle schools are already filled to capacity, and our e-learning families will not put their students in jeopardy for a state test. Hundreds will opt out, and then what kind of reliable data will we have? This leads to reason number 2 to cancel. We already have oodles of data in our district from formative assessments, which provide much more timely and accurate feedback to educators and students. We have also taken the benchmark assessments, such as the Illuminate test, and have reports from Edgenuity to guide our data conversations. I would ask how CMAS data this spring would be useful. How will it help the most vulnerable? How will it help fund and support our students? CMAS data comes to us too late. We know how to help our students now. We know how to help our students this summer if we have funding for summer school or other remediation opportunities. This is the third reason to cancel, the cost. The cost of trying to organize this feat, the manpower, the devices and device repair, the scheduling, and all of the other human resources that would have to be invested to pull off this effort. It is not worth it. We do not need the CMAS test to create winners and losers of the pandemic. We can't risk using inaccurate data to make high-stakes decisions. We all know our annual learning progression was interrupted this year. I would much rather use the precious instructional time that I have to connect my students and teach. Please do not ask us to proctor the CMAS and waste weeks of priceless instructional time. So many groups are already in favor of pausing state assessments, including CASE, CEA, Colorado Association of School Boards, Coloradans for the Common Good, and Colorado Rural School Alliance. Please do the right thing by not stressing our families and students any further and cancel the CMAS for the spring of 2021. Please honor the educators across the state by hearing our plea and following what so many other states have already announced. Cancel state assessments. Thank you, Julie White.
This is public comment number 7. It says, dear members of the State Board, on behalf of the Westminster Public School Board of Education, please read the attached resolution into the public record. This was from January 12, 2021. It says, whereas the Board of Education, the Board of Westminster Public Schools, the district, believes that schools should be held accountable to the public for providing rigorous and effective academic programming to the district students, and whereas the board is dedicated to protecting the health and safety of all students, staff, and visitors to the district schools, and to that end, is adhering to the recommendations and guidelines set forth by the Centers for Disease Control, the Colorado Governor's Office, the Tri-County Health Department, and the Colorado Department of Education, COE, related to controlling the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the pandemic has created unforeseeable obstacles to student learning, including access to teachers, materials, and support services provided by the school district, and has resulted in numerous disruptions to the school and academic success of students. And whereas the pandemic has made instruction and learning eminently more difficult in both the 2019-2020 and 2020-2021 school year, and whereas the state has properly made the health and safety of all students and staff a priority during the pandemic, and whereas the mental health of students and staff has been seriously and negatively impacted by stress and concerns related to the pandemic and would be unnecessarily exacerbated by mandatory high-stakes state testing this spring, particularly in light of the academic difficulties teachers and students are already facing due to the pandemic, and whereas the COE correctly suspended state-level testing for the 2019-2020 school year due to the difficulties school districts, school staff, and students faced, including the cessation of in-person learning due to the pandemic, and whereas the 2020-21 school closures for in-person learning have continued the majority of the 2020-21 school year, and school districts across Colorado and the service they provide have been severely disrupted due to the pandemic during the 2020-21 school year. And whereas the board believes that high-stakes standardized testing this spring would fail to fairly assess student achievement and growth given the pandemic's disruption to the education and would result in a loss of instructional time just as students are finally able to return to in-person learning throughout Colorado as a critical moment in students' education. And whereas the district believes that just as CDE's decision to suspend testing for the 2019-2020 school year pandemic, and whereas the mental health of students and staff has been severely and negatively impacted by stress and concerns related to the pandemic and would unnecessarily exacerbate the mandatory high-stakes state testing this spring, particularly in light of the academic difficulties teachers and students are already facing due to the pandemic. And whereas the COE correctly suspended the state level testing for the 2019-20 school year due to the difficulty school districts, school staff, and students faced during this. I feel like I've repeated myself. I'm sorry. Yes. It looks like this has maybe gotten duplicate. Hold on. Okay. I think we had some parts that was added twice. So I'm just going to read the last paragraph. My apologies. Whereas the district believes that Justice CD's decision to suspend school testing for the 2019 school year was the best interest of students, schools, and school districts, suspension of state testing for the 2020-21 school year is the best interest of students, schools, and school districts. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the board hereby recommends that COE suspend state testing for the 2020-2021 school year. And that was signed on January 12th of 2021.
This is public comment number 8. It's coming from Ready, Colorado, from Luke Ragland and Tyler Sandberg. We write to the board today to urge support of having a statewide assessment. There are many reasons to conduct the assessment, but we want to focus on just one of them in this public comment. Isn't having data, even if not perfect, better than having none at all? We all know that schools being closed has harmed kids. From studies from McKinsey to the CDC to virtually any parent you talk to anywhere, we know kids are suffering. There is no doubt or debate about that. There's also no doubt that COVID has impacted some communities much more dramatically than others. Shouldn't we try to understand how much academic harm has happened, where it has happened, and to whom it has happened in Colorado? Without a statewide assessment, we have no comparable academic data for nearly 1 million Colorado kids and billions spent annually by taxpayers. Without an assessment, we are depriving parents, policymakers, and school leaders from an important piece of data to inform their decisions. The assessment won't solve the damage from COVID, but it will make our state's response smarter. The assessment won't be simple to conduct, but nothing is simple to conduct during COVID. That's not a reason not to have it. Colorado's families and schools are facing an enormous historic challenge in trying to help kids overcome the impact of COVID. They need more data, not less, to help inform their decisions. Don't hide the harm by depriving Colorado of important data. We urge the State Board of Education to support a statewide assessment.
This is public comment number 9 from the Colorado Children's Campaign. It says, Commissioner Anthus and members of the State Board of Education, we appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment on the importance of spring assessments. The Colorado Children's Campaign is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research, policy, and advocacy organization committed since 1985 to realizing every chance for every child in Colorado. We advocate for the development and implementation of data-driven public policies that improve child well-being and education, health, and early childhood. We cannot improve what we do not measure. Collecting student performance data is in some way in 2021 is essential to developing a roadmap to recovery for Colorado's K-12 schools. They will illuminate how we serve or fail to serve our students during this period and show which students are most negatively impacted by the disruptions of COVID-19. Therefore, we strongly encourage the department and the state board solidify and communicate the importance of assessing students in the spring. Statewide assessments will help ensure that every student counts and is seen, regardless of race, income, or geography. This is an unprecedented time for students and parents, and the impact will be felt differently by different families and school communities. Students, parents, and community members deserve to know how all kids are progressing. Parents and guardians should have a full picture of their child's academic abilities. Comparable assessments represent one important tool for measuring student performance and growth. They help us understand how students are progressing in their learning. Additionally, the department convened the COVID implications stakeholder work group in the fall. The group was charged with making recommendations regarding whether and how to proceed with state assessments, accountability, and educator evaluations during the 2020-21 school year. Several of the recommendations included the final report were thoughtful and responsive to the current pandemic, and other completely missed the mark. Most importantly, though, after months of thoughtful deliberation, we still don't know how our education system is serving or failing kids during the pandemic. 1 year without crucial and actionable data on student performance is enough. A second lost year of information about the learning progress of students, especially during a pandemic that we know is deepening existing educational inequities, would be unacceptable. Particularly now, during the time of a national crisis, states and school districts have a duty to serve all kids by doing all they can to assess the impact of the pandemic and provide additional resources and supports to the students that need them the most. Thus, we recommend the Department and State Board provide support and capacity to districts and schools to ensure equitable access for spring assessments for every student that prioritize the health and safety of kids, families, educators, and school staff.
This is public comment number 10. It's Cherry Creek School District Resolution number 21-110, approval of the resolution to support the suspension of state assessments for the 2020-2021 school year. The following resolution was prepared at the request of the Board of Education. Whereas the Board of Education Board of Cherry Creek School District number 5, CCSD, believes and affirms that schools should be held accountable to the public for providing rigorous and effective academic programming to CCSD students. Whereas the board is dedicated to protecting the health, safety, and welfare of all students and staff, and to that end is adhering to federal, state, and local recommendations and guidelines related to the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has created unforeseen obstacles and disruptions to CCSD student learning and instruction during the 2019-2020 and 2020-2021 school years, including access to teachers, materials, technology, and support services provided by the CCSD, and has resulted in numerous disruptions to school and the academic success of CCSD students. Whereas the mental health of CCSD students and staff has been impacted by the stress and concerns related to the COVID-19 pandemic, and would be further exacerbated by administering mandatory high-stakes state assessments in the spring of 2021. Whereas requiring mandatory high-stakes state assessments in the spring of 2021 would result in a further loss of valuable in-person instruction time, just as CCSD students have resumed in-person learning. Whereas requiring mandatory high-stakes state assessments would necessitate a need for CCSD to collect computer devices issued to disadvantaged students who need those devices to continue to access remote learning opportunities. Whereas the Colorado Department of Education appropriately and in the best interests of children suspended state assessment for the 2019-2020 school year due to the difficulties and disruptions Colorado school districts faced during the 2019-2020 school year related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas administering locally designed assessments in lieu of high-stakes state assessments provides equally meaningful, accurate, and timely data on student growth and performance for students, parents, and staff. It is therefore resolved that CCSD Board hereby supports and strongly recommends that the Colorado Department of Education suspend state assessments for the 2020-2021 school year. This resolution is passed and approved this 22nd day of January 2021, signed by Karen Fisher, CCSD Board President, and Janice McDonald, CCSD Board Secretary.
Madam Chair, would you like me to do public comment number 11, or would you like to pause there? The number 11 is about half a page.
I think one more, and then we'll move the rest to later this afternoon, please.
Okay. So this is from a parent. So Board of Education members, thank you for taking the time to read and consider the very real impacts of standardized testing in 2021 on the well-being of students. This is an incredibly important issue that directly impacts student learning this school year. My son is a third grader in the St. Vrain Valley School District, and this would be his first year to take the state standardized assessment. As a parent, I'm baffled that we would consider administering the assessment this year given the disruptions to student learning that has already occurred. My son has only been in school consistently since the beginning of January, and even then his learning has been disrupted by quarantines of students and educators. In addition, I do not believe that the state assessments will provide actionable data related to his learning or to the next steps that his teachers might take based on his score. I would much rather my son be engaged in learning during the weeks typically devoted to testing. Instruction is how educators can deal with any mislearning due to COVID, not testing. Please take action and request the waiver to forego state testing this school year. Regards, Sarah Knighton, and she's a St. Vrain Valley School District parent.
Thank you. I think we have close to a dozen additional letters, and we will read those at, I am guessing if we're on any kind of a schedule, at about 3:30 this afternoon. So, and I want to thank everyone who has communicated with the board. I really do appreciate it. So the next item that is not on the agenda is a 10-minute break, please. So if you would come back at 10:50, that's a little bit more than 10 minutes. 10:45, excuse me, come back at 10:45 and we will proceed. Thank you.
Hold on, Madam Chair, we gotta go live.
Oh, I thought we were live. Oh, sorry. There we are. We'll now have a short presentation and vote on the certification of the state share entitlement pursuant to School Finance Act. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Jennifer Oakes, our Chief Operating Officer, to give us another update on state share.
Great, thank you, Commissioner and Madam Chair. This is my third time coming before you with this topic during the current fiscal year, and there will likely be one more time that I need to come back before you. So as you recall, this is the state board is asked to certify the monthly payments to the districts through the School Finance Act. And so the School Finance Act, as you know, is a very complex formula that is outlined in statute. And so your staff goes through that and applies those calculations. We also work very closely with Legislative Council staff to make sure that we tie out. And that's a great double check for the work that we do to make sure it's accurate because it is so complex. And so that's the certification, the entitlements that we're asking you to certify. Once we do that entitlements, which is the application of that formula, then there's a number of other adjustments that are required by statute or at the request of districts that also impact their monthly payments. Again, that might be to repay some audit payments or other types of sort of pullouts that are authorized either by statute or the districts. So what we are asking you today is to certify the previous two times I came. The first time was to certify the estimated entitlements from July through November. Then we came last month to certify the December, which is the mid-year true-up that includes the majority of those student counts and assessed valuations that are updated mid-year. And so now I'm asking you to certify the January through June, so the remaining 6 months. And what this includes is the final refinements to those student counts that we didn't get initially in December to make sure that they are in concert with the final student count information and any updated sort of assessed valuations that came in from counties. So that is what you're asked to certify. Why I believe I will come back before you again is because the JBC is currently looking at additional changes to the supplemental. And so if that is passed or when that is passed, we will come back to have you certified based upon any legislative action that occurs. So you are being requested to certify the January through June state share entitlements in the amount of $336,056,198.35. And I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Oakes. I'd first appreciate a motion and then we'll go to questions. Have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move to certify the state share entitlements for January through June 2021 pursuant to the School Finance Act.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So Board Member McClellan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Oakes, for your presentation and for the great information in our packets on this item. I just had a question about the mechanics of how the swap adjustment works. If students are involved with, or if a district has substantial numbers of students in the School to Work Alliance program, how do the mechanics of that work? We see a negative number. Does that mean that those dollars are being spent on the district's behalf, but with a partnering organization? How does that work?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So that's a monthly adjustment. So the districts participate in the SWAP program and they work with the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. That's over in the Department of Labor and Employment. And so the districts are going to work directly with the Department of Labor and Employment on that. And then based upon their participation, the Department of Labor and Employment gives us information about the adjustments that we need to make pursuant to that participation. And so then we take that out. And essentially, we take that out. It's a negative for the districts. And so we will take those funds and send them over to Labor and Employment for that participation. And basically, we're just operating as the middleman instead of us sending the money to the district and then all participating districts to send it to Labor and Employment. We're just doing that transaction to make it easier for everybody. We get the amount, we pull off the amounts for each of the districts, and that's located in that spreadsheet. And then we send one single payment to Labor and Employment. It's just sort of a, accounting mechanism that we do to try and simplify things.
That was going to be my guess, but I just wanted to make sure that I understood the mechanics. Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Thank you. Board Member Esser, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As soon as I can find the unmute button. Thank you, Jennifer, for that report. Ms. Oakes, can you explain to me what the charter intercept adjustment is?
Yes, so much like the swap that we just discussed. So the state treasurer implements this program. And so it's for the payment of debt service on charter school bonds pursuant to statute. And so that program is really designed to enhance charter schools' ability to obtain favorable financing on bonds. And so again, each month the state treasurer sends us a list that says, here's the intercept amount that we need to take for each of the districts. And then we take that, carve that money off the top, and then send it to the state treasurer. Again, acting as that middleman for the accounting transactions.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Oakes.
Board Member Schaffel? Board Member Rankin, do you have any questions?
No, Madam Chair, I don't. Thank you, and thank you for the report.
Board Member Escarzica?
No questions, thank you.
Board Member Durham?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzica.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
I believe Board Member Shuffle is still absent. Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is recognition of Colorado's 2020 National Blue Ribbon Schools. Commissioner Anthony, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, we're excited to honor some really wonderful schools. We always love to do this in person and see people and take pictures and clap and all of those wonderful things. But, as with everything this year, we're doing things a little bit differently. So we still want to honor their amazing work. I'm really proud of these schools. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Melissa Kolsman to tell us a little bit about the awards and the awardees.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner, Board Chair Schroeder, Vice Chair Durham, rest of the board. We have 3 of our 4 principals who are here, and I think now we have actually all 4. Always an interesting challenge to conduct a recognition virtually, making sure everyone is here, but I think we've got everyone. This is always a great portion of the state board meetings where we get to honor the great work of our Colorado school leaders. Today we honor our 2020 National Blue Ribbon School Award winners. The National Blue Ribbon Schools program began in 1982 to honor and bring public attention to highly successful American schools. All nominees for the Blue Ribbon Award must qualify as either an exemplary high-performing school, which are schools in the top 15% of schools in the state as measured by state tests in both reading and math, or as an exemplary achievement gap closing school. These are schools that have had at least 40% of their students from disadvantaged backgrounds and have dramatically improved student performance in all subgroups to high levels in reading and math on state assessments. CDE is able to nominate up to 5 schools that demonstrate they meet these criteria. Once CDE identifies the schools complete a rigorous application which is submitted to the U.S. Department of Education. The U.S. Department of Education then verifies the data to make sure the school exemplifies quality. Once the award winners are certified based on the results of the most current data available, they are typically honored in Washington, D.C. at a national awards ceremony. This year, the award ceremony was held virtually in November of 2020, where each of the Blue Ribbon schools received a plaque, banner, and flag, signifying their Blue Ribbon status. To be named a Blue Ribbon school is to join an elite group. Less than 9,000 schools have won this award in its 38-year history. In 2020, 317 public schools and 50 private schools across the country were recognized. Earning the Blue Ribbon is a mark of excellence, a symbol of quality recognized by everyone from parents to policymakers across thousands of communities. It sets a high standard for all schools striving to be exemplary. We look to these schools as examples of how we can prepare our students for success in the global economy. I'd like now to introduce each of our Blue Ribbon schools and ask their representatives, our principals, to say a few words. First, we have Principal Josh Griffin from Devlin Junior Senior High School in Jefferson County Public Schools.
Thank you, and I want to start by thanking the Colorado Board of Education for this recognition today, as well as the department for nominating our school to be recognized with this award. Finally, thank you to the United States Department of Education for this great, prestigious recognition of our school. I'm honored to be able to represent the Devlin community with you all this morning and grateful for the recognition. I believe that this award is a great reflection of our hardworking students, our dedicated teachers and staff, and our very engaged and supportive families. And I feel fortunate to serve as the leader of this great school in this strong community. As an option school in Jefferson County with a liberal arts academic program, I also believe this recognition is a great reflection of the strength and power of a traditional liberal arts education. So I'm grateful that our school community can be recognized. Thank you for the time, and I congratulate all the other winners and those receiving recognitions this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Griffin. Now I'm pleased to introduce Principal Sarah Verney-Lau from Highline Academy Southeast in Denver Public Schools.
Sorry about that. Took me a second to unmute. I just want to say thank you to everyone for this honor. I am Sarah Verney-Lau, principal at Highline Academy. We are a K-8 charter school located in Denver, where we serve just over 500 students. Our school was founded in the hopes of creating a diverse and equitable learning environment for all of our students. And to do that, we serve students from over 30 different countries and with 50 different home languages. Our diversity extends beyond our cultural differences. We serve students with a wide range of economic backgrounds and with a range of exceptional needs. Being named a Blue Ribbon School is a recognition of the work we are doing to close the opportunity gap for the students in our community. I'm proud to represent the students and staff and families of Highline Academy, and I extend my congratulations to all of the award winners.
Thank you, Principal Verney-Lau. Now I'd like to introduce Principal Kurt Dennis from McAuliffe International School in Denver Public Schools.
Good morning. Thank you all for recognizing us today. We appreciate your support of our schools and our children. It's a great honor for us to accept this award. As the other principals mentioned, without the support of the Colorado Department of Education and the school board and our district leadership, none of this would be possible. So thank you for that. Also want to recognize our families in our community for the support that they provide our school, not just in terms of their financial support, but also in terms of their time and their energy and their passion for education. Finally, want to recognize our teachers and our kids who work so hard to learn and to grow every day, and for them to know that their hard work is paid off and is not unrecognized. So congratulations to everyone, and thank you to the board for this opportunity this morning.
Thank you, Principal Dennis. Finally, I'd like to introduce Principal Lauren Votruba from Swink Elementary School in Swink School District.
We lost her.
So Principal Votruba, are you with us?
I saw her a minute ago, so maybe she just needs to turn her camera back on, or I don't actually see her icon at the bottom. I wonder, oh wait, maybe it's over here.
I show her in the meeting.
Principal Votruba, can you hear us? Can you turn your camera on and unmute if you can hear us?
Are you guys waiting for me?
Yes.
Yes.
I am so sorry. I have no idea what happened on our end. Of course, like the minute before I'm supposed to talk. But anyways, thank you so much for having us here. I'm Lauren Votruba. I'm the principal of Swink, and I am representing an amazing building. So we are so glad to be here today. And sorry, the passion is real. So being a Blue Ribbon Award winner is amazing. So we definitely could not do it without our staff, our students. If it all be right behind me because I represent an amazing group. So again, thank you for honoring me today in Swink School.
Thank you so much to all of you. And we commend you for your dedication to student achievement and for inspiring students to attain higher levels of performance. We congratulate you on your Blue Ribbons accomplishment. And folks, please join me in honoring the 2020 Blue Ribbon Award winners. And our clapping is somewhat silent.
Congratulations, everyone. You can take a picture of the screen, but we usually do pictures in our boardroom. Maybe another day.
We'll figure all this out.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're so appreciative of your dedication. Congratulations.
Thank you. So colleagues, an executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-402 3A2 CRS to confer with an attorney about the board's waiver granting authority and Kawaga Community Academy waiver requests, as well as to confer regarding matters required to be confidential by federal law or rules or state statute pursuant to 24-6-402 3A3 CRS, including any educational disciplinary matters on today's agenda. Do I have a motion to go in exec session?
So moved.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? So we're going to convene into exec session and then recess for lunch. We anticipate that we'll be back on the regular board record at around 1 p.m. We are now in executive session. Thank you.
All right, Corey, we're ready to go live. All right, Madam Chair, we're now live.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is an information item for the upcoming rulemaking hearing on the UIP timeline adjustment through amendments to 1 CCR 301-1 Education Accountability Rules. This is not something we're voting on today, but additional information as I understand it. Commissioner, is staff ready to provide an overview?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Rhonda Hannaford and Lisa Medler.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you, Madam Chair Schroeder and Commissioner Anthis. It is always a pleasure to be with you today. And I am going to welcome Lisa Medler, who is the Executive Director of Accountability and Continuous Improvement, as well as Katie Lanahow, our Senior Policy Consultant. We're going to share some information concerning a rulemaking hearing to consider amendments to the Education Accountability Rules.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lisa.
Yes.
Great, okay, thank you. Thank you. I am projecting the slides. Can you just confirm, because I cannot see your faces. Yes, okay.
Yes, we can see
a little bit of, I see a little bit of nodding. Thank you. So let me get back here. So thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board. As a reminder, this is a follow-up to the discussion from last month when we were giving you an update on the recommendations from the COVID-19 policy implications stakeholder group. And then we gave you a little preview of this. So I'm just going to walk you through very quickly what those recommendations were from the stakeholder group. I'm going to share with you the proposed state board rule language. And then, as Chairwoman Schroeder mentioned, this is an information item for you. There's no required action. We'll be back in March for the hearing then. I also have on the phone, if needed, Katie Lanahaw from the policy office, as well as I believe Melissa Colesman, because there were some implications around the READ Act. I will give this presentation though, and then if there's questions, we do have a team here ready to jump in. Okay, so as a reminder, the stakeholder group met over the fall, and they had a series of recommendations with you that were shared last month. The one recommendation that didn't require statute change and only board rule change was around the optional window for the improvement planning process. So that is what we're talking about today. You will also remember that we had some discussion about the timelines, because this is something that you as the board have given considerable flexibility in response to COVID already. And so it does get a little bit confusing on the timelines. So just to reorient you, this year, we are in 2021. Last spring, you enabled schools and districts to take flexibility and not use that April window. So instead, they submitted in October of this year. Now we're looking at this next April. About a third of them took you up on that flexibility. And now as we're looking at this April window, there's about 2/3 of schools and districts that the stakeholder group is recommending should get that flexibility again, at least the option of it. So we're talking about just this one window. And then also to remind you, we had that green line at the bottom. We had worked together earlier this year to make a permanent shift to the timeline so that all schools and districts submit in October. And I think this is where some of the confusion comes from. This flexibility is just focused on this particular window in April, and then everyone should be in sync and on board beginning next October. So hopefully that helps to clarify a little bit. The one change that I do want to point out, and we'll get into this in the language, is that with the addition of the READ Act requirements in the improvement planning process went into effect this year. So while the flexibility is modeled on the flexibility that you gave last year, we do need to take into account that flexibility does not extend to the READ Act requirement, and that districts will still be expected to turn in that report, even if they are taking the flexibility to not turn in their improvement plan. So moving forward to the proposed language, you're going to see two slides. This first one is aimed at district level flexibility. You'll see that there is some black text at the top. That is reference to the language that was adopted last year to provide flexibility. The new language for this year is in red. And in a nutshell, and this was done in consultation with the AG's office, it is acknowledging that this is being offered in response to COVID, and that essentially the most recent plan is just rolling over to this year to cover this year, and then reporting will be resuming in October. And then again at the very end, that acknowledgement that that READ Act reporting requirement is still expected to be turned in this year. And then this slide now is in reference to the school flexibility. So it's set up the same way as the district language. So the 9.00A is in reference to last year's flexibility that you've already adopted. The new language is in red. And again, it's just about rolling over the most recent plan. And then there's an acknowledgement that, or a clarification that charter schools need to be included in the reporting by districts or by the Charter School Institute for any of the READ Act reporting. So with that, I will stop there with that reorientation to what is in front of you. And again, a reminder that we'll be back in March for the actual hearing. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen. Okay, and I will stop there. Do you have questions?
Thank you, Ms. Medler. I'll go down the line and see if there are any comments or questions. Board Member McClellan.
I may. Can you come back to me maybe at the end? Can I?
Yes, I can. Of course. Board Member Esser.
I do not have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Sure. Board Member Rankin.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Board Member Escarcega.
I found my answer right on the slide. Thank you. Thank you.
Board Member Durham.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Right.
Hi, Madam Chair. I think I've got a couple of questions. We're seeing interim assessments reported for the middle school and elementary school level, but not the high school level.
Madam Chair, sorry, Board Member McClellan, I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Is this in relation to the UIP accountability rule presentation?
Okay, never mind. Different item. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else, colleagues? Thank you, Ms. Medler. I think we're good. We'll see you next month. Ready to vote. If anyone has questions in the meantime, be sure to check in. Next item on the agenda is a presentation from MGT for their quarterly update. As you all know, in 2018, the State Board directed full management for Adams 14 School District. The district selected MGT to serve as its external manager. The board's order also asked MGT to provide quarterly progress reports. Do we have our presenters here, Ms. Marumba?
I believe we have most of them here. I'm just checking our list. Are we missing Harry still? Looks like we are still missing Harry Bull.
And he is the presenter?
Ms. Medler, do you know who's going first?
Yes, yes. Harry Bull is he's kicking off the presentation. And so we have Sheila Burke, who's just coming in now as well. Sorry, we went so quickly on that last item that I think these guys are still transitioning in. So Don is here.
Here's Mr.
Board. Yeah.
Superintendent Bull is on his way in.
Yep. And so I think with that, you have your 4 presenters.
Thank you. Mr. Bull, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Scared me there, President Schroeder. I didn't think I was jumping in quite yet. So we are, and I need to see if I have our board president with us. Yes, we are ready.
Well, please proceed. I understand we need to have a new PowerPoint, but that's what you're presenting anyway, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
I think the reference to the other PowerPoint was a different presentation, Madam Chair.
Really?
So I think we're okay.
Okay. Superintendent Bull, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, President Schroeder and members of the board and Commissioner Anthis. Thank you very much for the opportunity for us to join you this afternoon to provide an update on the current progress of the Adams 14 School District. I do want to take just a moment to welcome and congratulate both Dr. Escarsica and Dr. Esser to the state board. It's very nice to have the two of you joining this group, so welcome. I want to just give you a very brief introduction so that you'll know who will be speaking with you this afternoon. Joining me in this presentation will be Mrs. Ramona Lewis, the president of the Adams 14 School District Board of Education, as well as Mr. Don Rangel, the acting superintendent of the Adams 14 School District, and Mrs. Sheila Burke, the chief academic affairs officer for the Adams 14 School District. To give you a very brief overview of our presentation today, we want to start with an introduction of our Board of Education. And you will notice that there is a change on that front that I will share with you some information about. Want to be able to share with you the Board of Education and their goals and sub-goals that they have agreed upon. We will then move to the Adams 14 Strategic Plan, giving you some performance metrics, which will include specific performance data and an identification of our next step for English language arts, for math, and for our language learner plan, excuse me. We will provide an update on Adams City High School as well as Central Elementary. Highlight the work for you on board goal number 3, which is around community engagement. And then we will move to close with an overview of our return to in-person learning plan, which currently, by the way, is underway, and provide you an update on the superintendent selection process, and then an acknowledgement of the partners who are working with us. And so you have in front of you right now a slide of the members of the Board of Education of the Adams 14 School District. As you're aware, the Adams 14 School District is a district of 5 board members, and I'm sure you noticed quickly that there are only 4 people in the picture here. We had a board member Mrs. Regina Hurtado, resigned her position. She and her family relocated outside of the Adams 14 school district and made a decision to obviously step down from her board position. I do want to acknowledge in this setting Ms. Hurtado's service to the Adams 14 school district and thank her for her time as a board member. What that meant for this Board of Education then is on the 26th of January, there was a formal acceptance of the resignation and an announcement of the vacancy. The deadline for the submission of letters of interest to fill that seat is February 26th. The board will hold a virtual community forum on March the 4th with the expressed intent of making an appointment at the board meeting on March 9th. So I want to make sure that you as the state board and Commissioner Anthus are aware of that change at the level of Board of Education and the steps that the board has already undertaken to fill that position. And obviously, we'll keep CDE apprised of the progress as we work our way through that appointment. Next slide, please.
We can see
there
it,
we go.
Mr. Bull. Yeah, it may be a delay on your end, but we can see it.
Yeah. Okay. So just to reintroduce all of you again, my role here in the Adams 14 School District and with MGT is to serve as the Colorado lead for the projects that MGT has in Colorado. Mr. Don Rangel serves in the capacity of acting superintendent, and Dr. Ron Cabrera is the chief of staff from MGT working inside of the central office for Adams 14. Next slide, please. The team, the senior leadership team in Adams 14 includes Shay Martinez, the chief business affairs officer, Sheila Burke, the Chief Academic Affairs Officer, and Brianna Didell, the Director of Communications for the Adams 14 School District. And with that, if we could go to the next slide, I will turn this over to Acting Superintendent Don Rangel for his introductory comments and also then to introduce Board President Ramona Lewis.
Outstanding. Thank you, Dr. Bull. President Schroeder, Commissioner Anthus, and distinguished board members. It is always a good thing for, and we appreciate the time to be able to update our progress. A new board, talking about the vision and mission, a new board was elected in November of 2019. The first retreat of the new board occurred in December of 2019. Since then, the Adams 14 Board of Education has participated in approximately 30 to 40 hours of retreat time, discussing the vision and goals of the school district. Taking the key step of establishing a vision that paints a picture of what will be true for students, staff, and parents and the community in the future is critical for a district to make substantial progress towards the ultimate goal of successfully educating students and preparing them for their life after high school. And so, this slide really does share with you the vision of the Adams 14 School District right now. Through engagement, collaboration, and mutual respect, the parents, teachers, administrators, and community community partners of Adams 14 will create the academically rigorous and culturally diverse learning experiences needed to prepare students for success in college and career and adulthood in safe, performance level schools. This vision has a lot of powerful words in it and really does drive what we are doing. I want to introduce our board president, Ramona Lewis, who is representing our full board in our conversation today, who is going to give an overview of the work and our partnership between MGT and the Adams 14 School District. President Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Rangel. Madam Chair, members of the State Board, and Commissioner Anthus, it's an honor to be here today with our external partner MGT and our district staff. The Adams 14 Board of Education is fully committed to its partnership with the district's external management organization, MGT, and the State Department of Education in our ongoing turnaround work. My fellow board members and I recognize that substantial, accelerated, and sustainable improvement is critical for the Adams 14 students. To that end, we honor the operational authority that has been delegated to MGT, and we have followed every one of MGT's recommendations, including when to go remote and when to return to in-person learning. The last 11 months have been unprecedented and incredibly challenging. COVID has had an extraordinary impact on the Adams 14 community, adding to the struggles that our families already face. My colleagues and I have worked closely with MGT to keep the district turnaround on track, responding to the pandemic as aggressively as possible while respecting the virus, ensuring a safe learning environment for our students and staff, and maintaining open and transparent communication. Although we know that much work remains, meaningful progress is being made on many levels. 4 of the board's 5 seats changed after the November 2019 election, and as you heard, we're looking for a 5th member now. And then the board immediately at that time began strategic planning with MGT. Our work was intensive and productive. After many hours of retreat sessions, we've updated our mission for the district. We've also established 4 overarching goals with multiple specific sub-goals. And we've developed multi-year metrics to measure progress towards achieving those goals and hold both ourselves and MGT accountable. As you heard, we've also begun the exciting process of searching for our next superintendent who will lead us into the future. Every student in Adams 14 deserves access to skills and opportunities to prepare them for success on a post-secondary path of their choosing, in a safe and equitable learning environment and a culture of excellence, supported by adequate resources and strong partnerships that fully engage all members of the community. On behalf of the entire Adams 14 Board of Education, thank you so much for the opportunity to partner with MGT and continue our work of improving Adams 14 School District. Thank you for the opportunity. And back to you, Mr. Ringel.
Thank you, President Lewis. And if we could advance to the next slide, please. With a strategic vision established, the board worked with MGT and district leadership to develop strategic goals designed to define the work of the district moving forward. The goals and sub-goals provide the framework for the strategic planning process. Next slide, please. Let's move on to the next slide. There you go. I appreciate President Lewis's words. It has been we have really worked hard to have this look, sound, and feel like a partnership. Part of that reason is that we know in the future, as MGT begins to step away a bit, more and more of that responsibility will rest completely with the district. And I really believe that they're going to be in a position to move forward with that. I want to share a brief summary of the strategic goals set by Adams 14 Board of Education. Given the numerous changes in leadership over the years, the lack of coherence between district direction and the work happening in the schools, the struggle of building trust with key stakeholders in the Adams 14 community, and aligning needed resources to specific priorities, the goals have provided a needed clarity to develop a strategic plan that will guide the work of the district moving forward and provide stability in the district for the long term. What you see here are board goals number 1 and 2. Goal number 1 specifically focuses on the academic growth and achievement of students, increasing the graduation rate and ensuring that students graduate with choice in front of them. Though we have and are developing success metrics for each goal area, we will be sharing day-to-day specific to goal number 1 with a focus on reading, mathematics, and the progress of our language learners. Next slide, please. Well, I'm sorry about that. Let's go back one. I got ahead of myself. Goal number 2 specifically focuses on the learning culture and environment created in each school and at the district level. It speaks to having a clear focus on each learner and equitable academic success across subgroups. It also recognizes the need to hire staff with the skills, knowledge, commitment, and belief system to meet the needs of Adams 14 learners. Now we can go to the next slide. Later in the presentation, we will share information and progress made with Goal 3, but Goal 3 really focuses in on the critical importance of communication and engagement with students, staff, parents, and the community so that they are well informed and are clear about all avenues available to them to be engaged and in a position to influence the work happening in Adams 14. And then finally, goal number 4 focuses on the short and long-term financial health of the school district. This includes having the resources to achieve the strategic goals of the district, as well as establishing a foundation of community support to meet the facility needs in a district with aging schools. And we're going to move on to the next slide, please. At this time, I would like to introduce Ms. Sheila Burke, our Chief Academic Officer, who will walk you through the data, walk you through the data and give you a snapshot of the work happening within, especially goal areas number 1 and 2 of the strategic plan. Ms. Burke.
Great, thank you, Superintendent Rangel. Good afternoon, President Schroeder, distinguished members of the board, Commissioner Anthony, and viewing audience. My name is Sheila Burke, and I'm honored to serve as the Chief Academic Affairs Officer for Adams 14. As Superintendent Rangel mentioned, our strategic plan process began with our Adams 14 board members establishing their vision and goals for our school district. As President Lewis and as the Superintendent Rangel mentioned, we established 4 teams to lead each of our 4 board goals and their 3 sub-goals. We added 2 additional teams that focused specifically on CTE, language, and equity for a total of 6 teams. Our strategic plan team began in April of 2020, starting with Goal 1 and continued through January of 2021. We had 42 people total working in our 6 teams, including parents, our district accountability committee, our classified, certified, and administrative staff, union members, MGT partners, our vendor partners, and members from the Colorado Department of Education. We approached our strategic plan through a backwards by design process. This process provided opportunity for collaboration amongst our work teams and provided opportunity to see the future of our district. Our working teams viewed examples of local and national strategic plans, our diagnostic review data, our master facility plan data, in addition to our state and local data sets. One of our key areas of our strategic plan is for students to meet or exceed grade level standards in English language arts and math. English language arts is a priority for our school district and is aligned with our Board of Education goal number 1 that Superintendent Rangel mentioned. Our grounding work this year has been to build on the assets of our programs to prioritize equity-centered pre-K through 12th grade English language arts systems that support each student's achievement by aligning planning, instruction, and assessment. Equity-centered means we are creating, supporting, and sustaining a culture of access where we are responsive to students' backgrounds, lived experiences, cultural perspectives, traditions, and knowledge, where connections with students include meaningful relationships that are authentic to learning. This includes environments where all students flourish because they feel respected and a sense of belonging, where each student has access to high-quality instruction, challenging curriculum, innovative technology, extracurricular offerings, and the differentiated supports and enrichment necessary to promote their success while continually advancing their academic levels. Take a moment to view the slide that is displayed. You can see some of our priorities and the timeline we are following for English language arts. On the left side of your timeline, you will notice our focus around best first instruction. This includes the implementation of our district-approved English language arts resources and interventions. Our priorities also include building capacity within all levels of staff. We are continuing our focus on quality universal instruction following the science of reading in grades pre-K through 12, as well as ensuring students leave the end of 3rd grade reading on grade level. Our goal is to reduce students on read plans by 25%. We are working to reduce the number of read plans and the number of students requiring intensive intervention in all grades. Interventions that align with the science of reading have been purchased for all grade levels and are on the Colorado Department of Education's approved intervention list. A strong implementation of these interventions began in grades K-5 prior to the pandemic and have continued throughout this year. We intended to start these interventions in grades 6 through 12. However, we needed to alter our focus to balance between remote instruction, intervention, and the opening of our schools for in-person learning. We struggle with competing priorities and the time to provide professional development to our K-2 teachers in the science of reading. Fortunately, we secured an early literacy grant that will allow us to do the following. Our literacy manager will become a trainer of trainers in letters. Our instructional coaches will work with K-3 teachers to bridge their science of reading coursework with hands-on work in the classroom. We believe this coordination, along with the upcoming science of reading coursework and our strong literacy curriculum, will result in increased student growth and achievement. As our district now has reached research-based, culturally relevant curriculum resources for English language arts, you will notice in our priorities and timeline our focus on planning. This includes unit plans that are aligned to standards, professional learning communities, or PLCs, to assess teaching and student learning. Next slide, please. Students in grades 3 through 11 are assessed with STAR reading. Our goal as a district is to move 15% of our students in levels 1 through 3 up a performance level while maintaining 100% of our students in levels 4 and 5 for English language arts. We met our goal with our middle of the year data with moving 15% of our students in levels 1 through 3 up a performance level. However, we did not meet the goal of maintaining our students in levels 4 and 5. In addition, we had students in levels 2 and 3 move backwards. This backward slide varies based on the performance level. As our data indicates, the trends you see on your screen follow the national trends for online learning. Students who were strong readers prior to the pandemic remain strong readers. However, those who were struggling readers have been more impacted by the pandemic. In our elementary schools, we had established a strong intervention system prior to the pandemic. We continued to implement interventions remotely. However, we faced a challenge with implementing interventions remotely, such as student attendance, online implementation, and fidelity to the program in a new remote environment. Knowing this, we have provided supports to schools, grade levels, and/or teachers based on the data collected, including coaching, support with planning, observation feedback, and support during grade level PLCs. This support comes from our school leaders, our district office, MGT, and Schools Cubed. Beginning in March, we will implement an academic tutoring program. Additionally, we have designed a summer program for our students to address our student learning loss in English language arts. The strong intervention system we established in K-5 for interventions is being replicated at our secondary level with the support of Schools Cubed. Next slide, please. Acadian's kindergarten data is following the national trends that indicates online learning is not effective for this age group. During the pandemic, we focused on universal instruction. However, as mentioned, interventions were difficult to implement. As a result, in January, we have returned our pre-K through 5th grade students for in-person learning 4 days a week. Next slide, please. Our district goal is to reduce students on a read plan by 25%. The slide on your screen indicates a reduction of our students on read plans in grades K through 5, from 1,402 students based on our middle of the year data in 2019 to 1,129 students based on our middle of the year data for 2020. We did not reach our goal of reducing read plans by 25%, as our reduction resulted in a 19% reduction. We attribute this 19% decline to our training around best first instruction, our increased knowledge around the science of reading, implementation of our district-approved K-5 English Language Arts curriculum, the purchasing of our K-5 research-based intervention materials, and training for our certified as well as our classified staff on our curricular resources and intervention materials. Intentional grouping of students, consistent monitoring of teaching and student learning, and support from our partner, Schools Cubed. Next slide, please. There are 4 major next steps we are prioritizing for English Language Arts. One is to observe classroom instruction and review data to determine greatest area of need and effective lesson plan design through PLCs. We will work closely with schools to review data. Our English Language Arts Manager and Schools Cubed will continue to support pre-K through 12th grade English Language Arts instruction through side-by-side coaching. Lastly, our English Language Arts Manager and Schools Cubed consultants will continue to provide professional development around data analysis and implementation of interventions. Next slide, please. In addition, at elementary, we will continue our initial implementation of our curricular resources. And we will also do the same at our secondary level. Next slide, please. Similar to English Language Arts, our math work will also prioritize equity-centered pre-K through 12th grade math systems. 2 Partner is supporting our math work in building these equity-centered systems with a strategic focus on growing capacity of staff. So by 2023, we've developed the capacity at every level to sustain equity-centered math learning systems that is best supports students' math learning. Our goal as a district is to move 15% of our students in levels 1 through 3 up to a performance level while maintaining 100% of our students in levels 4 and 5 for math. On your screen, you can see some of our priorities and timeline we are following. Our focus for math is around best first instruction and building capacity in our instructional staff. One of our first initial steps we completed in our priorities and timeline was the adoption of our pre-K through 12th grade culturally relevant research-based curriculum that is aligned to standards. In addition to the development of our 4-year math plan, we also created a 1-year math plan and a 90-day plan. I mentioned increasing our instructional capacity, and we are continuing to increase and deepen school administrators' understanding of best first instruction in mathematics. This is done through a 3-part series, observing and calibrating, debriefing, and assessing action steps on science of math learning, as well as applying current research to create an action plan that lives in schools' UIPs. This includes integrating language supports with 8 effective math practices. In addition to our math manager and our school administrators, we are increasing our instructional coaches' understanding of best first instruction in mathematics and the science of how math learning happens. You will see this reflected on your screen as the learning labs. Moving down our timeline and following our priority around best first instruction, we are increasing our teachers' capacity to plan and execute conceptually based lessons and number talks in mathematics independently. In addition to increasing our teacher capacity with unit planning, using our district-approved resources, we are also increasing our bilingual teachers' capacity to plan and execute number talks independently. Next slide, please. These and many other examples are why as a district, we met our goal of moving 15% of our students from levels 1 through 3 to higher bands in math during our middle of the year STAR testing window. With support from students, their families, and teachers, our districts are defying statistics. National reports indicate the pandemic has had more substantial negative impacts on mathematics achievement than reading. However, our math scores are not showing that. In contrast, our students are showing positive growth trends in math instead of the national average decrease of 7%. This slide shows the results from students in grades 3 through 12. From the beginning of the year to now, we are showing small growth in all levels, which is important to celebrate as many districts across the state are showing declines in student performance during the same window. However, there's a small decline from where we were last year at middle of the year as a district. We did not meet our goal of maintaining all students at level 4 or 5. It is important we continue to maximize learning time for students to engage in grade level learning and build conceptual prerequisite knowledge. This means we focus on best first instruction and grade level concepts and strategic extensions and interventions simultaneously. Next slide, please. There are 4 major next steps we are prioritizing this spring for math. We will focus on the implementation of our district-approved HMH materials, provide professional development and coaching on best first instruction, provide extension and interventions, utilize data to inform our instruction through PLCs, and we will continue to focus on creating aligned learning systems while we're implementing the highest leverage points of our new HMH materials and prioritize the learning of essential concepts at each grade level. Next slide. I'd like to transition us to our culturally linguistically diverse work, or what we refer to as CLDE. Next slide. On your screen, you see an image to the right. This image shares the 4 cornerstones of our language learner plan: dual language and syllabi literacy, quality English language development, robust language and culture, and partnerships with parents and community. We hosted several community meetings with the goal of listening to the language needs of our families and incorporating this feedback into our language learner plan. On your screen, you see this work represented in the common beliefs listed to the left. Next slide. On your slide, you can see what we have completed this year, including the submission of our language plan to OCR with tentative approval, the expansion of our pre-K through 4th grade one-way dual language program, the approval of our two-way dual language program, and the creation of our long-term language learner plan. Next slide. Our goal is for our students to be proficient in 2 languages, in English language arts and math. Therefore, we have done the following. We have implemented many projects, systems, and structures during the 2021 school year as we move from designing our language plan to implementing and monitoring our work. Just like English language arts and math, our focus is around best first instruction and building capacity. The slide you see now shares some of our partnerships we have to assist us in accomplishing our goal around our students being proficient in 2 languages, best first instruction, and capacity building at all levels and positions. This includes training for our executive team, both for business and academics, from our partners at the Bueno Center, training for our school and district staff from our partners at the Dual Language Education of New Mexico, and training for our school staff from our partners at Regis University, to name a few. Next slide, please. Our goal as a district is to move 15% of our students in levels 1 through 3 upper performance level while maintaining 100% of our students in levels 4 and 5 for English language arts and math. On your screen, you see our STAR data results from our beginning of the year to middle of the year for math and English language arts. Math is listed to the left and English language arts is listed to the right. We see a positive change in the movement in our math bands. Our literacy data for multilingual learners stayed relatively flat. The changes between bands for our multilingual learners compared to our non-multilingual learners is less than noticeable. We did not meet our goal of moving 15% of our students in levels 1 through 3 or maintaining 100% of our students in levels 4 and 5. Next slide, please. Again, our goal as a district is to move 15% of our students across each of our performance bands. Next, you see our elementary Spanish literacy data from Adele Assessments. This graph shows beginning of the year data compared to middle of the year data. As you view this data set, you will notice we have moved students in a positive way through each of the performance band. There is not as much movement into the same extent as in our previous school year of 2019-20. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to take a moment to share with you an update regarding 2 of our schools that are on the state's Accountability Watch system. Next slide. Adams City High School is our only comprehensive high school in our school district, serving 1,672 students. Currently, 600 students opted for remote learning and 1,072 are in person. Adams City High School is focusing on building structures and processes to build leadership capacity within the school. Following an MTSS structure, Adams City High School focused on creating house teams, allowing a variety of staff to come together to discuss student needs and supports. Collaborative restructuring of systems has led to improved communication and buy-in from Adams City High School staff. In addition, Adams City High School is implementing district-approved curriculum for math. As you see on your slide, our graduation rates are up and dropout rates are decreasing. I'd like to begin with news recently reported in Chalkbeat this January of 2021. Adams City High School's 4-year graduation rate increased from 78.9% up from 74.9%. Adams City High School is now only 3% below the state average. We still have great room for improvement, however, progress is being made. Adams City High School's dropout rates decreased by 1.6% from the previous year and decreased 2% from the 18-19 school year. Adams City High School is striving to meet or beat the state's average dropout rate of 1.8% or below. Next slide, please. Our access median growth percentile decreased significantly from the 2018-19, but saw an increase back into the approaching category in 2020. This data aligns with the graduation rate and dropout rate in that all are improving from the previous year. Next slide. Our goal as a district is to move 15% of our students across each performance level for English language arts and math. Adams City High School is improving in English language arts and math. For example, students in levels 4 and 5 increased by 3% for both English language arts and mathematics. Adams City High School reduced students in level 1 by 6%, again for both English language arts and math. However, we did not meet our goal of moving 15% of our students in levels 1 through 3 and maintaining 100% of students in levels 4 and 5. This data is an indicator that Adams City High School is making positive progress towards student growth and achievement. Adams City High School is working collaboratively with our CLDE department to intentionally support language learners who have been in language programming for 6 or more years. Teachers are receiving long-term English language learner professional development specifically for literacy to support this data set. Next slide, please. It's an exciting time for Adams 14 and our partners. Adams 14 has created the Adams 14 Pathway Alliance. This creates partnerships with institutions of higher education, business leaders, the community, industries, and students. This alliance was integral in creating our recently approved P-TECH program. Through partnering with Front Range Community College, the Construction Education Foundation, Association of General Contractors, and Train Technology, we will now be able to offer students industry certificates, work-based learning, culminating in an Associate's of Applied Science degree in Architectural and Building Science. This program complements our Seal of Biliteracy work, allowing our students to graduate with a diploma plus a certificate recognizing students' bilingualism, industry certifications, and/or an associate's degree. Helping to get this program off the ground, Adams 14 recently received the RISE Fund for a little over $2.1 million. This funding will ensure the P-TECH program is implemented with robustness and allows the district to expand its CTE pathways, creating more opportunities for partnerships under the Adams 14 Pathway Alliance. Currently, our partnerships with institutions of higher education and industry partners continue to strengthen, and new opportunities are on the horizon. Both Southwest Airlines and UPS have expressed an interest in working to become one of our industry partners that would provide workplace learning opportunities for our students. Some next steps for Adams City High School include continuing to focus on best first instruction for English language arts and math, and increasing staff's instructional capacity, including language and cultural strategies. Continuing our work around PLCs, and continue to strengthen and expand our CTE program and course offerings through our Adams 14 Pathway Alliance. Next slide, please. Central Elementary is one of our 7 elementary schools in Adams 14. During the 2019-20 school year, Central had a primary focus on English language arts. This included implementing district-approved curriculum, approved research-based interventions, coaching support from school leadership from MGT and Schools Cubed. For the 2020-21 school year, Central's primary focus is around math, and the work Central started last school year will continue around English language arts. Earlier, I shared our math focus around best first instruction. Central has incorporated our district's initiative by implementing our HMH resources and focusing on professional learning communities. We are shifting our math practices from procedural math to conceptual math, with an emphasis on models to explain our mathematical thinking and process. This includes, but is not limited to, modeling, professional development practices, focused on the 8 effective mathematical teaching practices, as well as observation and feedback. Additional support in each of these areas mentioned are routinely supported by 2 partners. Central is utilizing the support from our partnership with MGT, Schools Cubed, and 2 partners. Central utilized their title funds to purchase additional coaching time with 2 partners. This coaching support includes building capacity with Central's administrative staff and teaching staff through PLCs and observation feedback. During PLCs, Central staff focused on unpacking standards and analyzing student work samples, all supports of best first instruction. Central has identified 2 high leverage turnaround strategies that support best first instruction and increasing staff's instructional capacity. One is around observation and feedback. This high leverage turnaround strategy for school improvement includes visits to each classroom every week, both virtually or in person. This strategy provides real-time feedback to our teachers and data that provides us with our next steps. The second is our PLC structures. This high leverage turnaround strategy for school improvement is grounded in data and supported with professional development to improve learning for students. This is supported by targeted professional development and coaching embedded into our professional learning community. MGT, 2Partner, and Schools Cubed provide strategic differentiated support based on the data. Next slide, please. As Central responded to COVID, Central administrators prioritized supporting staff as they changed their teaching environment from in-person to remote. This included training staff for technology and remote platforms as Central continued to focus on best first instruction. Needless to say, responding to COVID has delayed Central's school goals, and currently we are not making the progress we would like and or anticipated as a response to COVID. Currently, we serve 440 students at Central. 222 are in person and 218 are remote. On your screen, you see our beginning of the year and middle of the year STAR data for math and English language arts on the left. On the right, you see our beginning of the year and middle of the year Acadience and Adele data. Central is showing progress in each category. STAR data indicates that we are reducing students in levels 1 through 3. However, we did not meet the goal of reducing these performance bands by our goal of 15%. Central is our only elementary school that showed a decrease in our well below category for Acadience. Central showed a 5% reduction, and in Adele, Central showed a 15% reduction. Next steps for Central are to continue to focus on best first instruction for English language arts and math, and increasing staff's instructional capacity by implementing our district-approved curriculum resources while embedding language strategies throughout a student's school day. Continuing to build capacity with staff through coaching, observation feedback, and training for staff at all levels. This includes support from our CLDE department. Continuing Central's dual language work from the support of Dual Language of New Mexico, and continuing PLC focusing on English language arts and math. Next slide. I'd like to shift topics from academics to our Board of Education Goal 3. This goal focuses on community engagement. I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of the work we have completed regarding community engagement. Our intentions for communication and engagement are to create consistency, predictability, and inclusiveness, as well as sustainability at all levels across the district. We insist on ensuring our intentions are aligned, inclusive, and anchored to what our community has asked us for. The district is fortunate to have several platforms in place that we are updating, and in some cases upgrading, to ensure we are getting the most out of our established systems. This includes our new website and our accompanying school websites. These new platforms are easier to navigate for our users, manage, and have established plugins for translations to support inclusive accessibility. We've built a well-rounded team of professionals who bring extensive experience and knowledge from communications and engagement. We are fortunate to have 2 Adams 14 alum and 4 bilingual team members, which are 2 long-term requests from our community. We have developed a communications plan that is anchored to the work of our Board of Education's goals and the overall district strategic plan. We are hosting monthly virtual town hall meetings where we are sharing timely updates from the Board of Education and other departments, and take time to really listen to and engage our community in important conversations surrounding timely topics in our community. In this way, we are able to provide our families the answers to the questions so that they can best support their children. We are thrilled to have offered a virtual town hall meeting exclusively in Spanish last month, and are continuing to provide opportunities for our monolingual Spanish-speaking stakeholders to have opportunities to engage in discussion platforms while we offer English interpretation to our participants. Our communication department is being trained on our new communications toolkit for all departments and schools. These toolkits and trainings are designed to create a consistent branding experience both in messaging and in design, as well as predictability regarding communications and outreach throughout the district. A part of these trainings will include clear roles and expectations for communication and translation for all schools and for our district. We are also updating our essential learning guides so that our families can build knowledge and skill to better support their children's education at home. These family-friendly documents will help to create engagement opportunities for our families as they learn how they can boost their child's academic performance outside of school. As COVID restrictions are lifted, we are working towards a common school-based volunteer program where family liaisons train families on ways to engage and be involved, both inside of the school and from home. Across the district, we want all families to have the same high-level experience when it comes to customer service, communication, as well as engagement. We feel strongly that engagement doesn't happen on its own. Rather, it's a result of effective and inclusive communication that build and nurture relationships with all families. At this time, I'd like to turn our presentation back over to Dr. Bull and Mr. Ringel.
Next slide, please. Mr. Rang, I'll let you take the return to in-person, and then I'll close out.
I had been talking for the last couple of minutes, but then realized I had no camera on and I was muted, so I apologize. I'm going to start with talking about returning to in-person learning and the challenge that was presented Adams 14. One of the things I want to make sure that we are all clear about is all the key work that is needed to be done. We've continued to work on that and make sure and that we're starting to get those things in place that are going to make a difference for the short term and the long term in Adams 14. Our journey to return to in-person learning has been very challenging. The health data in the community served by Adams 14 had incident rate data and positivity rate data consistently higher than our surrounding districts. At points during first semester, the incident rate topped 2,000 plus per 100,000, and positivity rates were ranging between 23 and 28% within the community served by Adams 14. With these rates, my recommendation to the school board was to continue with remote learning. So as bad as we wanted to get our kids back, I didn't feel it was responsible to return them when the rates in the community were looking like that. I do need to commend the Adams 14 leadership team, principals, teachers, and support staff for working through the challenges of educating students remotely during first semester. From providing daily meals to making sure every family had access to a computer and internet, to the daily challenge teachers face keeping students fully engaged in the learning process. Remote learning had some success, but it also had its challenges. I also want to recognize our parents in particular. Many of whom did not have the luxury of working from home, but did their best to support their children and kept reaching out to their schools or the district office when they had questions or needed support. We check daily the 14-day incident rate and positivity rate, and a piece of good news data is, as of today, the incident rate in the community served by Adams 14 was down to 353.72, and the positivity rate is down to 6.69. One of the things that some of our surrounding districts that did open up, they started to feel like once the positivity and the incident rate hit 500 or better, that things started to fall apart at the school level in regards to being able to manage that. On January 25th, our elementary students returned fully to in-person learning. On February 1st, our middle school students returned to in-person learning on a hybrid schedule, and on February 8th, high school students returned to in-person learning also on a hybrid schedule. The district during this time frame, and Ms. Burke alluded to this, we had to do a lot of work in this arena, and the district developed a comprehensive plan for this return, which addressed all necessary aspects, including academic planning, transportation, nutrition services, and making sure that our safety measures, protections, and protocols were in place so that students and staff could return safely. And as you can imagine, both on the part of some parents and a chunk of our staff, there was nervousness about returning back to in-person. It is also important to note at this point that even with these plans and precautions in place, 52% of our families in Adams 14 made the decision to continue with remote online learning. And so we really have two systems going on. We have our in-person system and we have our online remote learning system. And we've worked very hard to make sure that our teachers are prepared and our schools are prepared to be successful in both environments. Dr. Bull?
Mr. Rangel, thank you. To close out on the last 2 points of our presentation, I do want to give you as the board and Commissioner Anthis an update on where we are currently with the superintendent search process. Board of Education announced or pushed out a request for proposals at the January board meeting. We received 7 proposals from search firms. Tomorrow, several board members will join me in a virtual conversation with a couple of the search firms. And on Friday, we currently are scheduled for another meeting to debrief with the board and myself. I am optimistic that we will very quickly move towards a decision to select a search firm and then direct John Farrell, counsel for the district, to engage in contracting. Once we get that done, we will transition then to a time late February, early March, where we will be able to then post the superintendent position. After the position is posted during the month of March, the search firm will be able to then work with the Board of Education to identify look-fors and best hopes. We will also engage with the community to do the same, and also in that time frame is when I would anticipate that interested candidates would be putting together their paperwork, preparing for submission. April would be a month then where we conduct interviews, and as the board moves to identification of finalists or finalists, then when that information becomes public, we will be then engaging with the community to meet the finalists and provide the Board of Education feedback. Our goal is to, by late April or at the latest, very, very early May, to have an identified future superintendent for the Adams 14 school district, with the intent of that individual being in place for a July 1 start to begin the partnership then with MGT, the Adams 14 board, staff, and community. So that work is underway, and I want to make sure that you are aware of our timeline. And my last set of comments really is to just acknowledge our partners. I start with the Adams 14 Board of Education. The partnership there is of great value. Of course, the Adams 14 leadership, the teachers and the staff, the Certified Teachers Association, the CTA, has been a valuable partner for us and the Adams 14 community. I also want to acknowledge and say thank you to the MGT partners. So our coaches and our turnaround specialists, you've heard the great work of Schools Cubed, our literacy experts, and to partner, our math experts. We're working very closely and have 4 schools identified, working with the University of Virginia and their work around district turnaround and leadership. We have Dr. Darlene Ledoux, who is working with us in our language program, and Kayla Tibbles, who has been heavily involved as our community engagement and communications person. I want to acknowledge the CDE staff. Lisa Medler, Alice Collins, and Johan Lindgren have been incredibly supportive of the work in Adams 14, and they just add such great value to the partnership. And last but not least, in the COVID context, I do want to acknowledge the partnership that we have with Tri-County Health. They've been wonderful in supporting us and answering our questions. And when we need their support in looking at specific instances, where COVID is an issue. They've been right there with us. And I also want to acknowledge Kaiser. Kaiser has worked very closely with the district. I hold a high level of optimism that we will be able to start very, very soon with vaccinating staff. As all of us know, it's going to be dependent upon the availability of vaccine, but we have a plan and will, within a week, start to begin to get needles in arms and start to vaccinate the staff of the Adams 14 school district. So those partners have been absolutely instrumental in supporting the work, both in terms of improving learning and the work in the context of supporting us as we navigate the challenges associated with COVID. To close, I just am excited that I'm able to say to you now, almost a year after one of our meetings, March 12th, we met with you, and March 13th, we closed down the district. Today, I get to share with you on February the 10th that our elementary students have been back now going into their third week. Our middle school students have returned to in-person learning coming into their second week, and this is a week where we have high schoolers returning to in-person learning. And I really think that there's a perspective in the context of COVID and a perspective looking forward and still what is not certain. And that is any day that we can have kids in person is a great opportunity for the Adams 14 school district. And at the same time, I want to acknowledge the incredible effort of our teachers who have agreed or requested to work in the remote setting with our students and continue to provide strong instructional learning opportunities for students in the remote setting. So with that, President Schroeder, we close our presentation and welcome any questions or comments that the board members have.
Madam Chair, you're on mute. I'm sorry. I think I muted you because I heard some background noise. Now you can't unmute. There you go.
You're in trouble.
I am in trouble. I'm sorry.
No lunch. Mute me. You're dead. Colleagues, I think I'll just go down the line and give you each an opportunity to ask any questions. Thank you for a very fine presentation, Superintendent Bull. Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are you estimating the effect of the remote learning on test scores in the future? Do you have any benchmarks that you're using now that would give you any indication of what the final results might be once we get back to accountability?
So, Board Member Durham, we've used STAR data as a good indicator of where we believe that our students will perform on CMAS. As you saw in our presentation today, we have some highlights. There are some places where from beginning of year to middle of the year, we've shown improvement. Nonetheless, we are off track from where I had anticipated we would be with the impact of COVID. The reality is the longer we can stay in person and have success with those students this year, we are developing plans to look at summer opportunities and extended learning opportunities for students. And ideally, if in fact what people are suggesting with the vaccine available for our staff and a high percentage of our staff being vaccinated and a return to in-person learning next year, next year is going to be a crucial year for us in terms of preparing for CMAS in the springtime. If CMAS occurs this spring, I think that what we're going to look at is what you've already seen in our STAR data, and that is some data that is not necessarily going to be where we would have originally hoped that it would have been. But I still believe that we're going to be able to demonstrate throughout this year improvement. One of the things that will be a reality in Adams 14 is with, as both Sheila Burke and Don Rangel have shared, we have just a little bit over 50% of our students who currently have elected to learn remotely. And if we have over half of our students whose parents choose to not have them come in person to take the test, obviously that's going to have an impact on the performance data that you're making reference to.
Thank you.
Board Member Skarzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a couple questions, and they may go to Dr. Bowler, maybe your academic person as well, but right along the same lines around assessment, the first one, the STAR assessments, is that, I'm assuming, a nationally normed test?
You know what, I'm going to look to Sheila Burke to answer that question. Sheila, do you have that information?
Yeah, so thank you, Board Member Skarzica. That is a nationally normed test.
Okay. Do you have evidence that it's aligned to our state standards?
Based off of the national norm test and the other results that we have across the district, yes, we do have evidence that it's aligned to our state standards.
Okay. I love the way you answer questions very quickly, so I can shoot them right back. That's wonderful. Are the results given to students and parents after they're given?
Yes, we provide them both during parent-teacher conferences. We also upload them in Infinite Campus, so parents have direct access through Parent Portal.
Okay, perfect. Next question is very different. Can you define, I saw the term equity-centered, blah, blah, across a lot of your slides. Can you give me just a short definition of what equity-centered is for the district?
Sheila, do you want to take that one in regards to our strategic planning?
Yeah.
Did she disappear?
I'm so sorry, my computer froze right at the same time and it ended up spinning. I apologize. So the way that we're using equity-centered means that we're creating and supporting our students with their currently lived experiences that they have, and making sure that we're honoring their cultures, whatever it may be as they're coming in. And we have a predominantly Hispanic culture within our community.
Lovely. And just two more questions. I see you said you have a tentative agreement with OCR. I'm pleased to see you working with the Bueno Center. I've known them. Am I freezing up now?
You're fine.
Okay, good. Is there, did you get feedback on the agreement? Is there something specific you have to address, or they just haven't gotten through all the process yet to say they're going to approve it?
So, Dr. Skarzica, my understanding at this point in time is that we have preliminary approval from the Office of Civil Rights. We went in and made the edits and the corrections prior to our submittal. We have not heard back from the Office of Civil Rights at this point in time, but have every indication that we were on track. We are on track to full approval.
Okay, thank you. Because I know I've done the work and they usually will tell you up front your areas that you need to work on, even if they, yeah. Awesome. And then the last question.
I can assure you that we have plenty of guidance from the Office of Civil Rights prior to the tentative approval. We've gone back in and made the corrections that they had asked for, and as I said, then resubmitted. So again, I believe we're on track, but we most certainly are on their calendar.
Okay. And then last, my question has to do with, looking through the PowerPoint, all the places that you're doing work. I know just from kind of the background that one of the areas that the district really struggled with were structures and systems. And I mean through HR, through finance. Those are things I don't see in your PowerPoint of what you're doing to to do with the district, to support the district, because isn't the purpose to kind of develop that district so they can take it over and move, right? Develop those structures so that eventually they're self-sufficient, right? You're to work yourself out of a job, kind of, so to speak. What can you tell me about that part of the district?
Dr. Bohl, can I start with that? Then you can jump in.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
One of the things, Board Member Escarcega, that it was absolutely critical for us was the idea that we really needed to be able to get people in the right positions in our school district. So, for example, we made some personnel decisions that led to changes, for example, in the person who is leading our communications department, the person that is leading our human resources department, the person who's leading business affairs, the person, and we made some key staffing changes, because one of the things that was not true in Adams 14 in regards to systems and structures is having a point person or somebody who would own the work that they were responsible for in each of those areas. And so we made, not to use something that's overused a lot about getting the right people on the bus and getting them in the right seats, but part of putting systems and structures in place was making sure that we had the right people in the seats to do the work that was established. One of the things that was difficult is that we started to see issues around, if we asked who owns that in schools, who's responsible for that, and there we really, when we first started, couldn't get a clear answer about who owned that work in schools. So as you have an executive director now of secondary schools, an executive director of elementary schools, executive director of student services, an executive director over culture and equity, and a director over assessment and our assessment and our academic and our planning. We have people in the right seats so that we can establish within each of those departments the processes, protocols, and systems that need to be in place so that there are things that are true, not just at the district level, but true across schools as far as the key work that needs to be done, and making sure that there's an alignment between the work that happens at the district office and what we expect and what's happening in our schools with our principals and our teachers. So that was a big step with that. Dr. Bohl, do you want to add?
Just briefly, Dr. Escarcega, some of the question that you're asking is something that we had presented earlier to the board prior to your arrival in terms of some of those structural changes. Be happy to get to you those presentations to support you in answering those questions. And the other, I think the other thing is what we were asked in terms of our focus here today was really on the board goals and the like. So I appreciate your question, and I think that we can give you much better detail, perhaps by getting to you a previous presentation that we've had.
Fair, very good. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Bohl, for that report. I had the question that Dr. Escarcega had with equity-centered systems. I heard a lot about processes, groups, and organizations, and strategic plans and mission statements. And I think that you're right, that's what you were invited here to do. I personally was hoping that I could get some information as to how reading is improving because of a group that's working with you called Schools Cubed. I just wonder how your K-3 teachers have been going through the education, or if that's part of on-site with Schools Cubed, or if they're going through CDE for that education. And again, along with Dr. Escarcega, this is probably something that needs to be answered separately, and I need to get back to me. But because of our board being so focused on reading as part of our curriculum emphasis, I was waiting for something, because I think we must know the importance of it with whoever it was that you hired there. I was wondering, with COVID, since you touched on that, what percentage of students have you lost due to moving around, or have you?
So let me start with the enrollment question that you have, and then I will give it to Sheila to give you some insights in terms of the work that we're doing with Patty Montgomery and Schools Cubed, and then specific training in early literacy. And I appreciate your willingness to let us get to much greater detail with regards to that question. But in terms of our enrollment, right now we're looking at an enrollment decline of around 7%. When we've worked with our demographer, Shannon Bingham, with Western Demographics, and the reason that we selected Shannon is because of his expertise literally throughout Colorado. He would tell you that school districts are looking at somewhere around 3.5% to perhaps as high as 8.5% loss of enrollment, depending on the district. About 40% of that we are anticipating will return. We know that our numbers are very low at both ends of our enrollment continuum. When you look at pre-K 1, what we hear from parents is they just really struggled with what remote learning would look like for their young children. And I understand that. And those parents have elected to our knowledge, keep those children home. The other end that was most impacted in terms of our enrollment and enrollment loss are at our junior and senior grade levels, where kids needed to, in the context of Commerce City and Adams 14, needed to go to work to support their family. Our hope is that we're going to see large percentages of both of those sets of students return. But we're also recognizing, and this is where working with Western Demographics has been most helpful, and we're going to see this across the state. There are just fewer and fewer school-aged children who are in the state. And so COVID has exacerbated that enrollment decline. But as I said, I think that we will get some back, but at the same time, we're going to see a decline in our.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks for the presentation, Dr. Bull. I know you have a challenging situation, as many do right now that are in your shoes, but thank you for moving forward and working so hard in that situation. Appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. And what I will ask of Lisa Medler is to get a specific question that we can get back to you on the reading preparation. I don't want to lose that. It's a very important question, but if you're comfortable, I can get to you specific details of our partnership with Regis, the work that we're doing, and some of the work that we're looking to implement going forward to provide support for our teachers in that context.
That sounds great, and I'll be talking to Lisa. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Board Member Scheffel.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bullen. Thanks, Madam Chair. Really appreciate the presentation. Like we all know, there's just been a lot of money spent in this district, and your plan is quite complex with many moving parts. My question is, with the number of partners you've listed, I think, 6 or 8 of them, do you have the sense that everybody's going in the same direction? Do you feel that there are strong themes that everyone agrees on, particularly in terms of approach to academic achievement, so that you're getting the summative effect of all these partners and that you don't have some scattered different folks going in somewhat different directions?
So when you ask the question, is there a strong theme going forward? I can easily answer that question, yes. When you say to me, do we have everybody rowing in the same direction every single day, I would have to be honest with you and tell you that we have our moments where we need to come back and reground ourselves in the partnership alignment. And I describe that in a very candid manner of saying that we have a lot of partners who have strong expertise. And when you have strong expertise, you have strong opinions as to how things should be done. And on occasion, there's not always alignment on the day in and day out basis. I'm aware of that. It's work that we are engaging in. And you ask a very good question, but generally my response is, yes, I believe we have a sense of a consistent direction, but it's always good for us to reground ourselves in what that is and what our priorities are.
Okay, thank you. And then just a follow-up comment. I think it would be beneficial to me at least, whether this is something the board would be interested in or just I would, but I'd love to hear from the partners because I think your greatest leverage points are the turnaround folks that you're working with and also School Cubed and perhaps the math folks. Because really to get a change in terms of accreditation status, it's all about the academic achievement. And the other pieces are so important too. But as far as leverage points and effect size, it's really about impacting literacy, math, and the structures and specific instructional techniques that are happening every day in every classroom. So I guess I'd love to hear from School Cubed, maybe for, is it Math for something? Is your math partner?
It's two partner for mathematics.
And then the turnaround.
Board member Shuffle. Yes. I don't want y'all to take offense to this, but I would love to have an opportunity to bring the partners in to talk to you instead of me always talking to you. I enjoy talking to you guys. I don't want you to, don't take that the wrong way, but as you know, I mean, the partners are really who have the expertise. And so I'll work with Lisa Medler and see if we can either in the context of a setting like this or in another context, give you the opportunity to hear directly from our coaches and our partners. I'd love that opportunity.
Yeah, I would love that too. So thanks again for the work you're doing, and we look forward to better data. I know it's been so challenging with COVID, and to try to look, I think there's some islands of hopeful impact, but certainly for the money spent, you know, we all want to see more dramatic accelerated growth. So we look forward to that. Thank you.
Agreed.
Board Member Esser?
It's very nice to go at the end because everybody's asked the questions. Thank you, Dr. Bull and Mr. Rangel, and of course, Ms. Burke. I agree with Board Member Sheffel. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and how do you make sure that they're all cooking the same dinner at the same time? It makes it really difficult. I believe you have the highest number of emerging bilinguals in the state, the highest percentage, close to 50%. So when you have dual language New Mexico, Dr. Ledoux, Dr. Lopez, Alice Collins, you have a lot of different people. One of the problems in the past was the bilingual programs were never cohesive and never consistent. So they were stops and start fits, and I know that from being with Regis and training. My fear is that will continue if we bring in a dual language program. We still have a bilingual at the elementary. I think it's an early exit. You may have moved it to a late exit. I'm wondering how that is all put together so it stays cohesive, consistent, and has continuity. And that may be for a later time.
Yeah, and as I said, I would actually welcome the opportunity to bring our partners in and address those questions specifically across both literacy, mathematics, and with our language learners. Absolutely.
Good. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all. I'm glad to have this chance to check in. My questions are for Academic Officer Sheila Burke. Maybe give her a moment to unmute. So I'm wondering, when you, I know that the CMAS was not undertaken this past spring due to COVID. So I'm trying to get a feel for kind of how to look at the data that you've provided us with, kind of through a clear-eyed view, and try to get a handle on kind of how to regard that data. For the STAR data that you provided, I think you called it, I don't know if that's an acronym. Is that the name of the vendor, STAR?
The vendor is Renaissance. The name of the assessment is STAR.
Okay, Renaissance. Okay. How many hours is that test per pupil?
So a STAR assessment is adaptive, and so it takes the students anywhere from 10 minutes if they go through it quickly on up to 45 to 50 minutes, ideally, to have them really go through each of the questions to find out which level that they're at. And that's true for English language arts and for math.
Okay, so then that would be a total of a maximum of 2 50-minute sessions at the high end?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the entire test. So all of the data, when you talk about STAR data, we're talking about maximum 50 minutes of testing times 2.
Correct.
Okay, and then how were you able to administer that? Was that something that was administered prior to COVID impacting all of us, or is that something you were able to administer remotely after COVID happened? Can you kind of tell me how that went? And maybe tell me when those were administered.
So we have 3 STAR windows that we have: a beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of year. Our beginning of the year assessments happen in August, so the end of August, and for our secondary high school students, it may go into the first week of September. For our middle of the year, we do that 2 weeks in December. So the last 2 weeks right before we go on to winter break is when our students are assessed. And then we do the same thing in May, where we have an additional window to be able to compare our data sets in addition to our baseline.
Okay, so if I may, when you administered the May test in 2020, that would have been post-lockdown. So I'm just wondering, what were the mechanics of how, were you able to do that while students were at home, or were you able to have socially distanced learning in person? How, just mechanically, how were you able to accomplish that?
Absolutely. So our STAR assessments were administered remotely. And so students were able to log into their district issue device or personal device, should they choose to use that, and complete their assessment. We were able to look at data on the backside of our systems. Our teachers were to see how long students were in the assessment for, if they went through it quickly, if there were any misadministrations from the students or if parents were helping. And if we found some outlier data points, for example, if I normally would take the test and all of a sudden this year I did just phenomenally well, we may have asked that child to retest if it didn't fit into the natural body of evidence that we typically had for that child.
Okay, okay.
And the reverse would be true if they went significantly down. We also looked at that student and considered it another administration for that child if it was outside of our body of evidence for that particular student.
Okay, but you felt like you were able to get a reasonable rate of participation and best effort on the part of most of your students?
That's correct.
Did you have much of an opt-out problem going on when you administered the STAR assessment?
No, we roughly had, normally our participation rates are right around the 94 to 95%. We were in the high 80s. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it was right around 89 to like 91% participation, which falls roughly in line with our previous practice, whether based off of in-person learning.
Okay, and then as I go through these various tests or test vendors, I have similar questions. So for Acadience and STAR, what grades was that typically focused on? Was that, I know I saw some of it was for your younger learners, is that right?
So we have STAR set up for grades 3 through 12. Because we didn't come back to in-person learning as quickly as we would have hoped due to our local community data, we did administer STAR to our younger grades. I didn't include it in this presentation slide deck because we didn't do it at the middle of the at the beginning of the year. We only administered it at the middle of the year because we had a mass screener we were doing in place of that.
Okay. And then Acadience, about how long per assessment per pupil, what was the amount of time that it would take to go through the Acadience assessment?
So within our Acadience data, we do a progress monitoring every 6 weeks and in some cases 8 weeks. The administration of those is really based off of the 5 domains of literacy, so phonics, phonemic awareness, fluency, comprehension, and vocabulary. Each of those assessments is relatively quick in nature, and so it may take 15 minutes to 20 minutes total for the student to test. If they are not meeting the or struggling within the Acadians assessment, the administrator may discontinue the assessment so that it's not frustrational for the student. But it's roughly around 15 to 20 minutes for them to complete the entire assessment per child.
And did you have trouble administering that for your remote learners once the lockdown occurred due to COVID? Was that a problem, or were opt-outs a problem? Tell me about that.
So we did have some parents opt out, but roughly we still had a high participation rate. So it wasn't as significant as we had anticipated. We did utilize what we call a SWAT team, so a team that would come in to be able to help because we didn't want to have our teachers who were teaching in a new environment at the beginning of the year, getting used to their class, also administering our Acadians or beginning of the year data. So we brought in some retired teachers that Schools Cubed and our English Language Arts manager trained. And they performed the assessments across our district for each of our elementary schools consistently, assessing every one of our childs. And we had a team of 13 people that came through.
And was this test also administered post-lockdown remotely?
That's correct.
Okay. And that went reasonably smoothly for you, is that right?
Yeah, as smooth as it could. There was a couple hiccups the first 2 days. We did a debrief session and adjusted for the rest. But as we got the hang of it, under doing it remotely, we were able to execute it fairly well.
Okay. And how about ID? Oh, and before I jump off of Acadians, can you remind me the grades that were covered by Acadians?
K2.
Our Acadians data is set up for our K2 students.
Okay, thank you. And then IDEL. Do you say IDEL, or do you use the acronym IDEL? Is that the vendor or just the test?
It's the name of the test. We refer to it as the DEL.
Okay. And what's the length of time for an assessment for IDEL?
It's similar to Acadian, so anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes at the most. And again, it assesses similar components around early literacy specific to Spanish language, which is slightly different from English. But again, it's around 15 to 20 minutes for each child.
And is this one unique to your English language learners whose first language is Spanish? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And same question, were you able to administer this fairly successfully remotely post-lockdown?
Yes, and we followed a similar process that we did with our Acadians, where we had a team of individuals that were trained specifically to be able to administer our ADEL test so that we had continuity across. Typically, we would have our teachers do this. This was part of the systems that we're building for long-term sustainability. However, because our teaching staff was getting used to a new environment, a new school year, and teaching this way, this was not something we wanted to add into their work. And so we trained a group of teachers to come through.
Felt like you had fairly reasonable data integrity or testing integrity protocols in place so that you could get fairly good data back following the administration?
Yes, as well as you could. We aren't able to have the same type of conditions or control the settings as you would as an in-person classroom. So to the extent possible, we felt like we were able to standardize it as much as we could for the validity of the assessment results that we were collecting to be able to inform our instruction. So we felt that our systems and processes and training that we put in place allowed us to be able to do that.
Okay. And then I do also want to ask you, you all touched on graduation rate. Do you have a sense for about what proportion or percentage of your students graduated after requesting a waiver? I understand there may have been some need for waivers as a result of COVID. It was a somewhat unusual academic year. But can you tell us about what that picture looked like and how waivers factored into your graduation rate?
As I appreciate that question, I don't have the information around waivers in front of me, but I'm happy to be able to submit that to you via Lisa Medler. with it, but it's not something I have in front of me to speak to, so I don't want to be inaccurate in sharing that. I apologize.
Oh, quite all right. I appreciate that, and I'll look forward to looking at that when that's available. My next question, I just want to ask Commissioner Anthus, would it be preferable that I do any follow-ups for our staff with respect to this accountability clock update during this portion of the agenda, or would you prefer that I save that for item 14.03? Would that be a more appropriate time? Because I'm thinking I'm going to have some questions for our assessment and accountability personnel.
Thank you, Board Member McClellan. I guess it's okay either place. So I believe our team is on right now. So if you want to ask more about the assessment, feel free to keep going, I think.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anthus. So I guess for either staff member from CDE who wants to take the ball with this one, I'm wondering about the best way for me to be weighing the data that we have that is not CMAS data. And in particular, if you could speak to the relative comparison with respect to rigor. I know that we're hearing from some stakeholders, why can't you just use local data as a complete substitute? Can you speak to, obviously it's better to have something rather than nothing. So I do appreciate having some data, and certainly schools and districts are going to want to do some something to try to figure out where we are in terms of learning loss. But could I hear the CDE staff speak to, should I be regarding this exactly the same way that I would regard comprehensive data on a statewide CMAS? And if not, why not?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member McLeod. Let me take just a stab at answering. I actually, now that I understand where you're going with this, I actually do know that my team is going to be addressing this in the next presentation as we go through kind of all of our turnaround kind of updates, and we're going to talk about the various pros and cons of different assessments. So I apologize. Maybe we should wait until the next presentation for those bigger questions about interim versus summative and all those things.
Yeah, and I always appreciate having charts and graphs and visuals, and I'm maybe one of those board members that goes straight to those first because I do want to see where we stand. It's kind of our windshield so we can see where we are and where we're going. So I always appreciate that. But when it's a different data set than we're used to seeing, it helps me to know how I should be utilizing that data set and how I should not be utilizing that data set, given the relative rigor or comprehensive nature or not comprehensive nature of various testing protocols. So thank you, Commissioner, and I'll save those questions for our staff on that following agenda item. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Board Member Durham, I see your hand, but would you let me ask a couple of questions and then I'll get back to you?
Yes.
Did your students have adequate devices, or has that been a big issue for the district?
So let me jump on that first. I really appreciate the question, President Schroeder. So we went into the COVID impact March the 13th without the ability to move to one-to-one devices with our students. I want to give a great deal of credit to the staff in Adams 14. They worked hard to collect literally all of the devices that we had, prepared them, and set up a distribution center that was just impressive. We pushed out as many devices as we had available. In some instances, we were very intentional about pushing a device out to a family, recognizing that that family might have 2 or 3 children, but at least we could ensure that there was a device in the household. With the arrival of the CARES and ESSER money, the district was able to make a significant purchase. The board authorized that as quickly as we could. The challenge for us as we got into the ordering process with everybody else, and we did not take delivery of our devices until late September going into October. Of course, with the arrival of the devices, then our technology department and staff were able to get those prepared to push out. I'm excited to share with all of you that by the time we got to that point in time of late September, early October, the Adams 14 School District, for the first time in the history of the district, was able to actually move to a one-to-one status. But I would also remind you that that was not until going into October. It was a standard that we were able to arrive at, but it was a standard that other districts had existed at for quite some time, which suggests that it illustrates one of the challenges that we have. If our technology director was on, he would tell you that mathematically, we are at a one-to-one. In reality, with devices being at home, we've had some challenges with issues around devices, staying up to speed and getting taken care of and the like. And so we still have some settings where we're working hard to get things to students. But even with that, we continue to maintain a challenge of the ability for students to be able to connect. When we are aware of access, we work hard to address it with hotspots, but it is something that continues to plague some community members inside of the Adams 14 School District. But I really appreciate that question.
Thank you. So you started to walk into my second question, which is that there have been a number of grants, extra COVID money. I believe you got, is it called a RISE grant that was mentioned that you'll use for post-secondary? I'm just sort of interested overall in the extra funding and how you've been able to use it and how adequate/inadequate has it been?
So up until this point, our focus with the CARES and ESSER dollars have been to address specifically learning loss and to provide support to regain that. That's going to continue to be a focus that we have moving forward into what is being described now as ESSER 2. And if, in fact, there is additional dollars that come in, we will work on that, but starting to change our focus a little bit to pay attention to greater support for students and extended time. So we're looking at extended time during this school year. Now, remember, that's predicated on if you're in person or not. Similarly, to be able to do some work in the summertime also is going to be predicated on the availability of having in-person learning. Does not mean that remote learning can't continue into the summer, but I think we have to look at that. I believe that we're going to have adequate support to do the work. One of the challenges that does exist inside of Adams 14 is a challenge of bandwidth. As all of you are aware, that there's a lot going on inside of the Adams 14 School District. Your questions have reflected on that today. Everything that goes on inside of that district still comes down to a pretty small number of people who are inside of the district. This is not a district that has it's a smaller district, and there are people who I have to tell you, I'm impressed with their level of commitment and their work ethic. But there is an awful lot that falls on a pretty small number of people. I share that with you because going forward into this concept of additional time and additional support, all of that is still going to fall on the staff inside of Adams 14. I know that the teachers in this district are incredibly enthusiastic about supporting the students in regaining the lost learning, but additional time is still going to fall on those teachers. If we go into summer, the summer work is still going to be with those teachers. I know that some people would say, we'll just take that additional resource and go out and hire people. I oftentimes find that I'm reminding those individuals that there is a teacher shortage, and that there are challenges. And I'll illustrate that specifically looking at Adams 14. Right now, inside of the district, we have 28 substitute teachers, 28, who have agreed to continue to support the efforts in the COVID context. Because of COVID parameters, we are assigning specific substitute teachers to a school so that we don't have substitute teachers going across all of the schools. Let me translate that into a real practical reality for us. That means that some of our elementary schools have 2 or 3 substitute teachers assigned to them. If we get into a situation where we need to quarantine as a result of COVID, we could very quickly get to the point where we will not have enough adults in order to be able to provide the programming for in-person learning at a particular school. And I share that with you to illustrate the challenge then that comes when you start talking about extending day or extending time into the summer, because it's still those same adults. And what we have to be careful of is addressing the learning loss with the resources that we have, and at the same time, making sure that we support adults in having time away from work so that they are available to come back and re-engage in the fall so that we can hit the fall running. So I really appreciate your question, and that's where our focus is going to be. But I also have to just illustrate, I think, the limitations that exist inside of our context.
Thank you. Finally, one of you, mentioned the concerns that you've got a number of juniors and seniors who essentially have dropped out because they needed to help their families. What kind of a program do you have, or do you plan to help them with credit recovery so that we actually can hope that they do ultimately actually graduate rather than just get a GED?
So I give an incredible amount of credit to the high school. They have actually added what I will characterize as a 9th period day, where students who need to retrieve credit in this semester have the availability to do that now, so that we are working hard to keep kids current, or at least provide kids the opportunity. Looking at extending their day to provide more convenient time for students to come in to regain credit that they've lost. For students who were on track to graduate and had to make some tough decisions and are down a credit or 2, the ability to regain that immediately is helpful. And so that is the work that we currently have in place. I also want to share with you that they're looking at, as an example, freshmen who failed a class in the first semester. The other thing that we know in high schools that is incredibly impactful is when a student gets behind, what you often hear them say is, "I'm so far behind, I can't catch up." And so with the addition of this extra period that's currently available in the high school right now, they are working to specifically address that catch up on either end. We will closely monitor it, and then I will also go back to last summer when we were still in the COVID mix, and the efforts of the high school to reach out and engage with seniors who were very, very close to being able to graduate, and say to them, look, you're one class short, right? You're this credit short, and found ways for students to engage in the summer. I would attribute the improvement in our graduation rate in part to the efforts of the high school to keep those kids engaged and let them see that they could in fact graduate. I hope that answers that question. Yeah, absolutely.
I think we're going to have to look across the state for some models, because this is not going to be an Adams 14 problem. It's going to be a problem actually across the country for our young people. So thank you. Board Member Durham, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Ms. McClellan did an excellent job asking the questions in which I was most interested in, and I look forward to her pursuing them in the next segment.
Great. All right, Adams 14, MGT, thank you very much for a good presentation. Thank you for answering all of our questions. We look forward to seeing you again.
As always, I appreciate it. Thank you all very much, and I wish you the best of luck in your next agenda item.
Based on that, I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break.
Thank you, guys.
Please.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Ready to go.
Okay, we are live. Mr. Durham, do you want to make a motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 4.06, I move to instruct the department staff and the State's Attorney General's office to prepare the documents necessary to request a formal hearing for the revocation of the credential holder's professional teacher's license.
The proper motion. Do I have a second? Please.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Maramo, do you want to call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you. Mr. Durham, one more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to instruct the item 4.08. I move to instruct the department staff and the State Attorney General's office to prepare the documents necessary to request a formal hearing for the revocation of the credential holder's professional teacher's license.
Proper motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Would you call the roll, please, Mr. Maramba?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you. That brings us to item 14.03, an update from the accountability team on progress monitoring of schools and districts with state board orders. Commissioner, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Rhonda Hannaford, Lindsay Jekyll, and Julie Woods.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair, and members of the board. I am Julie Woods, and with me is Lindsay Jekyll from the School and District Transformation Team at CDE. And we're here this afternoon to provide the board with an update on the progress of those schools and districts with board-directed action as a result of accountability hearings. So this afternoon, we'll provide a quick review of the accountability clock and progress monitoring process. We'll review the progress of our schools and districts with board-directed action. So we'll briefly summarize what's in your board materials. And then we'll wrap up with our next steps for progress monitoring and spend just a few minutes at the end reporting out on some of our thinking about the management pathway in particular, as Pueblo is slated to return for an update about Risley's management pathway in March. As I'm sure you recall, after 5 years of low performance, schools and districts must have action directed by the board that is designed to improve student achievement. And so schools and districts propose a particular pathway and provide the board with a plan that we'll refer to throughout as that pathway plan. As schools and districts implement their board-directed actions, the department also provides support and monitors the progress of school and district improvement. And so we're here today to provide you a brief update on that process, which we do twice a year. Our purpose is to continue to create transparency around this work and just keep the board informed as progress is made, and also to recognize the incredible work of these schools and districts. As another brief reminder, the board has the following pathway options to select from at those hearings. The board must direct one of these pathways for district schools, charter schools, and districts that reach year 5 and beyond on the state accountability clock. And again, we'll return to that management pathway at the end of this presentation to explore in just a little more depth. Before we dive into our schools and districts individual reports, we wanted to spend a few minutes setting the stage for the information we're providing. As you look at those reports on each school or district and their data, we want to provide more information around the context in which these schools and districts are trying to do the challenging turnaround work. and provide a better sense of the information that we have available to create a picture of progress at this point, given the pandemic's effects. As you know, statewide, our students are experiencing a variety of instructional modes. So they're in person and they're remote, and there's some are in a hybrid of the two. And so students have often been also transitioning between these modes since March of 2020. And those remote and hybrid models can look different in different schools and districts. This has created some challenges for student attendance and engagement, as well as for trying to track attendance and engagement across different instructional modes. Anecdotally, many of the schools and districts that we work with are seeing attendance drops. We also know anecdotally that tracking attendance and especially engagement in hybrid or remote models can vary across districts and schools, and can over or underrepresent that reality on the ground. We've also seen an increase in secondary student course failure rates, leading to increases in numbers of students who are off track for high school graduation, and this is a worrying trend. Schools are also experiencing staffing challenges as they make adjustments to class sizes to improve the safety of in-person learning, and have had higher need for substitutes during periods of widespread community illness. Again, anecdotally, we're also keenly aware that students and their families and school staff have all experienced mental health challenges that affect their ability to perform at their best every day. And the mental health needs of students and educators are also a top priority for our districts right now. Given all of that, we want to acknowledge that all of the schools and districts with state board accountability orders did not propose pathway plans that envisioned a global pandemic and all of the downstream effects of that crisis. And many of these plans have been adjusted to address the immediate learning and health needs of their students and school communities. And lastly, we want to acknowledge that even getting a handle on student and school performance for the purpose of better understanding progress on implementation of these pathway plans, that getting a handle on that is complex. So while we've tried to include some local and interim assessment data where it was available, this data comes with a lot of caveats, including that student participation in tests has been lower than usual across many schools. Those participation rates are an important consideration when reviewing the data. Also, that the assessment being given might be different from previous years in some way. So it might be because the mode of administration is different, it's virtual versus in person, or it's both, or because a new assessment is part of a larger improvement strategy. So there's a lot of variations, makes it difficult to compare from year to year, especially right now. And then lastly, that the assessments we're looking at to find clues about performance are likely to be meant to drive instruction rather than to make generalizations about overall school or student performance. So in a normal year, this data would eventually be part of a larger package of information that would include our state performance frameworks. So all that said, we appreciate the board's always thoughtful approach to this work. And now I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay Jekyll to provide a little more information. And Lindsay, you may be muted.
Yep, it's going to happen once at some point. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us this afternoon. And with all those caveats, we wanted to take a second to share with you some of the incredible things that we are seeing our schools do to support their students and staff, and their resilience this year has really shown through. And our progress monitoring has looked different. And while we haven't been able to visit in person, we have had opportunities to stay connected to these schools. So we wanted to highlight a few little snapshots of our time with the schools this fall. So Minnequaw Elementary was able to be in person for most of the fall and shifted to fully remote after Thanksgiving. And when doing so, sent home learning gift boxes, gift wrap packages of materials and supplies for students, which included little learning stations for every student. So they had a place to learn with important notes and things from the classroom at home. Emmanuel High School rolled out the red carpet for their students last month when they were able to return to some in-person learning. Similarly, Risley underwent a facelift to signal and welcome students back to in-person learning after being remote. And finally, our Lincoln Lancers hit a bit of a hurdle this summer when their equipment shed was broken into and their softball supplies were stolen. But the community rallied around them and the team persevered and went on to have a successful season. And so it's really has been a pleasure to work with these schools and districts, and we truly thank them for all of their hard work and their openness and willingness to work with CDE in this progress monitoring work. So I'm going to be your tour guide through some information about the progress monitoring that the department has been doing with our directed action, schools with directed action. So you will recall there are basically 4 different tracks that schools and districts with directed action can be on. And we monitor progress for all of these schools, though the dosage and type of progress monitoring may look a little bit different depending on what track a school is on. So our first bucket are those early action schools. So those were schools in year 3 or year 4 who opt into directed action and have board approval, and they're color coded in the PowerPoint in green. We have traditional we call year 5 first hearings. And so those are for schools and districts that reach the end of the clock in year 5. And then schools that have had a year 5 hearing and must come before the board, or what we call rehearings, and they're color coded in orange. And finally, we have the schools that are on watch. So these are the schools that had directed action but have improved their performance to higher than priority improvement, but have not yet exited performance watch because they've not had 2 consistent frameworks higher than priority improvement. And we wanted to just quickly share that there have been a number of schools with directed action that have come off the clock. So this table here shows all the schools that have been through this process. It doesn't include the most recent year 5 schools because there's no new framework for those folks after their hearing. But we're seeing that schools with directed action are able to exit the clock and a similar trajectory with our districts that have had directed action. And so we're hopeful that when frameworks resume, we'll see some additional schools and districts moving off of the clock. So this is our roadmap for the next section. You received a progress monitoring report for each of the schools and districts listed here. We have a variety of mechanisms that we use to monitor progress, which includes site visits, which were held virtually this year, in which we observe classroom observations, meet with the teacher leadership, school leadership, district leadership, and often the management partners, management and partner organizations. And each school and district is assigned a staff member from our team, who we call the turnaround support manager, who really walks alongside the school in planning and implementing their pathway plan and their board directed action. And our turnaround support managers are the ones who drafted those written progress monitoring reports. And so in your packet, you have a more detailed report for each school. And so we're going to start with our early action schools. Gateway and North, both in Aurora, were 2 schools that opted into early action. And in 2019, the board approved their management pathway proposal. Gateway High School has a partial management plan to provide support and establish a 9th grade academy with communities and schools. And North Middle School has a contract with MGT to partially manage and support in 4 key instructional areas. This slide shows some highlights from last spring when we provide our last progress monitoring report. The pandemic had just turned everything upside down, and so we provided some information on how schools were pivoting as a result of COVID. And the column on the right sort of summarizes the progress so far this fall. And so overall, Gateway has made progress in implementing many components of their pathway plan, including shifting scheduling and staffing to focus on grade level teams and dedicating support staff, and being able to provide structured planning time for staff. They're continuing to implement their college and career pathways opportunities, which has always been in the plan to be fully implemented by next year. They have had to make some adjustments. Their shift to remote learning resulted in a different course design of month-long blocks and cohorting of students in ways that impacted some of the original goals of how to schedule and staff into teams. So that has impacted how staff collaborate, as they don't always share the same students or have the same planning time as expected. The school, the district, and then partial manager communities and schools are working together to address some of those areas of concern and refocus the work and how they work together. North Middle School has made some progress in implementation of many of their components in their pathway plan. They've implemented common teaching practices, are using a common curriculum, and focusing on using effective use of data. Their current strategies and sort of increasing alignment between the district, the school, and MGT have set the school up to continue implementation progress. And again, there's all kinds of extra detail about each of these schools in the board reports. And so now moving on to our year 5 schools. These were the schools that came before the board last winter, just pre-COVID. So they were all in the very early stages of implementing their plan when everything shifted last spring. Central High School in Pueblo has a partial management plan with Relay and with UVA, focused on leadership coaching and instructional development. Bill Metz in Monte Vista has a partial management plan with Generation Schools, focused on strengthening differentiated instruction, implementing their curriculum, and establishing a positive school climate. And Abraham Lincoln High School in Denver is implementing an innovation plan with a college and career academy model focused on providing different student pathways. Lincoln is also working with the University of Virginia. And Manual High School has an innovation plan with an early college model focused on a biomedical pathway and a strong professional development plan called their Teachers College. And they have support from the University of Virginia. All right, so moving right along. So Central High School has had, the impact of COVID has added some complexity at Central. The school, notably the school, saw some significant increases in its graduation rate and in implementing key instructional systems. However, these systems have not been fully implemented. And similarly, while the school has adopted a new ELA curriculum, it's not yet been implemented in a way that consistently increases rigor and student engagement. But there have been some highlights, including the creation of a 9th grade success team, which has been integral to reaching out to students who have been not engaged. They've had stable staff retention as well as a strong high school graduation rate. And we'll continue to monitor support for Central and monitor progress and provide support for Central as needed. Excuse me. Bill Metz Elementary in Monte Vista is making progress on its key focus areas. And given the context, some implementation has slowed, though the school has work to put in place in systems, and both the school and the management partner believe that they'll be able to accelerate this progress into the spring and in the spring and into next year. Abraham Lincoln has been on track with implementing their innovation plan. While the school was fully remote in the fall and only 40% of students have returned to in-person instruction, Lincoln has been effectively implementing many key systems. In particular, their observation and feedback cycles, data-driven instruction, resources and tools, their supports for new students and language learners, have been put in place. The school is working to provide targeted outreach and support to students given a higher than normal course failure rate. The implementation of their 9th grade academy and their college and career models appear to be on track despite some of the unique challenges of a fully remote environment. And similarly, Manual has been on track with implementing their pathway plan. Like Lincoln, they were remote all fall, but have been working on putting in place those key systems so they can hit the ground running when returning to in-person. They have a data-driven instruction intervention team, a professional learning team, a process called the Teachers College, and is in the process of creating a new assessment strategy. The school's work with UVA has been a bright spot for leadership training, and the support appears to be very supportive. And the implementation of the early college model has been slowed, but Manual is focused on ramping up that early college model into next year. So now we're going to talk about our rehearings. So these are the schools and districts that have been before the board multiple times. Adams 14 is in year 9. You just heard extensively from Adams 14. This includes Adams City High School, which is also in year 9, and Central Elementary. Risley Middle School in Pueblo is in year 9 and is implementing a partial management plan. They were originally directed to implement full external management, but in the fall requested and the board approved a shift to partial management. As Julie mentioned, Risley will return to the board next month for an update on that temporary order modification. Aurora Central is also in year 9 and continues to implement their innovation plan. They are continuing their work with Mass Insight, and this spring added an academic focused partnership with PEBC. So you just heard a long presentation from Adams 14, but we wanted to share some of our reflections. We first want to acknowledge the complexities of monitoring and summarizing the progress of a district compared to a single school, and you have a lengthy report from us that reflects that. The district and MGT have made progress in a number of key areas of their improvement work, despite having had to focus on respond to the COVID-19 crisis, which has hit this community particularly hard. They're working towards a widely owned and understood strategic plan to keep the local board, district, school staff, and community in the same direction. Over the course of the year, there's been a noticeable increase in the supports available to school staff and leaders, such as added capacity through MGT, the partners that you heard about, and Adams 14 district staff. They've made progress on the district's plans for English language development, identification of overall instructional support and aligned professional development, and a focus on building equity into the work of the district. Additionally, they focused on the secondary strategy, increasing access to career and technical education and building out P-TECH. The pandemic has had an impact, slowing some of the originally planned work and coordination between the partners. They've got plans, as you heard, to invest in tutoring and summer school over the spring and summer. And they're using their resources like EASY and other grants to respond to their current circumstances. But of course, with a wide range of partners involved, further role clarification is needed, as well as continued focus on building the capacity of the Adams 14 team. As MGT continues its gradual release of the duties and pivots to more of a coaching role in year 3, infrastructure and routines take on particular importance in sustaining the work. This includes hiring of a superintendent to start within the next year. And then moving on to Risley Middle School in Pueblo. As I mentioned, originally we're implementing a full management plan. I've been implementing a partial management plan with Relay since the fall. Risley has a new principal who's providing the school with a clear focus. She's been implementing a new 90-day plan, which serves as the school's strategic plan and was based on what was working and identified where there were gaps. The school has adjusted course in response to data and is effectively working with their district and external partners, such as Relay, UVA, and 2Partner. The school seems to be benefiting from the work with Relay, as Relay is driving instructional improvement. The district has continued to provide a high level of support through funding for additional staff and critical support with logistics during the pandemic. And they'll begin providing support for Friday school. For additional tutoring time on Fridays beginning this month. And finally, Aurora Central High School has made progress on implementing its academic plans and is continuing to install systems for data analysis and collaborative time for staff. The work has continued even with the disruption and the shift to remote and Aurora's new model for courses and remote instruction. The shift to remote appears to most directly impact how they're talking about their instructional approach and engaging students in that environment. Student engagement has been challenging, particularly for their large numbers of English language learners. But as this environment has changed, the focus and the strategies are still aligned with previous work. And now finally, our schools on watch. These schools have improved to a rating above priority improvement, but have not maintained that rating for 2 consecutive years. And of course, without a 2020 framework, they didn't have an opportunity to exit that on watch status. Minnequaw Elementary in Pueblo is implementing a partial management plan with Relay, and Aguilar is implementing a partial management plan with Generation Schools. And before the accountability pause, both Minnequaw and Aguilar were showing positive trends in student achievement that we were optimistic would have kept them off the clock. Overall, progress at Minnequaw has been positive. Staff culture has improved significantly over the past few years, and staff retention is strong. The school's proactively addressing student needs, and our observations are of that instructional practices across the school are consistent and reflective of the school's priority. The school leader brings energy and dedication and models practices such as adjusting plans in response to data. Minnequaw has been working with Relay intensely for 2 years, and that support has been critical in establishing instructional systems. And given that many of the instructional systems have been installed and are well established, we're hopeful the school will maintain their momentum and focus. And Aguilar is also continuing on a positive trajectory. District and school leadership have put in place structures and skill sets needed to improve and continue to grow the school. Aguilar has been able to remain in person for most of the school year, and so they're been able to maintain a lot of consistency in their approach to the work. Aguilar continues its promising partnership with a neighboring district, La Vida, which supports improvements to instructional practice and provides an ongoing level of support. Whew. So we know that's a lot of information in the reports that you all received, and we really appreciate the time that you spend with those materials. We'll continue to monitor the progress of these schools, and we'll continue to be flexible. There's so many uncertainties around accountability and as schools are shifting in between in-person, remote, and hybrid. We appreciate any feedback on those, the progress monitoring plans. If you have any, we included more information than normal than we have previously to provide you with more context of what's going on with schools during these unique times. And during the next board meeting in March, you will see Risley Middle School again before the board. They'll report on their progress, and the board will be asked to consider next steps for Risley, in particular whether to retain partial management or return to the full management order. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn it back to Julie to spend a few minutes just highlighting the management pathway in particular to prepare for our March meeting.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lindsay. And so, like Lindsay said, for this last piece, we're just going to briefly unpack a little of our thinking around the management pathway as we've been digging into what it can look like and where and how it can be appropriate. Since 2017, the state board has ordered management of a school or district 16 times. So twice the board has ordered specifically full management rather than partial. The board has ordered management for 3 different districts, Westminster, Aguilar, and Adams 14, which includes Adams 14 coming back before the board for a rehearing. And then those district orders, as we've mentioned, can include schools in the district that have also reached the end of the clock. So to fulfill these orders, schools and districts up till now have contracted with 8 organizations. I believe your board materials say 7. I'm sorry for the miscount. So there have been 8 different organizations we've seen folks contract with. And then additionally, some schools that pursue other accountability pathways will also engage with a support partner or consultant of some kind. We haven't included those here, but that's schools like Hope Online or Lincoln and Manual that pursued an innovation pathway and also have a partner. The table on the next slide shows the same information in more detail. You can see the management organizations that have contracted with Colorado schools and districts based on state board orders since schools and districts began reaching the end of the clock and coming before the board in 2017. So internally, we've been doing a lot of work to think through what management in Colorado has looked like and how we can clarify and sharpen it so that schools and districts have the best chance at success with this pathway. As you know, management can now take a full or partial approach. That was a distinction articulated in House Bill 1813-55 in 2018. And management can cover an individual school, or in the case of a district, it can cover some or part of that district. These are typically short-term arrangements that are governed by a contract between the manager and the district, notably not with the board or CDE or the school. These contracts then can be with a public or private entity, and the law requires that managers use research-based strategies and have a proven track record in this sort of work. We are continuing to work to clarify the roles all parties play in these arrangements, and you can see in this table the result of some of that brainstorming so far. I won't read it to you, but just some of the highlights here. Schools and districts, once they begin implementing a management pathway, they are holding a sort of dual role of both deferring decision-making in some areas while also taking a proactive role in school improvement. So role clarity can really help support that intended balance between the manager and the school and district. Similarly, the manager has a dual role of providing key supports while also building the school or district's own capacity and expertise to continue the work when they're no longer engaged with it. So built into this pathway is an assumption that the manager will not always be there. And then there's this complex puzzle around accountability and authority, and then how to raise and address issues that arise during implementation, especially unforeseen issues. CDE doesn't take a driver's seat role here, but does report back to the board to support the board's ability to address issues if they rise to the level of reaching the state board, such as requesting a change to the board order. And then the school and district and manager are then defining their own roles and areas of authority and accountability. This gets a little more complex when we consider the distinction between full and partial management, which is not clarified by state law. We have 2 examples of full management since the board began these hearings in 2017, one district with Adams 14 and one school with Risley Middle School in Pueblo. So we are still working to try to understand exactly what this looks like and where it can best be utilized. One of the key distinctions we see between full and partial management is that in partial management, the manager is actively working in specific areas, allowing the school or district to retain its own model, its own focus, but that also puts a greater burden for improvement on local leaders. And so, as we mentioned, the arrangement then requires really clear role articulation for everyone involved because there's such a potential for overlap in many of the key areas they might work in. And it's not always consistent across schools and districts where that role clarity will live. So it could be in the pathway plan or the contract or some other improvement or planning document. Then in full management, a distinction here is that manager is bringing with it a holistic vision and the expertise and capacity needed to fully drive change across all possible areas, replacing the expertise and capacity of the school or district, at least temporarily. And so that too requires role articulation and potentially a heightened need for communication and coordination between the school and the district and the manager. And so each of these situations might require different considerations, some of which we have tried to articulate on this last slide. I won't read these to you again, but we just wanted to flag a few things we've learned and that are reflected here. Again, the articulation of roles and where authority and responsibility rests, and potentially where there might be gaps that need filling, is critical to this work. Also, while we know it's impossible to know for sure what exactly it's going to take to see improvement, we think it's really helpful to have a plan from the outset as far as the timing of implementation, and then also for transitioning away from the management arrangement. And then lastly, the selection process and access barriers are very real in this process and can affect what's feasible for a management plan. We are hopeful that that's some helpful framing and context as we look ahead to the March board meeting. I know that Lindsay and I have provided you with a lot of information, but we are available for questions.
Thank you so much. That is a very thoughtful presentation with, I really appreciate your reflections in particular. Shall we go down the line? Board Member McClellan, I think you came to this from our last section. Yeah. So why don't you start out?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff, for trying to give us as meaningful a presentation as you can give us under really difficult conditions. I can't speak for every other board member, of course, but I know for me, it's always really important to dive right in and look to see how did we do? How did we do? Did we make progress in literacy? Did we make progress in preparing kids to be ready to achieve their potential in math? So without that CMAS data and SAT data, I know that's a much harder job giving us a picture of where we stand as we're going forward. It's just one of the ways that COVID has made our lives and our jobs a lot harder in this environment. I know we're hearing a lot about local data, and I dove in with some questions for the team at Adams 14 surrounding the STAR test and a couple of other testing systems that they were utilizing. And I guess I've got a number of questions along those lines. I'm trying to get a feel for how we should be looking at this data. And one of my worries is if we're looking at a color-coded graph that's got dark green for level 5, light green for level 4 under the STAR system, blue for level 3, yellow for level 2, and then red for level 1 at the lowest level of performance. The levers that I'm thinking of are taking me back to our very thoughtful, hard work with Marie Hutchton and her team when we were trying to put forward thoughtful, constructive cut scores that would help us lift Colorado's learners who need it the most. So did we, I guess I have two questions regarding systems like this, and I'll use the STAR test as an example, but understand I'm thinking about all of the myriad local tests that might be the source of data that you're receiving fast and furious now. So did the department get to participate in helping to set appropriate cut scores such that these local tests would translate to what we're used to looking at? Or do we really need to look at this data as really different from the data sets that we had from CMAS and SAT? And also, could you speak to relative rigor? Should we assume that these local tests that we're seeing results from are equally or even more rigorous than the CMAS and SAT?
Board Member Dunn, thank you for your question. I will attempt to at least summarize some of the local data that you see in the different reports, just to give you a little bit of context. We have, in our progress monitoring reports, we have often included we have always included local assessment data as a part of those reports. And every district that we work with as a part of progress monitoring uses their local assessments in different ways. So the STAR test or like NWEA tests are nationally normed, and some of those cut scores are set by vendors. And so school teams will work to determine their appropriate goals for those assessments. Some other assessments that a group of the schools use in this cohort of schools, if you will, are a little different. They're not nationally normed, but the schools have a comparison cohort. But the assessment assesses the standards that are taught on a school specific scope and sequence, and like interim 1 to interim 2 is not necessarily cumulative. So you have every myriad of those kinds of situations going on with the assessments that are in these reports. And our message is we want schools to be using assessments that are most appropriate for driving instruction and helping them understand where their students are, and their use may not be appropriate for making judgment calls about exactly how the schools are doing, but are really meaningful for the teachers and the staff and understanding how their students, how their classes are doing, but each one is a little bit different. And so I may need to phone a friend for the assessment team to speak to some of the predictiveness and the rigor. I do know that anecdotally, as an assumption across these schools are trying to find the assessments that are most aligned to standards, are most connected to their curriculum and resource materials that they're using that are most meaningful for their teachers and helping to plan for instruction. But I would have to phone an assessment friend to talk to more about the correlation of these assessments.
And if I could jump in just for a moment, I mentioned this not by way of criticism with respect to the use of local data. I certainly don't have a problem with schools having local assessments that help them best in the classroom. It's just that I want to make sure that I'm understanding when we're talking about equity, which is part of what drives our work with the accountability clock. We want to make sure that a child's chance to reach their potential is not driven by their zip code. And in order to do that, we need to be able to see where they stand in relation to all the other zip codes and all the other school districts. And it's hard to do that if what we're looking at is a checkerboard. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to flesh out and make sure that I'm understanding. It's, as I said during the update from Adams 14, something is definitely better than nothing, unless I misinterpret that as being the same as what I'm used to looking when I'm looking at CMAS and SAT. That might be a dangerous path to go down. And so I want to make sure that we're understanding what we're looking at and what we're not looking at. So just because something is nationally normed doesn't mean these cut scores necessarily translate all the way across, either in terms of cut scores or vigor. Or rigor, I meant, in terms of when we're looking at old CMAS data and trying to figure out what progress we've made since then. That's not an apples to apples comparison necessarily. So it would help me to hear about from a staff member who can speak to rigor and to the appropriateness or not appropriateness of comparing a local test to CMAS data when we're trying to get a picture of where an accountability clock school stands in relation to the rest of the state, so that we can make sure that their students are achieving equity and not having their chances siloed based on their zip code. Thanks.
Board Member McClellan, I can chime in a little bit on some of this. Just been chatting with some of our assessment folks and everything. I think some of, we also have to think about different uses, right? So interim assessments are shorter snapshots and they may not cover the breadth and depth, but they are an indicator. So they're certainly good, important data. They are an indicator of how you might be doing on CMS, but the breadth and depth of covering all of the state standards might not be there. Whereas a summative assessment, which is our state assessment, is exactly as it suggests. It is summative, so it covers more of the breadth and depth of our standards. So, that's something, I don't know if it's exactly the word rigor, but
you touched on what I was hoping to understand.
It's sort of breadth and depth, and the differences of like interim assessments to check on progress, to change instruction and to adjust instruction, versus the summative at the end of the year. How did you do on all of these things in a more depth way? We do work with some of those vendors, so they do work hard to try to be aligned to our standards, but they might not cover all of our standards. They might not, for example, writing has been a standard in Colorado, but a lot of those interim assessments don't quite cover the writing portion of it the way Colorado does in CMAS. So those are some of the other, I know it's a challenging conversation, and the data is all really important for different reasons, but it's kind of that difference between summative and interim for different purposes.
Commissioner, can I just ask another question? Do we not get closer to a criterion reference assessment as opposed to a normed assessment? A normed assessment, you just line up 100 kids and you compare them to each other, as opposed to a criterion reference. You're actually trying to find out whether the kids know what you want them to know. And isn't our summative assessment, but it's not perfectly, it starts out with a normed process, but based on the work we've been doing, we have been trying to get closer to a criterion reference, which is, are the kids doing well in our standards?
Yeah, as compared to a standard, yes.
So that's also, I think, a critical piece for us.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Board Member McClellan, you still have the floor. We just interrupted you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. No problem. And Dr. Anthis, that did touch on much of what I was hoping to kind of highlight, that it is good to have this data rather than not having anything. But I just wanted to underscore, it's not a substitute, and it could be dangerous to treat it like it translates all the way across, like apples to apples, because it doesn't give us that statewide picture of one rigorous standard across the state. So I also wanted to ask, we had data from the elementary schools and middle schools, but not the high schools. Can anyone speak to that? Was that just something we weren't able to get?
No, Board Member McClellan, I can try to answer that. In this situation, I think you heard a little bit in the Adams 14 presentation that we have seen schools working really hard to give their assessments. It's really important, but there are very real challenges and barriers with the virtual and hybrid. And so for our high schools, they were more often this fall in a remote environment that presented some challenges with giving the assessments. And in the case of Lincoln, they shifted assessments this year as a part of their innovation plan and strategy. So there's an oranges to apples comparison from their data from last year to this year. So that was why there was some difference in the elementary versus high school, where we had more of the elementary schools in this cohort were in person. Though Adams 14, I do believe shared their high school assessment data with us, and we tried to include what we had, and it was just more difficult to be able to interpret or draw conclusions with some of the complexities of how they tested students and when, and they making good faith efforts to do so. But again, trying to include as much data to create a stool, a three-legged stool of implementation and observation and local assessment data to give a richer picture of what's happening at that school. So that's the reason why, though some high schools did include it, but just not all.
Okay. I'm trying to get a handle on, I know that the circumstances last spring that we've also experienced in the fall with COVID have kind of forced a shift in terms of what we're looking at, whether we wanted that or not. And some high schools may have changed their standards with respect to grading. And also we may be seeing perhaps a loosening of the application of waivers for graduation. So when we're looking at graduation rates as a measure of success, one thing that will help me as a board member is to know, am I looking at a graduation rate that's reflecting an increased proportion of students who were graded based on different standards and perhaps utilizing waivers in order to cross the stage and I just so that we know before we talk about what that means and the fact that we do understand that this is a very challenging moment, I still think we should at least know and understand in a clear-eyed way what we're looking at. Are we seeing much of that?
That's a great question. I can refer to this cohort of schools where we know more, and that's why we're again, to go with the stool analogy, to rely on some of our observation data, to rely on assessment data and that graduation data to paint a complete picture of, are they implementing their plan? Are we seeing more rigorous instruction in a classroom? Are we seeing it in assessment results so that we can see it in graduation? In terms of broader trends on folks using waivers and some of the graduation data, we are happy to collaborate with the PWR team to find out some broader responses, to see if that's a trend statewide. I think we really relied on a combination of just our observations of instruction and their assessment and grading now to see what's happening. I do think most of these schools have reported, they've had some robust conversations about grading practices and are seeing higher levels of students failing or off track, and are really honing in on the practices to capture those students in credit recovery. But to answer your question on a broader than just the high schools in this cohort, I definitely would want to partner with the PWR team to see if we saw an increase in waivers or changes. I can't necessarily speak to that for this cohort.
Okay, and in terms of how much data and the quality of the data that you're getting, how do the schools that are on the clock compare to schools that are not on the clock? Are you getting the best of what they can give you, or?
Yeah, this cohort gives us a lot of data. They give us a lot of data. They are gracious. They are wonderful. They've been open books. They have asked for help. We have no way to compare to the broader state of what their data looks like. So we do know that this cohort has provided us with a lot of information. We've been able to sit side by side and observe with them and their district team, but I could not tell you how that necessarily compares statewide. We just don't have that right now.
Okay, so some of our schools and districts that are at the end of the accountability clock may be moving heaven and earth to try to give you a pretty clear, complete view, but we don't necessarily find that we're getting a clear, complete view of where everybody stands in the state that would allow us to know where districts stand in relation to one another. Okay, that's helpful. I may have some follow-ups later, but I want to give colleagues a chance, so I'll cede the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Esser?
So the local data is actually the data used to drive instruction, correct, as far as you know?
Yes, that's as far as we know. We really want to support our schools and not assessing for us, but assessing for real meaning and understanding where students are, where their schools are. Yes.
And they have assessments in both reading and math.
Yes.
All of them on the clock.
Yes.
And the elementary schools on the clock, they're using early literacy measures, whether it's Acadia or Dibbles or whatever, although Acadia is Dibbles, it's the new Dibbles. So that's the data you get.
Yes, correct. So all of these elementary schools in this cohort of progress monitoring schools, they may not all use the same assessments, but all of the schools are using an early literacy assessment and are often also using an ELA interim assessment to help drive instruction and plan for instruction and understand where students are, and similarly in math.
Do you ever do a comparison? So between a school that's not on the clock with similar demographics, just to see where they're performing? I mean, it would be interesting to see if you've got similar demographics, similar attendance right now. I want to add that because we're still in a pandemic, even if I have an appointment for a vaccination, we're still in a pandemic. Would that be a possibility?
That's a great question. Some of the assessments that schools do use compare them to a network of other schools using the same assessment. And so they are able to compare and contrast against like schools or different schools, but we do not do a comparison of this cohort of schools against another group of schools to do that kind of comparison. The schools themselves may use that as a benchmark or part of their assessment suite, but we don't do that comparison.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Rankin, do you have any questions?
Of course. First of all, I had one earlier, and maybe Lisa Medler would have to answer this, and I see she's listening. So it's in Adams 14, they talked about that they use a district-approved curriculum. I just would like to know what that is, and if it's CDE approved in some of the areas that we have to be aligned with. But other than that, with these charts that we just received, do we have the money that has been spent after 9 years? I mean, these districts are getting, or schools, either way, every year they've gotten a certain amount of money that they wouldn't have gotten if we didn't have this turnaround program through CDE. So when we have a school or a district come to us, could we match the money, the extra money that they're getting? And then when they say partial management and full management, do they say, okay, I need partial management, so I'll take partial money? I know that's not the case, but I would like to see how the money aligns over 9 years, every year, and how it accumulates as to where they are. Because after 9 years, I know we're going to start to either get very, very serious, or we're not going to be doing our job, I guess. And that's a little concerning, and I'm sure CDE is thinking about that too, how that's going to look down the road. So those are just my questions, especially for the future, is the money attached to it. That's all.
Ms. Madler, did you have an answer? Microphone. There you go. Now you go.
Okay. Yeah, I was like doubly muted. Thank you. I want to, in terms of responding directly to the question around Adams 14 on the reading programs that are on the list, I'll just point you to their presentation again. Slide 12 lists out their reading programs. So those are Super Kids, Wonders, and then they've got some interventions as well that are listed, like SIPs and Read 180. So they've worked very closely with both the department and Schools Cubed to get those lined up. So those are
they took pains to list those out for you. I think the bigger questions around funding and matching funding, I'll leave to my colleagues. I certainly have opinions, but I know they do too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Okay, see if I can find my voice after a couple hours listening. I just have a couple questions. Maybe this goes all the way back to the initial pathway slide where it says, here are the options that the state board has. And I thought, and maybe the law has changed, it could very well have, that there was something in there about the board could take an action, something like of similar, like, I don't know what the word was, consequence, or there's something, I'd almost have to go back to the slide where it said, you can do charter conversion, you can do innovation. I thought there was like this other option that was available to the board, but it may be
management.
You can get back. Pardon?
I think it's management or partial management, isn't it?
You can get back to me on that, but I thought that there was a other at some point.
Can I jump in on this one? Oh, I think the AG's office is going to chime in. Let me give it to
Better let the lawyers do it.
It's all good.
Because I think I know where the confusion is coming in.
So I think the language you're thinking of was this weird provision in connection with like the 2015 pause. There's a provision there that used that sort of similar import kind of language, but
okay.
Right. Yeah. We'll see what Lisa Medler remembers.
Can I try as well? I'll just add to that, and that is this is where there's also language in there that is specific to turnaround plans and the improvement planning. And if they have to do some additional work prior to the end, that end of the 5 years. And one of the options, they are all in alignment with the exception of there's another category in there as well. So it's more in relation to those that are on turnaround prior to the end of the clock. And then that option goes away. So we can pull that language for you and then check with you to see if that's refreshing your memory there.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Just another thing on the slides, we talked a little bit, I think Lindsay and I, about the relay program, and I didn't know much about it. And you explained that there are like 4 different pathways of relay. And so when you're doing the slides, when it says there with relay, can we see which of those they're going with? Is it the teacher? Is it the school leader? Is it the management? That I think would help me, because I really didn't understand it. And then really, I think that was all my questions. I think I just have I can kind of add in a little bit to the assessment piece and some of Member McClellan's questions. I used to do this work right in school districts, and I had the opportunity with NWA in particular. Some districts have this capacity. We would run our data and we would actually do cut score analysis. And I could pretty accurately say to you, NWA's cut score 7th grade is too low for our proficiency rating on our state assessments. We should look up or we should look down. And we could predict pretty well where within 85%, right? I mean, that was always our target of where kids would fall. We also did it for our local interim assessments. Now, a couple things on that. One, not all districts have had that capacity. And number 2, that still doesn't translate across tests. And I think that when we talk about, in our conversation around state assessments, I don't think anybody's been saying that these interim assessments would suffice and be as good as a full-blown state administration, right? That the results would not, I don't think we're saying that they are comparable. But I think the concern was more about if our vendor does not allow at home, right, remote administration of the assessment, which 14 has done and all these other ones that have gotten this participation rate pretty high, then we're not going to have data representative of lots of groups, lots of kids, very corrupt information that we're not going to be able to the concern is we're not going to be able to draw conclusions from it that we would under normal circumstances when we have these really high participation rates, which we really want to keep, right? We really want those in future years. So I think just to kind of say that, I don't think anybody's saying that these interims equal, because they don't, right? They don't, for all the reasons that the commissioner said. I think it's more about, is it enough though? Is it enough with what we have to derive resources to answer at least some questions? So it's kind of a trade-off. But anyway, I just thought it would add to that. Actually, districts do that level of analysis. Some do, and I found it very helpful. So that was it.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. I think you used the term that districts are on track. I need some help on knowing what that terminology means, because I don't remember creating the track. I'm assuming that the districts, the schools, the support managers are the ones that created the tracks, right? They were certain goals. Does that mean that some of the goals that were set are actually being met? Is that what your on track means?
Yes, thank you for that clarification. So in these progress monitoring reports, we are looking at plan implementation and some of those activities and the systems and structures that they listed in their plan that they're implementing. There's things that are so different, as Julie mentioned, and nobody's plan said do this in a global pandemic. So they've had to adjust along the way. But what we mean by on track is that their partnership, with the focus of our work with their management, with their manager, is happening. They are doing observation and feedback models the way they described in their plan. They are putting into place sort of those data analysis systems in our context. So that's what we mean by on track. There are places where schools have been very transparent of like, yeah, by this point we wanted this pathway to be completely built out. It just hasn't happened. We're optimistic it'll happen by next year, and that's okay. That was within the timing of their pathway plan. But so we are trying to articulate that even though school looks very different, those systems and structures and the strategies that they were putting into place for their improvement, they are doing. They are continuing to do those things. How that translates into their student achievement benchmarks and things like that remains to be seen. And again, the context across this cohort of school is different. Some of our schools in this cohort have been in person, and school, I would not say life has been normal for any of us, but it has been more normal for some of the schools in place, and they've been able to do some of the work, 80% the way they expected, which has helped them keep that momentum on those systems and structures. Does that help answer the question?
Well, it does, but here's my overall perception, and I'm very anxious for you to argue with me. I think that what you've described to us is that they're really working hard on the inputs, and they're on track on the inputs. I don't know that I've seen anything that tells us that the kids are on track in terms of the learning. Are you telling me that the kids are on track in terms of the learning?
That's a great question. And I think, yes, we really, especially this year where I think some of the inputs could have come very off track, that seems important. Like there's a lot of places.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it's not important either. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that this isn't a rosy picture in terms of the outcomes for our kids, but we should give a lot of respect and kudos to all the educators to really try to do the work that they said they were going to do, that was going to make a big difference, that may be making a big difference for kids, but we don't actually know. Am I close?
Close. I will just also continue. I will also say there are a couple schools in this cohort, again, not speaking for the statewide context, that are seeing some progress. And I think I will point you to Minnequa in Pueblo's data. They've been able to test 94% of their students and are seeing some gains at every grade level over last year, and are really, is really, really optimistic that this is actually happening. Like, the student achievement has improved over last year. And so I think they'll continue to monitor it, but and similar with Aguilar. And I think the difficulty just being, how do we frame that and talk about that, knowing the context have been so different. Like Maggie, it is different that Minnequan and Aguilar have been able to be in person. And so, but they've really made some progress and have been even seeing, and I will just share my anecdote, and Minnequa's a school I get to spend a lot of time with, is that even in a remote environment, the inputs they put into place, you can see even in their remote learning, how they've trained teachers on aggressive monitoring. And so it is translating, and I think it is translating into those student achievement results. And they were trending in the right direction anyway, so makes life a little bit easier, but they're optimistic and we're optimistic those gains continue.
That's great. I'm all for good news.
Yeah.
For high schools, I think it's already been suggested that they're just as paltry output data. and I strongly believe in the importance of attendance. I am troubled by the new definition of attendance, which is that if you're remote and you turn your machine on, you're there. Am I close on that? So that it's really not meaningful. It's not a meaningful data piece for us at the moment until those kids are actually physically there. Or are there dramatic differences? Do our on-the-clock districts monitor attendance a whole lot more than our other districts?
That's a great question. I can't speak to the statewide context. I do know that for the high schools that we work with, their attendance policies are different across districts, but they do include more like every period. Students need to be logged in every period, more consistent, not just a daily touch point, but it is more like multiple points throughout the day, that active level and actively engaged in learning. So the definition is different across all of those high schools, but it's for this group, we see more attendance, and I think this group are anecdotally really on top of the students who are not engaging at all and are using that data and putting strategies into place to track down those students. Every single one of these high schools has strategies to engage students, so they know more about who's not logging in and who's not engaging. But I still can't speak to the whole statewide context and how that's working across high schools. Just what we've been able to see for these guys.
Okay, and then one more question, and that is, to what extent are these groups of schools and districts disaggregating? Whatever data they do have, do they disaggregate it? And what have you learned about that? Because that's a big part of our worry.
That is a fantastic question. Most of the schools do, when we're observing progress monitoring, we are working with the leadership team and they are unpacking their data in a way that is meaningful for them and we're able to observe. So I've been able to observe schools not only disaggregating by student demographic, but also remote by attendance, by our high attendance, by low attendance. Our schools, again, have been so gracious and just sharing with us and also saying, I want to present this data. Is there another school struggling with something I'm struggling with? Can you connect us? Can you do some of that work? So by and large, they are disaggregating, not only by student groups, but also by learning mode and disaggregating by student group within those learning modes to know exactly who's struggling. And a theme through all of them are putting into place these student success teams to engage and outreach to those families who are struggling the most with engagement to problem solve. And it's been hard, and I think you heard from Adams 14, but most of the school leaders we've talked to will tell you about, I drove to the kid's house to find out why they aren't logged on and to give them hotspots. And that's the kind of conversation that we're hearing when they're seeing that kids are off track. It's keeping them awake at night. So.
Okay. So they are communicating with the families. They probably are not giving broad data the way we normally disclose data. Is that correct?
I would have to ask the schools more particularly exactly how they're sharing data, but I think that one of the advantages of remote learning is students or parents do have a lot of access to what students are doing in some of those online platforms. But I think that's something that we could absolutely ask our schools for our next progress monitoring report, is like, how has communication changed with parents? Because I think it would be really interesting to know too. But I think that in general, our schools do share that information, and parents have a lot of access to it just because of some of the remote learning tools. Those silver linings to COVID are having to create all these online portals that families have access to, but how intentionally schools are supporting them with accessing that data, I don't know, but that is definitely something we could ask them about, and I'm sure they'd be happy to share.
Thank you, thank you. So tomorrow, if my brain's still working, I think tomorrow we're going to get a report on special ed for kids. Am I right? Isn't that on the agenda? So if you three would be kind enough, if there's anything that you would add to that report from your learnings from what's going on in these particular school districts, rather than my asking you a whole lot, I think that ought to just be incorporated in that report tomorrow, because there may be some data that's coming from our on the clock schools that would be the same or would be different, etc. So I'd be grateful for that. Yep.
Madam Chair, are you talking about data from our schools on special education students? So
yes. What are the learnings from this group of schools from our staff that would enhance or conflict with or whatever help in the report that we're going to have tomorrow anyway about all the challenges for special ed kids during COVID?
Okay.
I just think it's probably a part of the learnings, but this is a unique group. Board Member McClellan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to piggyback off of one of your excellent questions. The disaggregated data, if there's any chance that the board could receive that, I know that in the absence of what we're normally used to seeing, that allows us to have that full statewide comprehensive view, and that allows us to drill down and say, okay, are you doing as well by your English language learners or your free and reduced lunch students as you are by students in other categories? It's hard when we're not getting what we normally would get. So any disaggregated data that we can get, I think, would be helpful to give us a clearer picture. And speaking only for myself, of course, I think there's a real understanding that what we're going to be looking at is going to be some difficult data when we're finally able to really have a full and complete understanding of where we're landing post-COVID, or as we're returning to more normal operations at some point. But I would always rather err on the side of completeness of data. So when we're looking at graduation rates, when we're looking at what a success or a failure rate or on track looks like, if on track is only failing one course, if that's our definition of on track, I want to make sure that we know how that may be different than what we've looked at in the past. And if we're looking at a graduation rate that's reflective of a much higher rate of utilization of waivers, I'd rather know than not know, not for the purposes of judgment, but for the purposes of starting with as clear a view as we can get, so we can do the most good as quickly as we can, as constructively as we can, as we try to lift ourselves out of this experience that we've had. So thank you for your efforts to try to give us the clearest picture possible, and I hope that can include some of that disaggregated data that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very, very helpful, and it was a lot of data. It just reminds me of all the reading we've done in other years when we had the hearings, right, with those big notebooks. You're starting us up again. So thanks a lot. Thank you so much for your hard work on behalf of those schools. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Item 4.01, there was a request submitted by Denver Public Schools on behalf of DSST for some specific motions. Board Member Skarziga, do you want to make the motion and then we'll have a discussion?
Oh, I don't know what motion to make because I don't know how I'm going to vote. I have questions. Somebody else make the motion.
All right, I'll make it because it's in front. Was it not in your motions packet, guys?
Madam Chair, I can make the motion if you want.
I do want. Thank you.
I move to approve the charter waiver request submitted by Denver Public Schools on behalf of DSST Public Schools for DSST Elevate Northeast High School for the term of the contract.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, Board Member Skarziga, you had some questions about this.
I do. Thank you. It's really, I'm going to chalk this up to new board member. I've gone and asked Bill Smilan already. I've asked many questions. The more questions I ask, the more questions I have. And I thought this would be good to actually ask some of you board members who have been through this, just some of your thoughts of where I was struggling. And the example that we can go through is it's the waiver they're asking for employment certificate required. It's CRS 2263-201. That one specifically I wanted to talk about. But before I do that, can I get a clarification from either Bill or from Julie that I understand that the automatic waivers, as soon as the charter is signed by the district charter and then district board, they are granted the automatic waivers, correct? That's just because that's the way our policy reads. Good. For the non-automatic waivers, the board approves the charter. Do they also at that time, are they officially approving the waivers and then sending that to us for our approval as well? Or do they not have any say in those waivers? They just sign the contract and then the waivers come for our consideration only.
So the waivers are considered part of the charter contract. And so the local board does have the ability to essentially negotiate the contract with the school, including the waivers.
Okay, so to me, that's a huge difference that I know that the local board has essentially voted on these waivers. Makes a huge difference. Okay, but I'm still going to go forward with this because I got to ask this question. And it has to do with the standard for necessary. And how do you know when some of these waivers have met that? And it, under Charter School Act, it says the state board shall grant waivers of state statute requirements or rules. I can never say the word promulgated by the state board to charter schools when in the judgment of the state board it deems waivers necessary. Okay, so when I looked at this one particular request, and I'm just going to kind of walk you through where I kind of fell off on this. It says that DSST is responsible for its own personnel, its own terms and conditions of employment policy, rules, etc. And it says the success depends on its ability to select and employ its own staff and train and direct its staff in accordance with the charter agreement. I look at the actual statute they're wanting to waive, and it isn't the statute, that's later, where it's we want to employ our own people. We don't want to use the district employment office. We don't want to use HR. We don't want to have to go through, we're going to do our own employment letters, all that stuff. This is teacher licensure is this waiver they're asking for. So then I happen to have gotten a bunch of data, thank you, from the department, in an inquiry about infield and out of field. And you all, I listened in, you all had a big conversation a couple years ago about infield. And so I'm going through, and I have it for every school across the state. And when I filtered just, who's got the lowest infield rates, it is these schools, the DSST schools. Also, there's a lot of other charters that are along with it. So a couple things I just noticed. I did not do an analysis. I didn't do anything formal, and I'm not asking anybody to, but I did notice that there are a lot of other schools, very high performing schools, that meet 95% infield, and that some of the schools that are very low on infield are very low performing. In fact, they're on improvement, priority improvement. So I wasn't seeing necessarily a correlation between being in field and maybe necessarily student performance. That's going to get me to the replacement plan. So I guess when I look at this rationale, when I read it, I don't understand, or I'm not hearing a direct, here's why we want this waiver. Here's why we need to be able to hire teachers who are not licensed, right? And you all have heard this waiver before. And I should say there was one on our last board meeting where the school said, we're an expeditionary school. We have outward bound teachers and stuff that we wouldn't necessarily have licensed. And even that was enough for me to go, oh yeah, that makes sense. But when I read this rationale, I don't know if I'm just saying maybe to Bill or something in the future, can I actually find, why do you want to be able to hire and waive this statute? Is it you are having trouble finding licensed teachers, which in the pandemic may get very real very soon? What is it specifically? I don't see that here, and I didn't know. You guys, you have approved these waivers. What's your thinking when you see, and that's maybe to the board, what's your thought process, or what can you help me with here? I'm asking for help, actually.
So do you want to hear from us, or do you want to hear from Mr. Cottonsteady?
You, actually, both, either.
Mr. Cottonsteady, do you want to jump in first, and then I'll give you an example of my thought process.
Sure. I will say that the one area that we focus most heavily on is the replacement plan, because that's what we view as what the school proposes in lieu of the statute. So if granted the waiver, we essentially say what's written in the replacement plan is outlining what they're saying, this is what we want to be held to. On the rationale, we do see variation in the rationale, but we don't feel like the rationale is like something that you would be held to. So sometimes like the rationale might be more general. Sometimes it will be very specific, but even in instances where it's very specific, we would be looking at the replacement plan to look at the substance of what they're committing to.
Okay. Well, can I just jump in then? So this leads me into the next point. So the replacement plan says they request sole discretion, extending the letter of employment at will. I get all that. And then I got to the line that said all subject teachers will continue to meet ESSA requirements, including in-field criteria.
Which are not necessarily a license. Right?
Correct. But they're in-field. The data I got from their in-field for their entire network ranges from 39.9 to 66.5. And that it is enough that it's thrown Denver into needing to do a they're into their plan. They're having to write it into their plan how they're going to support these schools to get more in field. It might be, I would have felt better if they had said we will continue to work toward meeting this. But the way they laid it out, that's what threw me. They're not, and I know, and that's when I went down the rabbit hole. Well, technically, do they have to be in field and all of that? And that's why I was like, okay, maybe I'm just going to call it good. But you all can help me here.
So what's the most important thing? The most important thing is that the kids are successful in their learning. And that's not necessarily measured by a teacher's license. It's measured by the effectiveness of a teacher. So one of the reasons we have educator effectiveness evaluations is for exactly that reason, right? To ensure that whether you're a charter or not a charter, you are looking carefully at the outputs in that class, which are there are multiple measures. Our assessments are one piece, but there are many of the measures that we all were talking about today. that determine whether a teacher is effective. That's not necessarily, it often is, but it is not necessarily whether they have a Colorado teacher's license. And in fact, there are an awful lot of highly educated in particular fields, engineers, etc., people with PhDs who are working in schools, and they are not considered in field, and yet they have an extremely high level of expertise. So essentially it comes down to, what is it that we want to know? We want to know that students are thriving and learning. A lot of other things, but that's as well. It's not how, I mean, you and I are both old enough to know that in the bad old days, we would accredit a school based on the number of teachers that had licenses, based on the number of books in the library. These are all inputs. And what we try to do now is to give schools flexibility. That's why we have charters. Provide some flexibility, but we haven't changed the desire to know, well, how are the kids doing? Which is why we have accountability. We have educator evaluation in order to make sure that the teachers are effective. We know that that's the most important piece of the learning process, etc. So to focus just on a license isn't really enough. It's no guarantee whatsoever. Now, I don't agree with the folks who say we shouldn't license teachers. Right? But nevertheless, I'm not willing to say you can't have an effective school if you've got people there who are unlicensed. They may be better prepared in their subject matter than the folks who are licensed. So that's my perspective. Anybody else?
I get it. Let me just kind of respond to that. So then the flip side of that would be then if a school comes to us or they've had this waiver and they are not effective, that they are on the accountability clock or they're on priority improvement, should we be considering that they no longer, that they're not showing the evidence that that is a necessary waiver anymore? Do you see what I'm saying? Because I saw that discrepancy up and down. And the other thing, I'm just trying to get a sense because we spent, now I always say we because I wasn't on the board at the time, but we did this in field. There was a lot of discussion about the importance of having teachers, even if they weren't licensed, having so many hours in their content area. And we went up to 36, even though we wanted 24. And if we hold true to that, then is there something when a school only has 40% of those parent or student or teachers are there, licensed or not? See, that's kind of where I got, you understand what I'm saying? I kind of got twisted somewhere.
So go back to what you said. If a school is not thriving, it doesn't matter if it's a charter or not a charter, it's going to be on the clock.
Yeah. And
the process that we go through will be, again, same process. In the identifying, doing the deep dive, figuring out what are the problems, pretty clearly it might turn out that the teachers are not well trained. Well, that's where a relay and some of these other support mechanisms, in fact, do come in, right? In order to beef up the strength of the teachers.
I don't connect that with infield though, because it was very specific. The number of
infield and outfield, infield and out of field is about equity. That is about ensuring that the students with the greatest need are not given the teachers who have the least skills.
Correct.
So that's where that's an important issue.
Yeah.
And I believe that the network, I'm going to guess that the network you're talking about provides assurances, and I would guess that the district actually looks to make sure that that's not happening, because that's a part of requirement for the Title I support.
Well, and I will say the data didn't look really good for DSST, but they sent something back, and Denver did say sent something back that talked about there's something off with the reporting. And so actually at this point, I decided I'm not going to hold that against them until that gets resolved. I don't think it's fair. And frankly, they didn't get a lot of lead time from me, right? Because this just came up. So that's, I'm trying to be fair in this, but I thought it would be great to have a conversation about what is that bar of necessary? And you all went through it sometime in the beginning, probably when these waivers first started coming through, that we were not a part of. At least I was not. And I'm just in my head trying to figure out, when are these actually necessary? Or when is this just something that makes it easier for them, but they actually could be a very successful school without this waiver? Because I too value licensure tremendously.
Yeah, there are some highly successful schools that do have this waiver and do in fact have a number of faculty that are not licensed.
Right. That would be me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a good discussion. You might want to follow up with the particular network that you're concerned about.
Yep.
It sounds they're not sure of the data either. It's very possible that the HR data has been
got corrupted a little bit. Any other board members too, if you have any thoughts at any time you want to ask or tell me, or I was thinking Mr. Durham probably would have something to tell me. He may reach out.
He would tell you, I believe he would tell you, I believe I've heard him say that he doesn't think licensing matters at all, which is why he feels that having the accountability, a strong accountability system, having a strong educator evaluation system are the important pieces, because that's where you're really looking at, and how are as the expression goes, and how are your children? Because that's what we're all about, and the whole equity piece.
And I do feel comfortable. I will say that our federal programs folks at CDE did a fabulous job of explaining things, and are going to be auditing and monitoring. This Denver actually comes up next year. I have full faith in them. And so I thought, this is great. They'll keep me up to date, and they are awesome. So Katie, thank you.
That's great.
Madam Chair, can I add my 2 cents as to what I think?
That's exactly what we're supposed to be doing.
Board Member Durham, I think I could kind of cut in on what he would say, and I agree with you 100% on that. But the next thing out of his mouth would be Bob Schaefer's school, one of the top performing charter schools in the nation and in the state, of course. And they don't have requirements for their faculty, but as far as licensure, but they are so highly important in their field that they're focused on that core knowledge. And within that school, that just really works and resonates with those who put that into effect, which usually is a group of parents that want to start a charter school, and we're local control. And Board Member Skarska, one of the biggest things I learned when I first got on the board was how challenging it is to say, okay, we're at the state level, but that local control is so strong. So yes. that's just Board Member Durham's 2 cents.
Okay. Well, I'm right there with that local control. My first question actually got answered. I could have stopped, but I'm all good.
Are we good?
Yep.
Ms. Maramba, would you call the vote, please?
Board Member Skarska.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 5-0.
Thank you. So guys, we have one more item on our agenda, which is, I believe, 10 or so more letters for public participation.
Yes. So I think we left off, and Alyssa's going to take the first one.
Okay, everybody, here we go. This letter is public comment number 12. It is from Colorado Succeeds and Kelly Caulfield, the VP of Government Affairs there. Madam Chairwoman Schroeder, members of Colorado State Board of Education and Commissioner Anthus. As a network of business leaders working to ensure all of Colorado's children are educated to their greatest potential, Colorado Succeeds is greatly concerned about the impacts of COVID-19 on student learning. It is urgent that we hold K-12 statewide assessments this year, not for accountability purposes, but to funnel resources to the kids and districts that need it most and set up our economy for recovery. As you know, the transition to remote learning has been incredibly challenging for educators, students, and families, and has disproportionately affected low-income students and students of color. If we truly care about ensuring equity in our education system, we need to be able to measure COVID-19's impact and get supports to the students most affected. Understanding learning loss is also critical for Colorado's economic recovery. Models by McKinsey and Company estimate that the average K-12 student in the United States could lose $61,000 to $82,000 in lifetime earnings from COVID-19 learning loss alone. Disruptions to educational attainment also have implications for students' long-term health, likelihood of incarceration, and political participation, among other outcomes. Waiting to get data on how students are doing is not an option if we want to halt the ever-growing impacts of COVID-19. If we skip assessments in 2021, we are looking at 2 years of missing statewide data, plus the lag time associated with developing responses based on what we learn. While it is true that statewide assessments are not perfect, imperfect data is better than no data. Local measurements of student learning are not comparable and do not help us understand the proficiency of skills and competencies aligned to state academic standards. Lastly, getting this data can also show us which schools and districts best supported student learning during this time, giving us insight on how we can better approach hybrid and remote learning statewide. We urge the board to support holding K-12 statewide assessments this year as a first step in taking action to address learning loss and recover our education system and economy from COVID-19.
So this is public comment number 13. To our Colorado State Board of Education, thank you all for your time listening to testimony. I appreciate your time in reading the following testimony regarding the 2021 CMAS. I'm a parent of a student in Colorado, specifically Jeffco Public Schools. I've been a proponent of student data and continue to believe that it can be used to better serve our students when used appropriately. However, I'm deeply concerned as well as offended after hearing your comments that parents want CMAS to occur this year. In fact, I was so bothered by the statement at your meeting and seeing polling come into play, specifically persuasive polling, stating that parents are demanding or wanting CMAS, that I created my own poll and I want to share this information with you. This year, with the trauma-induced conditions on our students and staff, CMAS is an unreasonable request to make of us. Some of those statements tell me that you do not realize what is happening in our homes or schools during this time. In less than 8 days, I received 1,080 responses to my survey. 1,028 individuals responded no. That is around 95% no for CMAS, and 52 individuals responded yes, around 5% yes for CMAS. Interestingly, one of the yes individuals notes that they opt their child out of CMAS due to the detriment and want other children to be required to perform. 876 of these individuals are parents. While this survey data is heavy in Jeffco responses, I live in Jeffco. This data represents 43 plus school districts in Colorado. I also allowed every respondent to share their reasoning, and I submit to you for your reading pleasure so you can identify what real parents want, and I will continue to collect responses. I do have names and contact information for every respondent on this list, though I have not shared that with you. Additionally, I can prove that none of this data has been altered in any way, and I'm happy to make it available to any journalist or legislator who wants to view this. There are a small number of duplicate responses that are easily identified. Also, I want to note that I am personally a parent and spend no funds at all on this survey. None. I'm a mother who volunteers much more than 60 hours a week, and I actually spend my own money to do so. I support public education and students. I am a certified suicide prevention trainer focusing on youth suicide prevention, and I work with numerous public education supporting nonprofits in completely unpaid roles. I'm accomplished creating the largest survey response only using Facebook and Twitter, but I can guarantee that I should utilize my extensive email list. I would be able to gather more than double this number. I'm also 100% certain that I would continue to receive responses to this survey, as parents have been asking for legislators to listen to our voices for years. As parents, we do whatever is necessary to protect our children and students from further stress, including opting out if our voices are not heard. You must talk to parents and education staff to understand what is going on in schools. I would ask that you use this to improve the procedures for CMAS eliminating some of the abusive practices that truly harm students as well as educators. I would ask that you think about the potential of using the funding to support the education and mental health of students rather than the high stakes testing. I would also advocate for these large and highly funded entities to step aside and allow for parent voice to be heard rather than continuing to act as if they represent our experiences. Even last February in the legislature, I asked representatives of a group that funded the persuasive yes polls if they even had children. Neither were parents, nor did they have connection to current education staff. If they want the data in future years, I ask that they partner with real parents and start listening to make things better for all children in Colorado. I'm aware that they give large campaign donations, but ask that you consider the fact that our children are worth more than any donation you'll ever receive. Best regards, Shauna Fritzler.
This is public comment number 14. It's from Carly Holiday of Centennial. To the State Board of Education. As a parent of a 4th and 7th grader in LPS and a teacher in CCSD, I think it's necessary we suspend CMAS testing so we can prioritize instruction, learning, and relationships with students this spring. While assessment feedback is crucial for educators to meet the varying needs of students, CMAS data will not be available when we need it, nor will it tell us how to help our students sitting in our classrooms right now. My daughter did not take her first CMAS last spring, and I don't believe having her take it this year will help her or her teacher. Instead, we need formative assessments conducted by classroom professionals who can put that information to use immediately. While the CMAS would provide an autopsy of this year, what we really need is diagnostic testing to adjust instruction and target students' learning needs before the end of the year. Time is our most important resource. Time building relationships, time engaging with rich content, time practicing skills, time learning with a teacher and peers, time reconnecting to normal after months of change and anxiety. We cannot afford to spend time assessing what every teacher and parent is already desperate to address, the growing needs of the children in our schools.
This is public comment number 15 from CASB. So, dear State Board members of, dear State Board of Education members and Commissioner Anthus, as locally elected officials chosen by the voters to represent the interests of children, school board members have profound responsibility to speak out and advocate for what is best for the children in our communities. This work is not done in a vacuum. In fact, it cannot be done without intentional engagement with our stakeholders. We work closely with both the superintendent and the public to ensure that we're able to make the best possible decisions to keep the student learning and well-being at the center of our decision-making process. In order to do so, we participate in countless hours of meetings where academic achievement is discussed, where the public shares with us their local priorities, and where we work with our superintendents to translate these priorities into reality for our students. Navigating priorities is no small task, especially in the middle of multiple crises, a pandemic, a state fiscal crisis, and a mental health crisis. What we are hearing loud and clear around the state is that our students need consistency and fewer disruptions to their learning. The Colorado Education Association, the Colorado Association of School Executives, the Colorado Association of School Boards, and the Colorado Rural Schools Alliance released new polling data last week that shows clear majorities of Colorado voters and school parents put a higher priority on classroom instruction to close student learning gaps than on CMAS standardized testing for grades 3 through 8 to assess potential learning gaps during the COVID-19 pandemic. Assessments are essential priority, and districts already assess student performance and are accountable for student results. We regularly assess students using formative and summative assessments to track their progress and use the data to make real-time adjustments to instructions. CMAS has never been the only source of data on which schools rely to know how our students in schools are performing. School districts want to be held accountable for student learning and growth. It is a vital part of our work to assess our organizations and chart a course for success. Public education is in the middle of a storm unlike any it has ever had to navigate. The public health crisis, the fiscal economic crisis, and the mental health crisis continue to compound the struggles and create conditions that make for dangerous waters rather than simply rough ones. Now is the time to deploy our resources on assessments that provide immediate results and eliminate this year's CMAS disruption that even proponents of CMAS agree are not appropriate to be used for educator and school accountability purposes. The validity of data that would be collected by CMAS this year is certainly in question. We believe it will not be comparable to any other year because the learning environment disruptions due to the pandemic. State assessment results this year cannot be comparable to other years due to the disruptions by learning caused by the pandemic. Performing CMAS testing under current conditions will produce inconsistent results with unreliable conclusions. Making strategic and policy decisions with this information would be inadvisable. Therefore, formative and substantive assessments are the appropriate level assessments that should be used at this time, given the current environment. An equally important priority that has not been received equal attention by those advocating for standardized testing is caring for the mental health needs of our students, teachers, and community members. School boards must balance multiple priorities, and the mental health of students is just as important during this traumatic time. As we listen to students and parents, it is abundantly clear that students are struggling with pandemic-induced anxiety and stress. The additional burden of standardized testing is adding yet another stressor. Parents have spoken to emphasize that this year has already been so stressful for their students. They want a higher focus placed on mental health needs to ensure we effectively help students cope with the trauma. Social emotional learning programming has been found to improve students' achievement test scores by 11 to 17 percentile points. One research shows that students who use mental health services in school-based health centers are 2 times more likely to stay in school than students who do not use school-based health center services. We cannot overlook the emotional toll this past year has put on students and staff. The results of the Hogstaff strategic research poll align with what our school board members are hearing from their local communities. Students, parents, teachers want the precious time we have with our students in person to be spent on classroom instruction and taking care of students' social emotional needs. During this challenging year, our families want to prioritize student learning by preventing additional disruptions to learning. They want to elevate mental health and decision making. There are many factors outside of our control that have created numerous challenges and disruptions to learning. Community spread of COVID and positive COVID cases in our schools that result in classrooms and even schools needing to pivot into remote learning. We have minimal, if any, control over pandemic factors. Pausing standardized testing assessments, relying on real-time local assessments, those are factors that we can choose to control with the support of policymakers. CASB stands ready to work with policymakers on this important decision. CASB believes that the quality public education is the foundation of our nation's economic prosperity, communities' quality of life, and every child's opportunity to live their best life. We will continue to advocate for what is best for our students, prioritizing student learning and mental health needs by preventing additional and unnecessary disruptions to learning. It's exactly what we believe is best for our students given the time in which we are operating. That's from John Whitler, the president of the Colorado Association of School Boards, and Sherry Wrench, executive director.
Thanks. I'm sorry, Marie said my camera is not working. It's showing that it's on for me, but I think you guys are only seeing my initials, so you just get to hear my voice. This is public comment number 16 from Brett Miles, the case executive director, and Monica Johnson, the 2021 case president. Dear Colorado State Board of Education members, on behalf of the over 2,300 members of the Colorado Association of School Executives, CASE, we respectfully submit this letter as public comment for your February 2021 board meeting. CASE membership covers all roles within school and district leadership. Our principal members know well the struggles of students and clearly understand what parents want out of their schools. Our technology director members have made the virtual learning experience a reality and are integral to in the annual administration of CMAS. Also a part of CASE are experts in assessment and data analysis, who are champions for using data to measure student growth and inform next steps for continued improvement. CASE membership additionally includes superintendents who work closely with their communities and boards of education to understand the priorities of their community. The credentials and depth of experience of our membership provides a unique perspective that our State Board of Education should strongly consider. Superintendents across the state have clearly articulated our position on the administration of the 2021 CMAS. You have heard from many district leaders that the value of the 2021 CMAS does not outweigh the incredible costs of this assessment in terms of lost learning time, technology access for students during the testing window, and the need to focus our limited staff resources on instruction. District and school leaders understand clearly the impact of the pandemic on students and their learning because we have lived it every day for the last 11 months. We are asking the State Board of Education to stand with us and support us with a waiver to the U.S. Department of Education so we can continue to focus on students every day, each day, and not have the distraction of an assessment that cannot and will not deliver usable data. Some data is not better than no data, particularly when the data is going to be used to inform planning related to student learning or to the allocation of resources. We know that due to COVID-19 circumstances, not all students will take the CMAS, and therefore the data will be incomplete and not representative of all student demographics. Clearly, incomplete and inaccurate data is more harmful than no data at all collected at the state level. Decisions related to instruction are driven by data, which has been locally collected and utilized since the start of the school year. We proudly represent public education leaders and our students in saying that the value of the CMAS for this year does not equal the cost, and we request your support. On behalf of CASE membership, we respectfully submit these comments.
So public comment number 17. Dear Colorado State Board of State School Board members, we are writing today to ask you to suspend state testing for schools this spring 2021. This year has presented educators with uncountable obstacles that have disrupted the learning process, from missing school due to personal family illnesses, continual movement from the in-person instruction to remote learning due to quarantine, to students struggling with remote learning. Our students have most certainly experienced some degree of learning loss. We know this, and we know that must take every opportunity to address this loss by providing as much instruction as possible. We know that it is not beneficial to our students to take precious time away from that instruction to instead assess just how much learning has been lost. We also know that due to the complications of administering the state assessments, they will fail to provide teachers with valid or valuable data that will impact their instruction. Districts have assessments already in place that allow them to assess student growth and identify gaps in learning. These district common assessments can be proctored more easily than the state assessment to all students, and they provide educators with data that can be used immediately to meet the needs of students. The 27J School Board of Education agrees that the state assessment should be suspended this spring, and then they attach their resolution to suspend state testing that they passed on January 26th. Our students have had a year filled with uncertainty and disruption. The state assessments will only hinder schools' efforts to create stability and predictability for their students. It will not provide useful data to teachers. Please vote to suspend state assessments for the 2020-21 school year. Thank you. And that was submitted by Kathy Rybal, who is the president of the Brighton Education Association, and Chris Fielder, who is the superintendent of 27J schools.
Angela, do we need to read the resolution, or is that just for reference?
I mean, it was an attachment. So Madam Chair, do you want me to read it, or, okay, it's on board docs too.
Okay, great. Sounds good. This is public comment number 18. It is from Van Scholes, the president of A+ Colorado. Commissioner Anthus and members of the State Board of Education, we thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on the critical importance of administering CMAS assessments this spring without incorporating this data into the state accountability system. A+ Colorado is an education research and advocacy nonprofit focused on improving educational opportunities for every student in Colorado. We know through a growing body of research, including CDE's own district surveys, that students and families are struggling enormously to find the academic support and the social and emotional support needed to thrive today. Assessment data enables students to be counted for their learning, while educators, schools, and policymakers can be responsive to their needs. With Colorado not having any objective indication this spring into what students have learned over the last 2 years, it will be nearly impossible to thoughtfully target resources to the student groups that need resources and attention. Without spring assessment data, we will be completely blind as to what student learning needs are. Additionally, we won't know what improvements students have made and where areas of growth have been. Colorado is a local control state with enormous diversity in how districts and schools operate. The pandemic has exacerbated many of these differences, with some schools having been mostly open for in-person learning over the last 9 months, while other schools have been mostly online. This is on top of enormous racial and socioeconomic disparities in our state, which existed prior to the pandemic but have grown immensely in the last year due to the pandemic. Some schools have had daily interactions with students and families, while other schools are checking in weekly. We have a state constitutional obligation to educate every Colorado student. Without any objective information about how our students are doing academically, it is impossible to set meaningful work plans and objectives for how to improve student learning when we emerge from this crisis. Colorado has been a national educational leader on standards and student assessment for nearly 30 years. We were one of the first states to establish state educational standards and accompanying assessments, and to use academic growth to measure what and how students are learning. Colorado is known as a state which uses research to guide important educational policy decisions. In the midst of the biggest educational crisis in our nation, it is not the time to walk away from the collection and use of information to guide policy. Most importantly, Colorado parents are asking for this information. We strongly urge the Colorado Department of Education to encourage and support the administration of CMAS assessments this school year. Thank you.
Public comment 19 is from CEA. The Dear State Board of Education members and Commissioner Anthus, as the 2020-21 school year continues to progress, we can all agree that it has been anything but standardized. In a standardized school year, this is traditionally the time frame where there is significant discussion and preparation for the state standardized assessments. Yet many education policy conversations this year have focused on learning loss and trying to decide whether or not Colorado should administer the CMAS assessment rather than focusing on addressing the actual needs of our students. As students return to in-person learning, educators will be dealing with the unique social emotional stressors from which kids are suffering. Luckily, educators, by virtue of their education, training, and experience, are uniquely positioned to welcome kids back to their schools and to acclimate them to their new reality that has been created as a result of the pandemic. Kids are struggling to find their identities as human beings in this new normal that we are currently experiencing. Our kids are experiencing real life situations where they have taken on new roles of caregiver, unexpected death of loved ones, newfound or increased poverty, reconciling changed relationships with family and friends, and pursuing academics in a variety of unfamiliar and shifting contents. Given this unprecedented situation, educators must be given the time and the space to focus on providing instruction and nurturing the resilience of kids rather than focusing on standardized test preparation and administration. The fact is, kids have not emptied their brains of prior learning, nor has the pandemic stopped them from learning. The traditional models of schooling and assessments are obsolete, and the benchmarks are irrelevant when it comes to surviving a pandemic. Rather, our focus as educators must be meeting our kids where they are and bridging them to where they can be, while both providing pathways that allow them to be safe and healthy in our public schools from both academic and social emotional perspectives. No standardized assessment measures will ever achieve the outcomes that are beneficial for students in a non-standardized educational content. Recently, the Colorado Education Association partnered with Harstad Strategic Research to conduct a survey of Colorado voters, your constituents, to understand their priorities for their kids. Our attached survey results demonstrate that the majority of voters and school parents are prioritizing teaching and learning to close student learning gaps, as well as providing mental health supports for students over standardized assessments. This solid majority of the public, including parents and by larger margins, demonstrate that CMAS testing must be canceled this school year. Administering CMAS during a non-standardized school year is cruel to students, could potentially breach COVID-19 health protocols, and result in invalid measures in the vain attempt to understand the impacts of disrupted learning due to the pandemic, even though we have already had data on this. Our educators, schools, and districts know exactly where their students stand academically, and previous standardized assessments data have already highlighted the gaps that exist. It should be everyone's priority to focus on instruction, as we know that know that is what will matter the most in bridging gaps for students. Unprecedented times call for us to act in unprecedented ways. One-size-fits-all approach to standardized assessments will never address the problems that educators, students, and families are facing. First and foremost, standardized assessments will cause districts and schools to rip digital devices from students that are most in need, ultimately stripping them of their right to free public school through the state, wherein all residents of the state between the ages of 6 and 21 years may be educated gratuitously. Additionally, 2021 standardized CMAS assessments will not address the actual needs of students, schools, and districts. Standardized assessments are completely devoid of trauma-informed practices and social-emotional learning. CMAS will not address the multiple learning contents of our students, including guaranteeing a device to all students in need and allowing for different of learning contents for developmental appropriateness, modifications, accommodations for students with special needs, and addressing the needs of students with different language backgrounds. Standardized assessments during the pandemic will limit curricular planning and remove equitable learning opportunities for traditionally underserved students, while exacerbating homework gaps and digital divides. Colorado students have already experienced significant loss as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. 2021 CMAS assessments will only deprive students of teaching and learning opportunities while limiting their academic success. Current formative and interim data sets highlight areas where students will benefit from increased instruction and are not incongruent with other standardized assessment data sets previously administered. Educators, schools, and districts are already working overtime to close the gaps. Should CMAS be given, it will be nothing more than a perfunctory exercise that will more than likely not even hit a participation threshold for data to be valid or useful. The continual focus on teaching and learning will allow educators to work with students so that not only are their academic needs addressed, but the needs of the whole child are also addressed through the lens of equity. At this time, we encourage the State Board of Education to think about what is best for kids. No standardized assessment measures will demonstrate what our kids need today, making sense of their existence in a new reality and learning and living in an unprecedented pandemic. Sincerely, Amy Baca-Olert, high school counselor and president of the Colorado Education Association.
This is public comment number 20 from Transform Education Now. Members of the Board of Education. Transform Education Now 10 works with the parents across the Front Range as they navigate their students' educational journey. Since COVID-related school shutdowns, we have started extensive outreach programs to support families and create online spaces for families to connect and collaborate around their child's education. Every week, we make hundreds of phone calls to families with the help of our parent fellows. On those calls, we check on family food security, access to technology, and then see how their experience with school has been this year. In November, our lead parent fellows began conducting a survey to see how families felt about the remote learning experience and what they thought their student needed to find success. Overall, they had 650 families complete the survey. Parent leaders discovered that only 52% of families believe that their student is ready and prepared to move on to the next grade, and 58% believe that their student has fallen behind during COVID-related learning disruptions. Additionally, parents reported that their student is receiving 15 hours of instructional time a week, about half of what they would normally and during in-person learning. We recognize and appreciate the hard work of our educators and leaders as they have done an incredible job adapting. We also recognize the need to check in on our students and their academic progress. It is what families we have spoken to feel is important. Families need to be assured that their student is prepared. When we check on student academic progress, we are checking to see if students can read, so they can learn about the possibilities written on pages, and we are checking on their ability to write, so they can share their brilliance with the world. We believe that a high-quality education leads to a life of opportunity, and it is the responsibility of school systems to ensure that every child is receiving one. We also recognize that any assessments should be used to support our schools and students as we distribute additional resources to those who need them most. We do not believe that any standardized test should be used to inform state accountability systems this year. The data should be used to support our public schools and students as they recover learning loss and discover learning gained during this pandemic. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to checking on our students' access to a high-quality education.
This is public comment number 21. Madam Chairwoman Schroeder, Vice Chairman Durham, honorable members of the State Board of Education. Stand for Children Colorado's mission is to ensure that all students receive a high-quality, relevant education, especially those whose boundless potential is overlooked and undertapped because of their skin color, zip code, first language, or disability. Like many other K-12 education stakeholders, we are deeply concerned about the obvious learning loss happening among our Colorado students. This coronavirus pandemic has highlighted so many challenges that our educators, parents, and students face in Colorado public schools, particularly school finance inequities that only widen systematic inequities such as the achievement gap. We understand that there may be challenges to administering annual assessments this year, given the extraordinary time, and we do not believe that the assessments should be used for accountability purposes. However, we believe that it's important that we do assess where our Colorado students are in their learning journeys so we can understand each district's unique needs and challenges in the forthcoming school year. As more and more of our population is vaccinated and we take steps to return to normal, it will be essential that we know where our students are as they rejoin the classroom and begin regular schedules in the fall. Please, let's take a hard look at where our kids are so that we can properly address these challenges upon their return. Thank you so much for your attention. And this was Bree Wintello, who's the Government Affairs Director for Colorado Stand for Children.
Okay, we're at public comment 22. This is your last one. This is from Christine Ferris, who's the Executive Director of Highline Academy Charter Schools. Dear Colorado Department of Education, there are strong opinions on both sides of whether we should have CMAS testing in Colorado this year. Unlike internal school assessments, the CMAS standardized tests are given to all students in grades 3rd and up, and the information is analyzed at the state level. As an educator, I do dread losing any time to standardized assessments when we have just gotten all our learners back to school. We want to spend every minute teaching and learning. As an administrator, I would very much like the information standardized testing can provide so we can plan for what our students will need next year. Although I see and understand both sides, we must move forward with testing so that we can plan to meet students where they are next school year. In the past several years in education, standardized testing has gotten very much entangled in rewarding and punishing schools, and sometimes even individual teachers. In my view, this has moved us away from a more important function of standardized testing, which is to shape policy. As in any set of data, the smaller the sample size, the more unreliable the data. A single student can have an off day or make some great guesses, and then their test may not reflect their true knowledge. Even a whole class's results can be skewed by a few students being absent, or if there were a lot of distractions in their room that day. On the other hand, when we look at data for entire grade levels across the state, we can draw realistic conclusions with confidence. Colorado recently used data from the K2 Read Act assessment to determine that our youngest learners were not making enough progress in learning to read. The legislature then changed the policy to increase the training requirements for teachers of reading and to strongly encourage schools to adopt curriculum with scientifically researched methodology. This seems like a good use of standardized tests to inform good policy to help improve our education system, rather than to blame or scapegoat schools or teachers. I was delighted to hear that the governor and the State Department of Education that CMAS for this year would not be tied to teacher evaluation. The priority for standardized testing this year is to learn what is missing for our kids across the state. This information will then help the state legislature and the State Department of Education to shape policy and funding decisions to help schools to support their learners. We all know that this pandemic has had an impact on student learning. We should also all want to find out how much and what kind of impact there was. Perhaps we will find that K2 students across our state are half a year behind, while 7th and 8th graders are showing little gap at all. Maybe we'll find that our low-income students are going to need more resources to make up for lost learning, or maybe all our students are going to need extra support. No matter what we learn from the assessment data, it will be useful and important to determine next steps in our education system. The State Department of Education and the Colorado State Legislature has a responsibility to make policy that will help and support students who most need it after this unprecedented year in education. We can't expect them to make good policy decisions if they don't have adequate information about the scope of the needs. We must support standardized testing going forward this spring, despite the challenges, so we can all work together to support our students in the next school year. After the incredible sacrifice our children have made in moving to remote learning, which protected the lives of the adults around them more than it protected them, we owe them an informed and targeted response. As a community, we need standardized testing this year so we can ensure our children get what they need. They deserve it. Sincerely, Christine Ferris.
Thank you so much for reading those, both of you. Quick, get a glass of water. You must be parched. And colleagues, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you so much. It's been a long day. I hope it won't be so long tomorrow. Good night.
Thanks, Angelica.
Be well.